Chapter 516. Lung Outyen was released, and he could freely control the Yuan force in his body. Lung Outyen was extremely surprised. After all, this was equivalent to releasing a tiger back to the mountain. You guys were lucky just now to be able to control Lung Outyen. Moreover, Lung Outyen was distracted. Although he might not be able to defeat Yi Tianshui, it would be easy for him to escape. However, Yi Tianshui's condition was not good. If he wanted to escape, he would be leaving Yi Tianshui here alone. Lung Outyen could not do such a thing. If he brought Yi Tianshui with him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, Lung Outyen had a feeling that Li Zongjio was unfathomable. Therefore, it would not be easy to escape from Li Zongjio's hands. Therefore, Lung Outyen gave up on escaping this year. How many people did you catch today? Li Zongjio asked. Young master, there are 5 people in total. Including the 2 in front of you, there are 7 people in total. What about before? There were 22 people before. That's 29 people now. Li Zongjio did some calculations. If he were to count everyone, the price would not be low. 1 for billion. Including Yi Tianshui, that's a total of 5 billion. Li Zongjio said. Just this number alone was enough to intimidate many people. Even Yi Tianshui felt that it was an astronomical figure when he heard this number. He could not believe it at all. Li Zongjio actually dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. Li Zongjio, don't go too far, Yi Tianshui said. This number was too outrageous. Let alone 5 billion purple yuan. Even 15 million purple yuan would be too much for him. I'm giving you face. Otherwise, these people won't be able to go back. Since they did something wrong, they should accept the punishment obediently. Not everyone will spoil you. Today, I'll make an exception and let you 2 go. Li Zongjio waved his hand after he finished speaking and led his men back to the Great Pleasure Casino. Judging from the situation of the casino, it was necessary to find someone to repair it. However, during the repair process, it would be impossible to open the casino. This would be another huge loss. Yi Tianshui and Lung Outyen were left alone on the street. They were somewhat puzzled. However, Yi Tianshui was angry. He was angry that Li Zongjio had become like this. It seemed that there was someone more powerful behind Li Zongjio. Li, of course, was not possible. 5 billion. Lung Aotian frowned deeply. This number was extremely difficult for Lung Aotian. The family behind him was powerful, but they were not a business family. It was impossible for them to have so much money to pay the ransom. Therefore, this number made Lung Aotian feel helpless. His eyes flickered. Now that things had come to this, he could only look for the 9th prince and see if he had any ideas. On the other side, Li Zongjio walked out of the Pan family's Sparrow Saint Casino and took the head of the Pan family's 2nd head. This news quickly spread to the Pan family. Li Zongjio's public provocation. Li Zongjio was clearly here to slap them in the face. If they didn't chop off Li Zongjio's hand, it would be a huge humiliation for the Pan family. However, the Pan family did not act rashly. The fact that Li Zongjio could come here so brazenly meant that he had come prepared. Since he had come prepared, why would he be afraid? Therefore, they had to do a thorough investigation. Pan Hong's death cannot be forgotten just like this. This Bo Yu Casino has gone too far. We must take down this Bo Yu Casino. The Pan family patriarch had convened a meeting to discuss this matter in depth. But not now. The Pan family patriarch, Pan Long, said in a deep voice, if they rushed up now, it would be equivalent to sending themselves to the Pan family's doorstep. Therefore, they had to investigate thoroughly before taking action. What should we do now? If we don't take action, the casino will be taken away by the Grand Pleasure Casino. I don't believe that the Pan family would risk their lives to protect this casino for the Pan family. Someone said, Although the Pan family was part of the Pan family, their hearts were not with the Pan family. For many years, the Pan family had only wanted to control the Pan family. In addition, the Pan family was extremely capable. The Pan family also wanted to use the Pan family's strength to build this casino. Now that the ninth prince had taken a liking to her, the Sparrow St. Casino was directly handed over to her. If this woman saw that the situation was bad, she might turn around and use outsiders to deal with her own people. This was why the Pan family members were so worried. There's no need to worry. She should know how powerful the ninth prince is. Since the ninth prince values her so much, she should know the severity of the matter. It doesn't matter if she betrays the Pan family, but if she betrays the ninth prince, then this matter won't be settled so easily. A few Pan family elders couldn't help but speak up. They had a deep understanding of this matter. The power of the imperial family wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Since they had boarded this boat, they wouldn't be able to get off just because they wanted to. But the people in the Grand Pleasure Casino seemed to have gone mad. They are actually so arrogant. Moreover, they should know that the ninth prince is behind the Pan family. The Pan family's faction wasn't considered secretive. After all, they moved around frequently on a daily basis. Therefore, the outside world could more or less guess the relationship between them. You mean to say that there are other princes in control of the Grand Pleasure Casino? One of the Pan family elders asked. If that wasn't the case, then there was no other explanation. Otherwise, he would be a lunatic. They completely disregarded the ninth prince's pressure. In fact, they might have come directly for the ninth prince. If that was the case, they would have to pay more attention. If the other princes took the initiative to attack, who knew how many lives would have to be sacrificed in order to calm this matter down? The eyes of many of the Pan family's higher-ups flashed. No wonder the other party dared to kill Pan Hong so brazenly. They clearly had someone backing them. However, the other party didn't mention their name. As for who the mastermind behind them was, it was difficult for the outside world to know. However, they could deduce that someone was definitely supported by the mastermind. No, we definitely can't fight back rashly. The other party is forcing us to attack. Whoever attacks first will be the first to make a mistake. Pan Long suddenly slammed the table and said. He immediately understood why the other party was doing this. Wasn't it obvious that they were trying to provoke them? Therefore, he had to stabilize his emotions first. When the other elders heard this, it seemed to make sense. Chapter 517. The ninth prince, Xianming, was an extremely quiet and peaceful man. Unlike the other princes, the ninth prince had been well versed in both the pen and the sword since he was young. However, he was extremely introverted. No one knew how much power was hidden in the ninth prince, Xianming. Usually, the ninth prince would stay in the palace to study and practice martial arts. There were specialized directorates who would take care of him. This was a true royal academy. The top teachers were all gathered in this academy. It was not easy to be a prince. Not only did they have no freedom, but they also had to study a lot every day. If the princes could not show their strong side, the Xingyan dynasty would be judged by others. If the next generation was not good, how could the Xingyan dynasty become strong? Therefore, these princes had to do a lot of work every day. Now, Prince Xianming was in the palace. The palace was called the Bright Moon Palace. The things that the princes could enjoy were naturally the best in the world. Even the two maids beside him were extremely beautiful. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also talented in both martial arts and cultivation. Their cultivation was not weak, and their yuan qi cultivation was also extremely strong. They were proficient in the 4 arts. At this moment, Prince Xianming was wearing a white robe and was sitting in the palace. There was a small carving knife in his hand, and he was casually carving a walnut in his hand. Along with the movement of his hands, the various lines on the walnut could be seen clearly. The 2 beautiful maids stood at the side for 4 hours, not moving at all. Finally, Prince Xianming blew gently, blowing away the sawdust on the side. At the same time, the walnut revealed its final appearance. It turned out to be an extremely exquisite boat. It was enough to see that the various items on the boat were incomparably exquisite. Their original appearance was extremely surprising and amazing. Just a small walnut like this could accommodate a small boat. Young master's spiritual wedge technique has improved again. In less than 3 years, it will definitely reach the peak. The maid beside her, Bing Shuang, said, Great Master Mirror Emperor said that there is no limit to the cultivation of mental energy. Currently, Walnut's strongest carving is the entire White Bird Town. White Bird Town has thousands of birdhouses and tens of thousands of birds. They are all carved so vividly that they look like they are alive. However, I can only carve a small boat. Prince Xianming said, and threw the walnut to the maid, Bing Shuang. Bing Shuang caught it and put it into a box, carefully storing it away. Although these things were useless now, since they were made by the young master, they would definitely become top-notch collectibles in the future. Therefore, every walnut carved by the young master had to be carefully stored away. Young master, Lung Outyen of the Imperial Martial Pavilion has been waiting for a long time. The other maid, Bing Shua, said, The appearance of these two maids was 99% similar. They were a pair of twin sisters. If outsiders knew about this, they could not help but praise Prince Xianming's fortune and treatment. He was indeed worthy of being a prince. Since he had personal maids, his meaning was very obvious. If he wanted them to serve him in bed, it would naturally be a matter of course. Let him come in, Prince Xianming said. Then he arranged for Lung Outyen to come in for an audience. Greetings, young master. Lung Outyen greeted him like a ruler. No need to be so courteous. What's the matter? Replying to the young master, a person called Li Zongjio had a conflict with the people of the Blazing Sword Union. Wan Zhong brought a large number of people to capture Li Zongjio, but they were captured by Li Zongjio's subordinates. Now, they are offering a ransom of 50 million purple yuan per person. Lung Aotian was also very direct. He did not hide anything during the entire process. He recounted everything. If it was someone else, they would probably add something to the list in order to lessen their sins and reduce their responsibilities. Or perhaps they would try to push the blame to others. As the Alliance Master of the Blazing Sword Alliance, not only did he fail to display the strength of the Blazing Sword Alliance, he actually allowed someone to capture everyone. Lung Aotian would naturally find it hard to absolve himself from the blame. He might even be punished and abandoned. Even you and Yi Tianxue can't handle it. It seems that this person has some means. I heard that this person and Yi Tianxue are from the same hometown. Prince Xianming said lightly. When Lung Outyen heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat because he did not mention Yi Tianxue in the matter just now. However, it was obvious that Prince Xianming already knew the whole story. Although the young master was in the palace, he was very clear about the outside world's information. This intelligence ability was very powerful. No matter what happened outside, it would be transmitted to the young master. At first, I thought that this Li Zongjio was a sharp knife supported by a brother. However, I compared the situation of the others. This Li Zongjio's style of doing things is arrogant, unruly, and without any scruples. Not long ago, it was said that he offended Sima Xingyan. Since he dared to offend the Sima family, it can be ruled out that he's one of their men. Prince Xianming said lightly, Perhaps many people would mistakenly think that some prince wanted to use Li Zongjio to start a dispute. That was why he was so unscrupulous. Even Lung Outyen thought so before. However, after hearing the young master's words, he suddenly realized that it was indeed so. If that was the case, then Li Zongjio was now at the edge of the cliff. He could fall into the abyss of eternal damnation at any time. The Sima family was very powerful and had disciples everywhere. Now that their position in the imperial court was stable, they had to be the target of roping in. There were no other factors involved. If he dared to offend the Sima family at this time, it would mean that he didn't want to stay in the imperial court. It was not an easy thing to rope in the Sima family. They had to plan for a long time. As for this Li Zongjiu, he was at most a clown who jumped out halfway. 50 million purple yuan. What a big mouth. I really want to meet this arrogant young man. If he's a madman, I can use him. It will definitely create an unexpected effect. Prince Xian Ming seemed to be very interested in this Li Zongjiu. He wanted to see what a madman like Li Zongjiu was like. One had to know that if the people in the city were truly enraged, they would only need to snap their fingers to shut down the shop and make Li Zongjiu disappear without a trace. It was Li Zongjiu's ability to jump around until now. Young master, you mustn't. This person is extremely evil and has no rules. If we accidentally disturb young master, we can't afford to take responsibility. Haha, do you think that this Li Zongjiu can hurt me? As his voice fell, Prince Xian Ming stood up. Suddenly, a huge force was released from his body. It directly forced Lung Aoqian back 10 feet and pushed him against the corner of the wall. Chapter 518. Lung Aoqian's face was full of shock when he sensed the aura released by Prince Xian Ming. Yuan Monarch Realm. Congratulations, young master. The reason why Lung Aoqian was willing to follow Prince Xian Ming was because of his family. His family had also chosen Prince Xian Ming. In addition, Xian Ming's talent was also quite strong, which was why Lung Aoqian was convinced. That was why he was willing to serve Prince Xian Ming. The powerful aura that Prince Xian Ming displayed was already telling Lung Aoqian that even if Prince Xian Ming himself had entered the Yuan monarch realm, he would still have a greater chance of winning in the future. As for the arrangement of the meeting between Prince Xian Ming and Li Zongjiu, it was also handed over to Lung Aoqian. Li Zongjiu stayed in the Broad Joy Casino for a while and listened to the news reported by Taifai. The Blue Tiger Gang seemed to have been less active recently, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Li Zongjiu didn't take the initiative to attack and eliminate the Blue Tiger Gang. This was because there was no need to do so, and it would not bring about any positive effects. If one party were to dominate, it would only bring about a disaster of separation and collapse, causing the force to gradually weaken. Li Zongjiu also asked about the movements between the 7-star fire room and the Saber Axe Pavilion. The 7-star fire room has been less active recently. Some time ago, because of the raging dragon slaying incident, there was a period of popularity. Later on, it stopped. It seems like the decision-maker of the 7-star fire room was changed. The Broad Joy Casino paid attention to all the big and small matters in the city. However, they didn't know much about the relationship between the arms shops. If it wasn't for Song Jiu's reputation, the news wouldn't have spread here. Different professions were worlds apart. This kind of thing was simply impossible to say. Replaced? Li Zongjiu did not expect this. It seemed that the Song family's pace was faster than expected. However, he wasn't worried. There was still half of the 2 months left, so he wasn't in a hurry. If there was really no way, then Li Zongjiu didn't need to cooperate with such an incompetent person. No matter how beautiful her skin was, after a few hundred years, it would only be a pile of bones. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was not confused by her appearance. What number 1 talented woman? That messy title was meaningless. Later that night, Li Zongjiu returned to his White Deer Manor. The Howling Moon Wolf King and Shadow Fox were also acting mysteriously. They weren't in the manor, so he didn't know what they were up to. However, as long as they didn't cause trouble for him, he would let them be. Looks like I need to gather some origin stones to set up a formation. Otherwise, wouldn't my manor be incomparably simple and crude? Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. This residence could have nothing, even if it was just some stones and mud. However, as long as it was rich in spiritual energy, then it would be a fertile land. When the time came, he would plant some spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. That would be perfect. In the future, this White Deer Manor would definitely become an extremely fertile land. If I move the Li family over, then I will definitely need a large piece of land. Li Zhongjiu had already started preparing to move the Li family into the imperial city. Although the cities in the outside world were considered safe, they were more or less under the hidden threat of the origin beast's rampage. How many origin beasts could a city's defense withstand? Every rampage would bring about countless deaths and injuries. In the 3,000 years of his previous life, countless cities had already been submerged by the origin beasts. In the original city, one might have sufficient status. However, once the city was breached, the entire clan would have to move to a new place and start anew. The difference between before and after was something that had to be considered. Luoxia City was too small. Only a place like the Sacred Flame Imperial City was a place where the vigorous clans came to compete. If they did not experience great hardships, then such a clan would not be able to prosper for a long time. Only by withstanding the pressure could they grow. After a period of time, he would start to buy a piece of land in this city. Based on the current land price, Li Zhongjiu's current financial resources, it would not be a problem to buy half of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The Four Seas Medicine Manor that was jointly developed by the four great clans took up far more land than the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It directly encompassed the four mountains. From this, one could see how powerful the four great clans were. The sky gradually brightened. This morning there was a slight chill. Some of the ordinary people in the city had already put on long gowns. Most of them wore 2 layers of clothing to maintain their body temperature. The chill was slightly chilly. Outside the city, Heavenly Horn Mountain. Huang, he had been waiting at the foot of Heavenly Horn Mountain since early in the morning. In just a day, he had already found the demon camel flower. In that case, compared to the previous price, it had directly tripled. In terms of commission, Huang he had received a lot of money. When he found out that the demon camel flower was in the hands of the Ichu people, he had spent a lot of money to buy the demon camel flower. Now, it was impossible to find the demon camel flower, not to mention that no one was willing to go. Even if they were willing to go, there were no traces of the demon camel flower in those places. There were only a few left in the world. In the distance, a black-clothed man was rushing over. "Lord Chief, the item is here." At this moment, the white fog was gradually thickening. The surrounding environment had also become blurry. Huang, he received the box from the black-clothed man. After opening it, he confirmed that it was the legendary demon camel flower. It is indeed a strange flower. This demonic snail flower had already entered a kind of profound color. It was already very good to be able to find this flower. However, he didn't expect this flower to have such a good color. This was an unexpected surprise. This matter can't be leaked. Go. The people who trained in the 1,000 Flavors Herb Hall had also undergone strict training. These people who searched for herbs naturally understood the rules. I understand. Then the black-clothed man turned around and prepared to leave. However, after a few steps, Huang, he seemed to see a figure walking out of the white fog. "Lord Commander," the black-clothed man had just exclaimed when he was directly cut in half by a sword. "Who is it?" When Huang he saw this, he immediately put away the demon camel flower. He looked in front of him in horror. At this moment, figures seemed to be gradually emerging from the surrounding thick white fog. Chapter 519. Huang. He immediately looked around and realized that the surroundings of the Heavenly Horn Mountain were filled with people in military attire. When Huang he saw their attire, his heart sank to the bottom. They were all from the Special Envoy Department. If the Special Envoy Department found out about the illegal drug trade, he would be beheaded. However, Huang he was not in a hurry. The other party seemed to have prepared for this. As long as there were people around, there would be room for discussion. Therefore, Huang he decided to stay calm first. If there was an opportunity, he would seize it. Looking at Huang he's figure, Han Xiao slowly walked out. Han Wuxiao slowly walked out, and the sword in his hand was also stained with blood. He walked to Huang He's side and wiped the sword clean on Huang He's body. This process made Huang He nervous. So, it's Commander Han. I wonder if I have offended you, Huang, he said with a smile on his face. It was as if he couldn't see the corpse not far away. Han Xiu moved closer to Huang. He sniffed. Demon camel flower? You brat, you've got guts. Han Wuxiu patted Huang He's shoulder and said. The smile on Huang He's face suddenly stiffened. Although the existence of this industry was gray, all parties knew that as long as they took care of the people from top to bottom and turned a blind eye to it, this matter would pass just like that. Huang He had never expected that Han Wuxiu would be alerted. One must know that Han Wuxiu was a commander. If he got involved in this matter, it would be on a different level. Even the entire 1,000-taste herb hall would be implicated. What are you talking about, sir? I don't understand. Huang He forced a smile. As long as he did not take out the demon camel flower, the other party would not have any evidence. They were outside the city. Even if they caught him red-handed, it might not be useful. Moreover, even if Han Xiu was the commander of the Special Envoy Department, it was impossible for him to use the demon camel flower he found in the wild to trip 1,000-flavor herb hall. Therefore, as long as he pretended to be ignorant, everything would be fine. Huang He was smart. If the other party was here for the demon camel flower, there was no need to kill his subordinates. They were clearly here for a purpose. Before the other party revealed their purpose, Huang He had to keep his mouth shut. You're quite loyal. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Han Xiu smiled coldly when he saw Huang He. His smile made Huang He feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Don't worry, I'm not targeting you. Li Zongjiu asked you to find the demon camel flower, right? Han Xiu said indifferently. Huang He's eyes flashed. When he was collecting information about Li Zongjiu, he saw that there was a big conflict between Li Zongjiu and Han Xiu. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu had humiliated Han Xiu in public. For such a humiliation, as long as one had the slightest bit of courage, they would definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, Han Xiu was so powerful and had such a high status. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely be able to kill Li Zongjiu. Sir, you must be joking. The demon camel flower is a forbidden medicine in the dynasty. As the chief of 1,000-flavor herb hall, I know a little about it. I've heard of the demon camel flower, but I've never seen it before. I couldn't sleep today, so I came to the Sky Horn Mountain to take a stroll and enjoy the scenery. As for this person, I've never seen him before. Huang He waved his hand and said, who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a whoosh sound. Han Wuxiu directly held the sharp sword in his hand in front of Huang He's nose. The sharp tip of the sword left a bloody hole on Huang He's nose. A bone-piercing chill immediately assaulted Huang He's body, causing him to become extremely nervous. Huang He was able to climb all the way to this position because he had experienced countless situations. However, this was the first time someone pointed a sword at him like this. If that's the case, you're useless, Han Xiu said coldly. He was ready to kill Huang He with his sword. At this moment, Huang He could clearly feel the murderous aura from Han Xiu. His heart immediately pounded. In this wilderness, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to die. It wouldn't even attract anyone's attention. Huang He also hurriedly shouted. Sir, wait. Wait. Huang He shouted. The long sword stopped at Huang He's head, directly cutting off a few strands of his hair. If it had been any slower, Huang He's head would have been cut in half like a watermelon. Huang He quickly heaved a sigh of relief. Tonight, at 8 o'clock, in this place, you'll make a deal with him. I'll only capture him, not you. If you can't do it, then you'll have to wait. Han Xiu put away the sword in his hand and waved his hand. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came from behind him. Unknowingly, the surrounding mountain peaks were filled with the figures of the special envoys. A rough estimate showed that there were more than 50 of them. It seemed that Han Xiu had put in a lot of effort to deal with Li Zongjiu. Based on today's preparations, he was determined to succeed. If Huang he caused Han Wuxiu to fail, Han Wuxiu would definitely blame it on him. As for letting him go, judging from Han Wuxiu's ruthless actions just now, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Sai, what should I do? After Han Xiu and the others left, Huang he sat on the ground for a while. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. It seemed that the only way was to sacrifice Li Zongjiu. However, who knew what Han Xiu would do? If Li Zongjiu was killed, then he would be next. There would be no chance for him to escape. I'll have to go back and think about it. Huang he stood up and walked back to the Sacred Flame Royal City. After entering the Sacred Flame Royal City, there was no need to think about hiding. Han Xiu's power would be even more terrifying in the city. Huang he could even feel countless pairs of eyes staring at him after he entered the city. Chapter 520. Something big had happened in the Sparrow Saint Casino, which was the replacement of the management staff. After a heated discussion, the Pan family chose to replace the person in charge of the Sparrow Saint Casino. The Pan family had been kicked out of the casino. No matter what, the Pan family had an undeniable responsibility for this matter. The moment the Pan family was kicked out of the Sparrow Saint Casino, she was immediately invited over by Tai-Fi. The Pan family seemed to hesitate for a while, but after explaining the situation, she chose to stay in the Broad Delight Casino for the time being. The final decision still depended on whether Li Zongjiu could withstand the pressure behind the Pan family. The ninth prince. The Pan family had dismissed the Pan family because she had made a mistake in the Sparrow Saint Casino. However, during this period of time, she had been under the ninth prince's protection, which was why she hadn't been executed by the Pan family. Tai-Fi was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the Pan family to be so stupid. Did they really think that the Sparrow Saint Casino was built because of the Pan family's reputation? If it hadn't been for the 9 Victories Divine Queen, the Sparrow Saint Casino wouldn't have been worth mentioning and would have been reduced to a third-rate casino. Then, it would gradually become worthless. The Pan family couldn't even see the most direct cost clearly. This was the end of the Pan family. Who is the master behind your family's young master? The Pan family finally asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. The fact that Li Zongjiu was able to act so unscrupulously without any scruples meant that there was definitely someone protecting him behind the scenes. Although they had messed up the situation, they were still alive and well. You don't have to make wild guesses about this matter. As for the ninth prince, there is nothing to be afraid of. Tai-Fi didn't know where he got the courage to directly ignore the ninth prince's pressure. Could it be that after following Li Zongjiu for a long time, he gradually became more confident? Thinking back to when he was young, he was also fearless and daring. However, at this age, he seemed to have a feeling of being timid and afraid of the slightest thing. Now that he had followed Li Zongjiu, his fighting spirit had been reignited. This life was already equivalent to being picked up, so there was nothing to worry about. When Madame Pan saw this, she did not ask any more questions. At this moment, his subordinates also came to report. Lung Aotan, who came yesterday, came alone today and directly asked for Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu was not around, the one who came out to receive him was Tai-Fi. Tai-Fi let Lung Aotan come over, and the two of them sat in the guest room. Since they were open to do business, they did not have any enemies to begin with. Therefore, even if there was a fight yesterday, since Lung Aotan came today with sincerity, he would open the door to meet him. At this moment, Tai-Fi once again felt the benefits of being strong. If their Bo-Yu casino did not have enough strength, this Lung Aotan would not have been so polite as to ask someone to inform him. Instead, he would have directly charged in. Even if he destroyed your door, what could you do? Without strength, you would forever be an ant in the eyes of others. He could completely disregard him. Your young master wants to have a chat with young master? When Tai-Fi heard Lung Aotian's words, he was slightly surprised. This meant that Li Zongjiu's actions had finally alerted the person behind this. The ninth prince. Initially, he thought that this matter would pass quickly, and even if the ninth prince knew about it, he would not be too concerned. However, the ninth prince had actually come out to meet Li Zongjio personally. Taifai did not know what to do for a moment. After Lung Aotian gave him the time and address, he left immediately. No one would dare to ignore the ninth prince's personal appearance. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. It was clear that no one in Royal City would dare to disregard the dignity of the royal family. No one would dare to do such a thing. 8 p.m. Supreme Tower, Supreme Pavilion. The meeting location was arranged at the Supreme Pavilion. Clearly, the other party wanted to show Li Zongjiu who was in his power. At the same time, he also wanted to express his intentions. He wanted to recruit Li Zongjiu as his subordinate. The Supreme Tower was a place where only those who possessed the status of royalty could reserve a seat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to enter and spend money there. It was a symbol of strength and status in itself. Those who could enter were people who were able to enter. It was also a symbol of the royal family's authority. As for the Supreme Pavilion, it was even more oppressive. However, it also showed how much the ninth prince valued Li Zongjiu. When Lung Aotian left the Great Delight Casino, he raised his head and saw the Queen of Nine Victories, Pan Shi, standing on the stairs. Lung Aotian's heart skipped a beat when he saw her. He had seen Madame Pan under the ninth prince's command before. However, why did she appear in Li Zongjiu's territory now? Lung Aotian did not care. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. Who knew if this was the young master's arrangement? This matter was still unclear, and there was no need to interfere too much. Right now, he only wanted to rescue the people of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. The members of the Blazing Sword Union were also feeling extremely miserable. It could be said that they had suffered a lot in this dungeon. There were even a few people who had signed their names and were willing to borrow 50 million purple yuan to temporarily regain their freedom. Some of them had good family backgrounds, so it wasn't impossible for them to gather 50 million purple yuan. They obtained their freedom in advance. Wan Zhong, who was in the dungeon, was furious. Li Zongjiu actually dared to treat them like this. Not only did he not give them enough to eat, but he would also beat them up and humiliate them at the slightest sign of trouble. This was unbearable for Wan Zhong. He was even thinking of a way to deal with Li Zongjiu. Deputy Alliance Master, cough cough. We have been imprisoned for a few days. Has the Alliance Master thought of a way? Wan Zhong was thinking of a way to deal with this in his heart. Suddenly, a new member came to Wan Zhong's side. The latter looked young, but was only a new member of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Because his talent was discovered, he was also recruited into the Blazing Sword Union by Wan Zhong. Basically, towards the end, they would have to snatch the resources of these new members. This was because when they reached a certain level, they would often choose to leave the union or join other associations. This was a very normal thing. What's wrong with you? Wan Zhong couldn't help but ask when he saw the new member in front of him. The latter's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely unwell. This is a hereditary disease. I must eat sweets within 3 days. Otherwise, I will go into shock. I feel that my body is getting weaker and weaker. Has it been a long time? Wan Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard the new member's words. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. If someone dies in this dungeon and the Imperial Martial Pavilion's members are here, then even if there are 10 Great Delight casinos, they won't be able to stop it. Chapter 521. Early in the morning, a dispatch was delivered to Li Zongjiu's residence. The delivery man was also part of the official staff of the Imperial Court. Therefore, he directly threw the letter in through the door. When Li Zongjiu saw the dispatch, he picked it up and opened it. He could see the 1000-taste herb, Hall's logo on it. It's just a transaction for a medicinal herb. They actually have to go out of the city. Are these people so timid when doing business? However, Li Zongjiu did not think too much about it. He just assumed that these people were being careful. However, the 1,000-taste herb hall's speed was still relatively fast. They actually settled the matter so quickly. Li Zongjio liked this kind of efficiency. Even if the transaction was outside the city, Li Zongjio did not care. It was just a matter of taking 2 more steps. As for whether the 1,000-taste herb hall would organize people to plot against him, he did not care at all. Li Zongjio did not care about these kinds of methods. He did not even put his thoughts on them. With the demon lotus and a few more medicinal herbs, I can refine a high-grade, 5th-grade elixir. The King's Blood Demon Lotus Elixir. By relying on this medicinal pill, Li Zongjio's mental energy would be able to advance to the king level. With that, he would not have any problems with the later stages of the Genius Tower. After arranging the medicinal herbs in his hands, he happened to see the Shadow Fox and the Howling Moon Wolf King walking back from outside the manor. "Young master, you came out of seclusion?" The Shadow Fox was holding an item in his hand. It looked like a huge axe. How could such a weapon appear in the hands of an assassin? Not only that, but looking at the Shadow Fox, it seemed that he had more than just a few items. The Howling Moon Wolf King's claws were also wearing some gold rings and the like. Most importantly, there were several rings of jewelry around the Howling Moon Wolf King's neck. It was really shocking. This was just a domestic pet dog, but it was actually so luxurious. "What did you do?" With a single glance, Li Zongjio knew what these people had done. It was likely that they had robbed some treasury. If one were to talk about playing with fire, these 2 fellows were even more formidable than him. They actually dared to rob Sacred Flame Royal City in broad daylight. If you are targeted, it won't be long before a large group of special envoys barges in and takes you away. Hee, this isn't my idea. It's all that chick's idea. I just did whatever she told me to do," Inghu hurriedly said. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a little embarrassed. It was indeed hard to believe that this cold-blooded killer, who killed decisively in the outside world, would reveal such an attitude in front of a young man like Li Zongjio. "So, you robbed the Saber and Axe Pavilion's treasury?" Li Zongjio glanced at Inghu and said. The weapon in her hand clearly carried the aura of the Saber Axe Pavilion. This Songji was really courageous. She actually dared to use this move. If the matter of Inghu and the others was exposed, then this debt would probably fall on Li Zongjio's head. And if it succeeded, it would directly digest all of these things. Robbing the Saber and Axe Pavilion's treasury was equivalent to a fire in their backyard. It would be very difficult to succeed without a spy. It seemed that Song Jiu had already planned this. "Hee, I'm going to hand these things over to the young master," Inghu said with a smile. Li Zongjio waved his hand. "You can keep them for yourself." Li Zongjio didn't care about these things. If he took them all, wouldn't he be exploiting Inghu? Li Zongjio also disdained to do such a thing. However, Li Zongjio didn't know what Songjiu's plan was. However, it seemed that the Saber and Axe Pavilion was about to come to an end. The Great Pleasure Casino also came to pass a message, saying that the Empress of 9 Victories had come to seek refuge. Li Zongjiu could see the unyielding will in this woman's eyes. Although she was fine now, the Empress of 9 Victories wanted to struggle out of it. This was because being trapped in such a quagmire was not the life the Empress of 9 Victories wanted. Now, even if she jumped into the Great Pleasure Casino, it wouldn't make any difference if she fell into another quagmire from one quagmire to another. However, if she wanted to get freedom from Li Zongjiu, she first had to prove her strength. Now that the Great Pleasure Casino was not established, it was impossible for Tai-Fi to manage it alone. Moreover, it would be too easy for Tai-Fi to be in charge alone. Sometimes he would become arrogant without realizing it. Li Zongjiu certainly had this common sense. Killing Tai-Fi was naturally easy, but Li Zongjiu didn't have so much time to reorganize the forces below. It was just like when the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang died, the forces under him immediately became independent. All of them had their own ideas. It would be very difficult to reorganize them because it was very likely that they had already contacted other gangs in advance. If he received their protection, then it wouldn't be so simple. Li Zongjio arrived at the Great Pleasure Casino. It was early in the morning, and the top floor of the Great Pleasure Casino was also in a state of renovation. After all, a big hole was created by Yi Tianshui last time. It would be a huge project to repair it. Good morning, young master. Good morning, boss. Along the way, the hired adventurers also saluted Li Zongjio. In fact, Li Zongjio's achievements yesterday had already shocked them. Being able to catch the short man's iron rod with his bare hands proved his powerful strength. After that, Tai Feiha's punch severely injured the short man. He was still unconscious until now. However, Tai Feiha had also allocated a huge sum of money for the latter's medical expenses. When everyone saw this, they were not envious. If the person was already like this, then what was the point of having so much money? Therefore, they were also respectful and afraid of Li Zongjio. Young master, you are here. Tai Fei came out to greet him, but it could be seen that Tai Fei's expression did not seem to be very good. What's wrong? This morning, Lung Outyen of the Imperial Martial Pavilion came and said that the 9th Prince invited you to the Supreme Tower. Chapter 5:22. 9th Prince? I'm not free. Li Zongjio directly refused. How could any Tom, Dick, or Harry be able to invite Li Zongjio? In his previous life, even if Emperor Xingyan wanted to invite Li Zongjio, he had to send 3 letters in a row. At that time, Li Zongjio was just passing by on the way. In Yi Shiwen's previous life, Yi Shiwen did not remember anything about the 9th Prince. Most likely, the 9th Prince died halfway. However, the princes below him were really unlucky. Although the Crown Prince was appointed early on, the Sacred Flame Emperor's cultivation had a breakthrough during a cultivation session. Instantly, he obtained almost immortality. Therefore, the position of the Crown Prince was always there. It was very late that the Crown Prince was appointed. Emperor Xingyan also entered the depths of the imperial palace to cultivate in seclusion. Only by breaking through the path of immortality could he be immortal and enjoy these privileges forever. Therefore, the position of the Crown Prince had been occupied for a very long time. In this position, one had to bear some very serious dangers, because the rising star was also very likely to make a comeback. Even if you were the Crown Prince, as long as you were secretly taken away, you would die. Naturally, the position of the Crown Prince would have to be chosen again if the person died. Therefore, this wasn't a good job. Even if the 9th Prince became the Crown Prince, Li Zongjio wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Moreover, this kid was just a prince. If he wanted to jump around in front of Li Zongjio, he was thinking too highly of himself. Well, the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven of the Sparrow St. Casino wants to have a talk with you, young master. Let her come over, Li Zongjio said. Tai Fei also rolled his eyes in his heart. The difference between a man and a woman was so big. The 9th Prince was a man, and he invited you to the Supreme Tower, but you actually rejected him. However, when the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven of the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven came to meet you, you directly agreed very straightforwardly. Although it wasn't said on the surface, the degree of favoritism was not ordinary. However, it was also good that Li Zongjio did not go to the Supreme Tower. Otherwise, once he entered the Supreme Tower, it would definitely be a feast at Hongmen. The 9th Prince would appear personally, which meant that he wanted a result. If he did not get this result, it would definitely be a very bad result. If he didn't go, it would more or less leave some leeway. However, in this way, it would more or less reveal his identity. Li Zongjio didn't need to go, so naturally, there wouldn't be any more problems. Even if he really wanted to investigate in the future, it would be easier to find a reason to dodge it. Tai Fei arranged for the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven to meet with Li Zongjio. After that, Tai Fei didn't stay in the room. Instead, he went downstairs to deal with the matters of the casino. The daily salary distribution and the repair of the roof all needed someone to take care of it. Just as Tai-Fi was giving orders, someone came to ask. Someone else came to seek an audience. The person who came was an old servant. The old servant also had a gilded invitation card in his hand. He handed it to Tai-Feiha. My young master invites young master Li Zongjio to the Tianqin Hall for a chat. Tianqin Hall? Tai-Fi was shocked when he heard this name. The Tianqin Hall wasn't a simple place. It was a place where many great scholars sat and discussed. Most importantly, this place was set up by the fifth prince. The fifth prince himself was extremely knowledgeable and liked to make friends. Therefore, he set up the Tianqin Hall and invited all the scholars in the world to study and discuss here so that they could interact and improve. The Heavenly Hall required an invitation to enter. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter without an invitation. Only those who were invited by the Heavenly Hall would be qualified to enter. Otherwise, the Heavenly Hall would be a forbidden place to visit. By the time Tai-Fi came back to his senses, the old man had already disappeared without a trace. This made Tai-Fi's heart tremble. From the looks of it, the other party's skills were definitely quite strong. A Yuan monarch elite. He actually made a Yuan monarch elite run errands for him. The fifth prince is determined to win. Even the Tianqin Hall had sent an invitation to Li Zongjio. It was obvious that these princes were also paying attention to Li Zongjio. Subsequently, 2 more princes came in succession and sent invitations to Li Zongjio. These invitations were stuffed into Tai-Fi's hands. Tai-Fi's eyes widened when he saw the invitations in his hands. The 3rd prince and the 11th prince have also sent invitations to the young master. Even if he wants to go now, he won't be able to do it. Among these princes, they had thought that the 5th prince was already thinking highly of Li Zongjio. However, it seemed that the 3rd prince was also paying attention to Li Zongjio. This clearly showed that the 3rd prince was on a higher level. This was because the 3rd prince was the 3rd oldest among all the princes. Furthermore, his family wasn't weak either. They had the backing of a 10-city family. The so-called clans of the 10 cities meant that the clan's influence could affect the 10 cities. Furthermore, these cities were all first-class cities. This was rather impressive. If the family didn't have sufficient standards, it wouldn't be able to hold on. Between each city was a small underworld. Even if one had the strength to fight their way into one city, they might not have the strength to fight their way into all 10 cities. At present, the 3rd prince had a higher chance of winning the competition. After all, the 1st prince was too old. The 2nd prince was also on the other side of the border. He was wholeheartedly practicing martial arts and establishing his career. It seemed that he didn't have any intention of returning to the capital. Therefore, the 3rd prince had a lot of advantages. However, there were too many princes below. It would be very difficult for him to cover the sky with one hand, unless he could get the support of the Sima family. Keep these invitations first. We'll talk about it when the young master comes out. Tai-Fi held the invitations in his hand. Even he felt that these invitations were a little troublesome. However, it was enough to prove the young master's strength. In such a short time, he actually received the request of the 3rd prince. It was really enviable. In the office, Madame Pan also explained her intentions to Li Zongjio. If young master can help me take revenge, then I, Du Lianyi, am willing to serve young master forever. Revenge? Is that why you're here? Li Zongjio glanced at Madame Pan. It seemed that in King City, everyone had a story and everyone had a purpose. That's right. I can't see your service now. If you want me to help you, that's fine. You have to show me something that can prove your strength and your value. Madame Pan looked into Li Zongjio's eyes. From the first time she saw Li Zongjio in the Boyu Casino, she knew that the latter was extraordinary. Now that Li Zongjio sat in such a position, for Madame Pan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 5:23. This account book is enough to exchange for 1/3 of the Pan family's wealth. Madame Pan finally took out her secret weapon. She had been trapped in the Pan family for many years. If this continued, there would be no way out. Hence, after meeting Li Zongjio, she did not hesitate and chose to attack. If she had misjudged him, she could only blame herself for being unlucky. I don't care about the Pan family's wealth. Unexpectedly, Li Zongjio waved his hand. After all, it was a fixed amount of wealth and had no value. This was because it was a fixed number and would be used up sooner or later. What Li Zongjio wanted was an endless stream of wealth that would last for a long time. Casinos and pawn shops. I want these two to become the best in the sacred flame Imperial City. Since Tai-Fi is managing the casinos, I'll let you manage the pawn shop. If you can, that's fine. If you can't, please leave. Li Zongjio pushed the account book back. The pawn shop was another deep pool of water. If Li Zongjio mastered these two industries, it would be equivalent to grasping a lifeline. If he mastered these two sources of wealth, it would have a great influence on Li Zongjio. At the same time, it would also touch the interests of many people. Pawn shop? There are more than 1,000 pawn shops in the city alone. Even the 4 great families have their resources. It's impossible to monopolize it. The Empress of 9 Victories said. The reason why she knew so much about pawn shops was because the Pan family happened to be in the middle of the pawn shop trend. Although they were not the best, they were considered to be in the upper middle. Hence, Madame Pan knew so much about it. She also knew that it was impossible. Oh, the 4 great families have a share too? Since you can't do it, then forget it. Li Zongjio stood up and said, cooperation had to be a win-win situation. If it was really impossible, then Li Zongjio had to win. Now that he had been reborn, he was not here to do good deeds and comprehend life, but to shoulder a heavy responsibility. If you were of no value to Li Zongjio, then you were not qualified to talk to Li Zongjio. Wait. Du Liani stood up and said, Pan's original name was Du Liani. If you have the support of the 4 gold medal casinos, it won't be difficult to get a pawn shop. If you can help me take revenge, I'll help you enter the pawn shop. Within a year, I will definitely squeeze into the middle reaches. Currently, Li Zongjio had a total of 3 gold medal casinos. If the Sparrow Saint Casino was included, it would be a total of 4 gold medal casinos. However, the management rights of the Sparrow Saint Casino were still in the hands of the Pan family. Therefore, it was difficult to succeed at the moment. If he wanted to succeed, he would have to take over the Sparrow Saint Casino first. Then I'll leave the last casino to you. Li Zongjio said, Who is your enemy? Her enemy was naturally the person who killed her father. Du Liani's eyes burned with anger when she thought of this person. This was the flame of hatred and anger that she had not forgotten for a single day in all these years. The son of the Imperial Guard commander. Xiao Tiance, the son of the Imperial Guard commander? Li Zongjio did not expect the Empress of 9 Victories' enemy to be the son of the Imperial Guard commander. However, this was not a difficult task for Li Zongjio. All right, after you take over the Sparrow Saint Casino, I'll bring you that guy's head. No, I want to cut off his head with my own hands. Du Liani said coldly. In fact, Du Liani had found her true love when she married into the Pan family. She thought that she could live happily for the rest of her life. However, on the 2nd day of their marriage, her husband was brutally murdered. In order to protect the Pan family's reputation, the Pan family announced that he had died of an illness. Because they covered it up well, no one mentioned it again. However, Du Liani knew the truth. Because the other party was so powerful, even the Pan family did not dare to go against them. Du Liani originally thought that she would have a chance if she relied on the 9th prince. However, she gradually realized that it was impossible because the 9th prince relied on the strength of the Imperial Guards. As a result, Du Liani's hope of revenge was even slimmer. All right, you have the final say. Li Zongjio said, This made Du Liani a little surprised. Didn't he need to think about such a serious matter? She thought that Li Zongjie would hesitate when he heard the name of the Imperial Guard commander's son, because it involved the Imperial Guard in the Imperial City. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the Imperial Guard commander was. If they were to provoke him, it would not be so easy to get away from him. How long would it take to kill the Imperial Guard commander in the Sacred Flame Imperial City? Even if he was the son of the Imperial Guard commander, he was now a Chiliarch. If the 200,000 Imperial Guards were to be mobilized, it would not take long for them to overturn the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Therefore, this was a huge hornet's nest. However, Li Zongjie agreed without any hesitation. It was as if this Imperial Guard commander was nothing in his eyes. This Li Zongjie was too confident in himself. Du Liani thought in her heart. But for now, even if she had doubts about Li Zongjie's strength, there was no turning back. At this point, the 9th prince would definitely not let her go easily. Now that she had to help Li Zongjie deal with the Pan family, Du Liani could only speed up. Otherwise, she might not be able to wait until the day Xiao Tiance died in front of her. "It's a deal," Du Liani said. The account book in her hand was very valuable. If she took it out, the Pan family would have no choice but to compromise. Du Liani could have exchanged it for 1/3 of the Pan family's assets, but she only used it to carry out the transaction in the casino. It was fine if she exchanged it for the casino. Even if the Pan family was extremely unwilling, they would probably obey obediently. Once the account book was exposed, the Pan family would be finished. For many years, Du Liani had also been jealous of the Pan family's inaction. They clearly knew how her husband died, but they didn't ask for an explanation because of fear. They even took the initiative to apologize to others after the incident. It was really embarrassing. In Du Liani's opinion, this was extremely cowardly. Du Liani herself had no power or influence. After her husband died, she could only be under house arrest in the Pan family. If she left the Pan family, only death would await her. Even Du Liani found it incredible that he could survive until now. The more it was so, the more her desire for revenge never stopped. She had to kill him. This was something that had never been shaken. Chapter 5:24. Tai-Fai hurriedly handed over the invitation cards when he saw Li Zongjie walk out. "Young master, these are the invitations from the princes." Li Zongjie flipped through the invitations casually before tossing them aside. "I'm not free." In the eyes of an outsider, any one of these invitations would be enough to make anyone envious. However, in Li Zongjie's opinion, these invitations were no different from trash. "Come find me if you have any matters to discuss. I've been rather busy lately," Li Zongjie said. After obtaining the demonic tuo flower, Li Zongjie would have to prepare to refine the elixir. Once the elixir was refined, he would have to undergo the final breakthrough at the Genius Pavilion. Therefore, he didn't have time to deal with these people. Everything would have to wait until he obtained the Universe 9 revolving needle. Li Zongjie also had to personally prepare some medicinal ingredients. Just the cash in his bosom alone exceeded 2 billion. With such a status, he could buy whatever he wanted. "Yes, young master," Tai-Fai said. Then, Li Zongjie left the Great Delight Casino. Although gathering forces was a very important matter, increasing one's strength was also of utmost importance. Li Zongjie was in the process of searching for some special medicinal ingredients in the market. Han Wuxiu arrived at a secret room. It was obvious that some people had come to secretly meet him. When he found out that these people had appeared, Han Wuxiu naturally felt more confident. He hadn't expected that Li Zongjie would be able to help him do a good deed. Not only would these people help him deal with Li Zongjie, but they would also reward him handsomely. How could Han Wuxiu refuse such a good thing? The Bloodstrike guard acts arrogantly. "As the commander, the greatest authority I have is to make you do things outside the city. Once you're done, leave the Sacred Flame Royal City immediately. Don't leave any traces behind. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being impolite, Han Wuxiu said faintly. At this moment, there were two other people sitting across the table in the secret chamber. Don't worry, Sir Han. The Blood Strike Guard has always done things cleanly, the other person said. The light in the secret room was dim, so one couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly. However, the person sitting there gave off the feeling that a torrential blood was brewing. The saber on his waist also inadvertently revealed a trace of luster. 6 bronze. 6 bronze Blood Strike Guard. A mere Blood Strike Guard with 3 bronze ranks was already a Sky Origin ancestor. The people who had chased after the 3 bronze ranks had all been led by a Blood Strike Guard with 4 bronze ranks. The Blood Strike Guard had already tracked down Li Zongjiu, who was in the city. If they couldn't bring back Li Zongjiu's head, the Blood Strike Guard would lose all face. Therefore, they had sent a Blood Strike Guard with 6 bronze ranks to lead the team. One could imagine how terrifying the lineup below was. However, this wasn't within Han Wuxiu's consideration. He only needed to think of a way to lure Li Zongjiu out, and his mission would be considered complete. If he could see Li Zongjiu die in front of him, he would definitely be very excited. That's good. Where's my money? Han Wuxiu asked. 10 mid-grade yuan stones. The other 10 will be handed over after the mission is completed. A burlap bag was pushed over to Han Wuxiu from the table. The Blood Strike Guard with 6 bronze ranks was expressionless, but anyone could sense the sinister aura emanating from him. A transaction like this was worth 20 mid-grade yuan stones. The value of these yuan stones wasn't something purple yuan could compare to. A low-grade yuan stone would normally be sold for 1 million to 5 million gold coins on the market. The value of a mid-grade yuan stone would be 100 times higher. However, the exchange rate between a low-grade yuan stone and a mid-grade yuan stone was 10:1. This was because every yuan stone had a different concentration of spirit energy. The difference in grade was only within a certain range. If the quality was good, the price would be even higher. If the quality wasn't good, the price would be greatly reduced. At the same time, mid-grade yuan stones were like grade 5 elixirs. They were both priceless. No one would be stupid enough to exchange yuan stones for money, as that wouldn't be worth it. Although these 20 mid-grade yuan stones weren't considered priceless. Even some small families in third-grade cities wouldn't be able to fork out such a sum. It was obvious that the Blood Strike Guards had really put in a lot of effort. Follow me out of the city at 8:00 tonight. I guarantee that you'll see Li Zongjiu. If I don't receive anything after this, you'll have to wait and see. Han Wuxiu snorted coldly. When exchanging blows with these Blood Strike Guards, he naturally had to muster up his aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress these people with their overbearing auras. Then, Han Wuxiu left the place. The conversation in the secret room didn't end just because Han Wuxiu left. The commander wants us to do it cleanly, another person said. He didn't have a saber at his waist, so it was difficult to tell what level he was at. However, the fact that he was able to stand on equal footing with the Blood Strike Guards was enough to prove his strength. This person's status was definitely not inferior to the 6 bronze blood-robed guards. Don't worry, I know what to do. The 6 bronze blood-robed guard said. Li Zongjiu didn't know that someone had already started to target him. They had even started to plot against him. They strolled around Royal City until the afternoon, when the sky gradually darkened. This trip was pretty good. They had prepared everything they needed. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also went to find out more about the Spirit Stone market. A beginner grade 5 elixir can only be exchanged for a mid-grade Spirit Stone. I didn't know that Spirit Stones were so expensive these days. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but exclaim. As one's cultivation progressed, elixirs could only be used as support. Yuan stones would become the mainstream. Of course, this wasn't because the elixir wasn't good enough, but because most people couldn't afford to consume it. They could only take one at a critical moment. This was because the absorption effect of the elixir was several times better than that of the yuan stones. It seemed like he had to go somewhere to get some yuan stones. Although he had killed Yi Lantian previously, there weren't many yuan stones in Yi Lantian's storage ring. This was because Yi Lantian's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a first-grade yuan monarch. Furthermore, most of his belongings were stored in his family's treasury, who would carry them around all the time. This was obviously something that rarely happened. A mid-grade yuan stone could even be absorbed by a primitive emperor. However, the value of a grade 6 elixir couldn't be measured by a grade 5 elixir. Even the current Nantian elixir king couldn't refine a grade 6 elixir. If the Nantian elixir king had such ability, he wouldn't be stuck in this state. Night fell. Li Zongjio followed the address on the express letter in the morning. He headed towards the Sky Horn Mountain. Chapter 5:25. The heavenly Horn Mountain was covered in a thick fog. When Li Zongjio arrived at this place, he already felt a trace of strangeness. Since Huang he had already accepted this task, he must have made preparations. Therefore, it would be safer to stay in the city. If he was surrounded by people outside, he would probably be in a state of helplessness. Therefore, Li Zongjio guessed that there was something fishy going on. Since there was a trap, he wanted to see what kind of trap it was. It had been a long time since he last killed someone. His hands were itching. At 8 o'clock, a figure groped his way up the mountain. It wasn't Huang He, but an errand boy. He didn't seem to know what was going on here. He held a box in his hand and walked to Li Zongjio. "Are you Li Zongjio, young Master Li?" The errand boy asked softly. He was very careful with the box in his hand. "It's me." Li Zongjio nodded. "Boss Huang asked me to give this to you." "My task is done. I'll take my leave." The errand boy handed the box to Li Zongjio. Then he turned around and rushed down the mountain. However, not long after, he heard the sound of blood splashing in the sky from the thick fog. Splash! When the blood splashed, Li Zongjio sensed that the other party had made a move. Boom! A sharp blade energy pierced through the thick fog and slashed toward Li Zongjio. The blade energy landed on the ground, causing a violent explosion. Li Zongjio gently tapped his foot and retreated. However, behind him, another blade net rushed toward Li Zongjio. The terrifying blade energy shrouded Li Zongjio. "You're courting death." Keeping the box in his hand, Li Zongjio took out the Thunder Slayer blade and slashed behind him. Boom! The Thunder Slayer blade suddenly exploded with lightning. In an instant, the person who had rushed up from behind was pushed back. There were a total of 3 people behind Li Zongjio. Under this blade attack from Li Zongjio, they were forced to retreat. Their bodies landed on the ground as they retreated. However, at this moment, they forcefully stabilized their bodies and used the yuan power in their bodies to forcefully suppress the lightning energy in front of them. Li Zongjio's casual move had forced them into such a state. It was indeed amazing. "How audacious! You actually dared to ambush me." Li Zongjio held the thunder/saber in his hand, and there was still no one around him. The enemy seemed to be observing Li Zongjio in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to kill Li Zongjio directly. The white fog was probably released by these people. Sure enough, it's the Thunder Cutter. Since he dared to take our Thunder Cutter, he should be prepared to be beheaded. A person walked out of the white fog. The matter of the thunder beheading saber had been delayed for a long time. The trash of the Saber Axe Pavilion had actually lost such a precious saber. This was a great loss for the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. As the blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, he naturally had the responsibility to retrieve the Thunder Slayer blade. Beside that person was another person. Li Zongjio saw the copper rings wrapped around the weapon of the other party. It was a 6 copper long blade with a blood edge. A 6 copper, blood-robed guard. "Oh, so it's the people from Qingyuan Villa. I was wondering why I felt so happy today." Li Zongjio laughed when he saw these people. With a flick of his mental energy, he immediately dispelled the surrounding thick fog. Suddenly, a large number of figures appeared in the dense fog. When they saw these figures, they were shocked. No one had expected that there would be so many blood-robed guards hiding here. At a glance, one could tell that there were at least 100 blood-robed guards. It seemed like these people had put in a lot of effort to deal with Li Zhongjiu. If they couldn't bring back Li Zhongjiu's head this time, they wouldn't need to continue living here. The blood-robed guards might as well disband as soon as possible. Among these blood-robed guards, the weakest one was a 4-copper blood-robed guard. There were more than 100 ancestor Yuan powerhouses, and they were all filled with murderous intent. Even a Yuan monarch powerhouse would probably be exhausted to death by this lineup. In addition, the strength of the 6-copper blood-robed guard in front of them had already reached the Yuan monarch level. With such a lineup, they would be able to kill anyone who stood in their way. In the distance, Han Wuxiu and the others were also watching from afar. Han Wuxiu wasn't at ease because he was afraid of the other party's movements. Plus, he wanted to see Li Zhongjiu die tragically before his eyes. Therefore, he had to wait here. When he saw that the other party had actually prepared so many people, he was a little surprised. Damn it, they actually brought so many people. If this team infiltrated Monarch City, the destruction it would cause would be terrifying. It was easy to imagine that apart from the most powerful family clans, the other family clans wouldn't be able to survive the next day if they wanted to destroy them. It would only take one night for this batch of blood-robed guards to wipe them all out. The cold-blooded assassin squad that Qinyuan Manor had spent a huge amount of money to nurture wasn't just for show. Just counting the number of people was enough to make Han Wuxiu's scalp go numb. However, this is good too. I want to see how you will escape this time. Sometimes you don't have to do it yourself to kill someone. You want to fight me, Li Zhongjiu? You are still too inexperienced. Han Wuxiu sneered inwardly. This scene somewhat exceeded Li Zhongjiu's expectations. It was obvious that these people had been lying in ambush for a long time. However, due to the white fog, Li Zhongjiu hadn't sensed their presence. It seemed like these blood-robed guards had some pretty strong methods. Even so, there was only one outcome. Without waiting for the 6 bronze blood-robed guards to give the order, Li Zhongjiu took the lead and charged towards a relatively weaker area with a thunder-slashing blade in hand after clearly seeing the formation of these people. Boom! The power of lightning was frantically released from the thunder-beheading blade. It looked like a terrifying lightning spiderweb as it flew towards these people. Boom! The frightening power of the lightning instantly fell on the bodies of the 5 Bloodstrike guards, who were all 4 bronze-ranked Bloodstrike guards. They had been through hundreds of battles and killed people like flies. However, the power of lightning was too overbearing. Even though they had mustered all their strength, they were still sent flying. When the power of lightning struck their bodies, a tiny bolt of lightning struck their chests. Boom! The 5 of them were instantly sent flying as wisps of black smoke rose from their chests. They fell to the ground and didn't struggle to get up. Chapter 5:26. Li Zhongjiu didn't even look at the effect of his slash. Instead, he charged towards the others. Formation. Killing revolving sky formation. The blood robe guard ordered. Immediately, the blood robe guards arranged themselves into a circular formation. As they spun, they closed in on Li Zhongjiu, surrounded by terrifying murderous auras. Boom! Boom! A total of 5 killing formations spun rapidly towards Li Zhongjiu. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake blade auras, but in reality, dozens of blade auras landed on Li Zhongjiu's body every second. Li Zhongjiu smiled coldly. Save these tricks for fools. In terms of combat experience, Li Zhongjiu had more combat experience than everyone present combined. Therefore, how could a small formation trap Li Zhongjiu? Even if the formation was profound, the strength of these people was too weak. Obsidian fire. Black, dazzling flames lingered on the tip of his blade as Li Zongjio directly charged towards one of the killing arrays. Without the slightest bit of fear, the blade in his hand slashed down. Before the other party could touch Li Zongjio, the blade had already slashed down and directly shattered the blade array. Bang! Several figures flew out. Some of them still had traces of flames lingering on their bodies. At first, they thought that the flames could be extinguished with a casual slap, but they were shocked to find that the flames were constantly drilling into their bodies. No, no. Finally, the blazing heat swept over them, and they instantly lost their will to fight. They fell to the ground and struggled nonstop. In the end, they were completely burned, leaving not a single trace behind. The rest of the people were secretly shocked when they saw the scene. The flames were so difficult to deal with. Coupled with the power of the thunder/blade, almost no one could get close to it. A few air-piercing sounds could be heard in the air. Then a few terrifying energy fluctuations could be seen approaching them. Swoosh! It was the sound of an arrow piercing through the air. Li Zongjio had no time to dodge. After all, his opponent could be said to be a veteran. Thus, his timing was very accurate. It was exactly the moment when Li Zongjio's origin power stopped circulating, and he finally made his move. Furthermore, the one who made this move was a blood-robed guard with 5 bronze ranks. Amidst the chaos, the 3 blood-uniform guards seized the opportunity and shot an arrow at Li Zongjio. 2 of the arrows were dodged by Li Zongjio, but he was still in the path of the 3rd arrow. Clang! The arrow instantly hit Li Zongjio's shoulder. The arrowhead instantly shattered. The rest of the force was directly injected into Li Zongjio's body. This arrow was specially made. In order to prevent it from being blocked when it was shot at the moment of collision, all the force would be released and the arrow would turn into powder. Therefore, once you were stabbed, there was basically no chance of dodging. Li Zongjio retreated. Even he felt a sharp pain. His shoulder felt like it was about to be dislocated. However, Li Zongjio's physical body was very strong, so he gradually recovered from the pain. However, the look in his eyes gradually changed. Very good. The crowd instantly locked onto the person who had shot the arrow. Even that person had a shocked expression on his face. His arrow just now was enough to pierce through the body of a 4th-order origin beast. But Li Zongjio seemed to be completely unharmed. Even if there was armor, there shouldn't be armor at the shoulder where he had shot. With such rich combat experience, how could he make such a mistake? Just as he was looking at Li Zongjio in shock, his eyes met with Li Zongjio's half-smile. Not good. In the next moment, Li Zongjio threw the Thunder Slayer blade in his hand. The blood-robed guards along the way were sent flying by the power of the Thunder Slayer blade. Even if they wanted to block it, it was simply too late. Li Zongjio tapped his foot and chased after the Thunder Slayer blade. Everyone stay calm. The blood-robed guard shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a strand of Yuan spirit energy surged around him. It was a blood-colored dart frog. The dart frog was very fast and had a strong explosive power. When the latter drew the bow and knocked the arrow, the dart frog directly jumped on the arrow. As the arrow was shot, it hit the Thunder/blade with a bang, sending the Thunder/blade flying tens of meters away. The dart frog jumped over the terrifying lightning and rushed toward Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio was clearly not afraid of the dart frog. When the dart frog rushed over, Li Zongjio grabbed the dart frog in his hand. Smack! The dart frog in his hand was thrown to the ground and he fainted. When the blood-robed guard saw this, he felt dizzy. He grabbed the dagger in his hand and prepared to fight in close combat. However, he suddenly felt that the longbow in his hand was snatched away. His longbow was specially made. People with insufficient arm strength would not be able to draw it. The blood-robed guard knew that Li Zongjio had closed in on him, but now it was too late. The other party had already pressed the bow against his neck. As for him, He pulled the bowstring to an extremely exaggerated state and then gently released it. Pop! The bowstring was instantly pulled back. It directly cut off the blood-robed guard's neck in an extremely smooth manner. Plop! The blood-robed guard's head fell to the ground and splashed Li Zongzhu's body. This was the first time a blood-robed guard had been killed since the start of the battle. Everyone present was shocked by his words. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the scene unfold before them in disbelief. The blood-robed guard was a powerful late-stage origin ancestor and had obtained the power of an Yuan spirit. Under such circumstances, his combat strength was naturally extraordinary. This showed how terrifying these people's strength was. However, even such a terrifying person had been killed by Li Zongzhu. Everyone instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the saber formations from before, they were unable to trap Li Zongzhu. The 6 copper blood-robed guard leader's dark eyes swept over the people in front of him upon seeing this. He immediately stood up. The blood blade in his hand was unsheathed. It was like a terrifying blood python that came entangling. Immediately, it was accompanied by an aura that could cover the sky and the earth as it charged over. He was a true Yuan monarch. Obviously, even the blood-robed guard could not bear the loss of a blood-robed guard. After all, it was not easy to nurture these blood-robed guards. If they were easily killed by Li Zongzhu, then even if this mission was a success, it would at most be considered a miserable one. The blood python flew towards Li Zongzhu. Its terrifying aura seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. It suddenly approached and landed in front of Li Zongzhu in an instant. Boom! Chapter 5:27. The blood python descended from the sky and pounced. With a loud bang, it swallowed Li Zongzhu whole. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the scene. Even with Li Zongzhu's strength, he still did not have the slightest ability to fight back against the 6 copper blood strike guard. This troublesome opponent was finally dealt with. Han Wuxiu, who was watching from a distant mountain peak, was overjoyed. That damned bastard was finally subdued by his opponent. Otherwise, he would really think that he was invincible. Hee, what a miserable ending! The corners of Han Wuxiu's mouth curled into a sneer. Even if he did not have to personally take revenge, he still felt very satisfied. So what if you were arrogant and egotistical before? Since you have offended me, you can only be beheaded and obediently accept your death. However, Han Wuxiu's smile did not last long. He saw the blood python's stomach suddenly explode. It seemed like a dragon's claw had torn the blood python's stomach apart. The dragon's claw was in the sky, and its terrifying aura was shocking. Even the 6 bronze blood guards widened their eyes as they watched the scene unfold in front of them in disbelief. The blood python's stomach was easily cut into 2 halves, and an aura of violence and death spread out. Soon after, a figure of a blood dragon appeared with a person wrapped around it. The blood python, which had fallen to the ground, was constantly struggling. It seemed to be in extreme pain, and its body was constantly stretching and rolling on the ground. What is that? All the blood strike guards and the blacksmith of the bright lightning workshop widened their eyes as they stared at the thing wrapped around Li Zongzhu's body. If they were not mistaken, it should be a dragon. Dragon? How could it be? Could it be that Li Zongzhu already had the strength to kill the Dragon Clan? He had actually refined the power of the Dragon Clan into his own original spirit power. This was simply too terrifying. However, this was indeed the case. It was not a simple Yuan beast of the inferior Dragon Clan that only possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. It was a truly terrifying Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan that only existed in legends. Dragon Clan's original spirit. How is this possible? When Han Wuxiu saw the blood dragon that had broken free, its ferocious face and its pure, bloody aura, they were deeply shocked. They did not expect Li Zongzhu to possess the original spirit of the Dragon Clan. What did this mean? It meant that Li Zongzhu's strength was incomparably powerful. Just the power of his yuan spirit alone was already superior to others. Seeing such a situation, he was naturally shocked. Being able to possess the dragon tribe as an yuan spirit was sufficient to show just how frightening Li Zongjiu's background was. Moreover, his frightening talent was indeed frightening. Such strength indeed caused one to be shocked in their hearts, and also caused one to become even more jealous. Han Wuxiu stared at Li Zongjiu. No, we must kill Li Zongjiu. We must kill him. We must not allow such a monstrous person to live in this world. Han Wuxiu was already prepared. If these people could not deal with Li Zongjiu, he would do it himself. After a bitter battle, how could Li Zongjiu be unscathed? When the time came, he would rush up and cut off Li Zongjiu's head and ruthlessly step on it. This was his goal. You won't live for long, Li Zongjiu. So what if you have the original spirit of the Dragon Clan? If you die, you will only be a pile of bones. Only those who are alive can be called experts. Han Wuxiu's eyes were extremely gloomy. However, just as his eyes were filled with murderous intent and he was imagining killing Li Zongjiu and stepping on him, Li Zongjiu had already begun to fight back. The blood dragon yuan spirit had already appeared and tore the blood python into pieces. Under such circumstances, there was no need for much words. The 6 bronze blood strike guard already knew that he was in big trouble. Li Zongjiu leaped up, and the Thunder Slayer blade in his hand brewed a terrifying blood thunderbolt. Boom! The scarlet power of the thunderbolt spread all over the ground. It spread like a spider web and filled the entire ground, condensing into a terrifying aura. Rumble! This move wasn't just aimed at the 6 copper blood strike guard. The surrounding blood strike guards were also sent flying. Boom! These people were sent flying in an instant. The blood strike guards had no way of resisting this terrifying thunderbolt. The blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was shocked when he saw this scene. He can actually trigger the hidden attribute of the Thunder Slayer blade. Where did this person come from? Is he a natural weapon master? In the world of blacksmiths, there was a type of person known as a weapon master. They were able to use any new weapon as if they were born psychic. They were able to unleash the power of every weapon to the extreme and develop various hidden attributes. They were quite powerful. Seeing Li Zongjiu actually trigger the hidden attribute of the Thunder Slayer blade, the blacksmith was shocked. He was also extremely shocked. This attribute had never been identified, and even the blacksmith himself wasn't sure if it had such an effect. It was a combination with the attribute of the origin power that was used, resulting in an even more powerful amplification effect. In the end, it would cause such a collision. When the blood thunderbolt appeared, the only blacksmith present who knew the trade already knew that it was impossible. Identifying a weapon's attributes required a lot of conditions and countless experiments. Only then would it be possible. Looking at the abundant thunderbolt power on the Thunder Slayer blade, one could tell that it had only been used a few times. If it wanted to continue displaying its power, it would have to be injected with energy again. Li Zongjiu was able to find the hidden attribute and activate it after using the Thunder Slayer blade a few times. Obviously, his strength was very terrifying. One of the blood thunderbolts rushed toward the blacksmith. On the other hand, the blacksmith was incredibly calm. He gently waved his hand to suppress the power, and the blood thunderbolt power seemed to have been attracted to him as it wrapped around his wrist. The rest of the people did not fare so well. Most of them were directly sent flying. His body was covered with fatal wounds, and he had been blasted clean. The moment the blood thunderbolt wrapped around their bodies, the blood in their bodies was directly burned up. The blood strike guard with the long saber in his hand blocked in front of him. The surrounding power surged out in all directions. When the blood thunderbolt was released, the blacksmith saw that his body was covered with wounds. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in front of the blood strike guard. To be able to force me to this point, your death is worth it. The 6 bronze blood strike guards' eyes emitted a terrifying glow. Chapter 5:28. His gaze suddenly became sharp, and the surrounding atmosphere also became extremely terrifying at this moment. Li Zongjiu stood where he was, not panicking at all. He gazed at the 6 copper blood-robed guards. When he saw them again, he saw that the corpse of the blood python at his feet had gradually turned into a pool of blood and merged into the opponent's body. Li Zongjiu saw this scene and felt that it was a little interesting. First of all, the origin spirit would not die. Unless the host died, the origin spirit itself was a kind of energy that the origin beast entrusted to the host. As long as the host was alive, this energy was equivalent to endless. However, the degree of injury was different every time, so the recovery time and speed would be different. Sometimes it would even take 10 or 20 years to recover. In this kind of situation, once the origin spirit was in an injured state and in a spiritual state, there was no way to display any effect. However, looking at the situation of the 6 copper blood-robed guard in front of him, it seemed to be directly absorbing energy from the origin spirit's remaining spiritual power. This was almost overdrafting the origin spirit's power. It was clearly seriously injured, but it did not let the origin spirit enter a state of automatic recovery. Instead, it absorbed all the remaining power. In this way, it strengthened its own state. He felt the 6 copper blood-robed guards' aura become stronger. Li Zongjiu also nodded his head slightly. Although such a method could kill 1,000 enemies, it would also cause 800 casualties. However, it was also a more sensible method. Compared to the origin spirit's life, of course, his own life was more important. Eat my blade! Blood python slash! Immediately, the 6 copper blood-robed guard roared, and the long blade in his hand suddenly slashed toward Li Zongjiu. The terrifying power instantly erupted. It rushed forward like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Boom! The thunder slash blade in Li Zongjiu's hand fell to the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderbolt power burst out, diffusing out. From afar, it looked like a thunderbolt ball that suddenly protected Li Zongjiu. The blood python slash brought along a terrifying power as it smashed into the lightning defensive barrier. Bang! When the two sides collided, lightning instantly spread out in all directions. They flew in all directions. The power of the blood python had also disappeared. Clearly, this move was also a draw. The ground where Li Zongjiu had been standing had already turned into ruins. However, there was no sign of Li Zongjiu's corpse, so the blood strike guards immediately started looking around. Li Zongjiu was nowhere to be found. Take my blade as well. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Then, Li Zongjiu's figure fell from the sky, and the long saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. What? The 6 bronze, blood-robed guard raised his head and looked at Li Zongjiu, who was descending from the sky. When did he rush up to the sky? Now that he had jumped down, wouldn't that be taking his life? He had just made a move, and his strength had not yet recovered. Facing Li Zongjiu's sure-kill attack, there was no way for him to dodge. Thunder Sealing's saber case. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to split the 6 bronze blood-robed guard in half, a voice came from the side. In an instant, there seemed to be something falling on the thunder slash blade. Then, all the lightning energy on the thunder slash blade was withdrawn at this moment. Buzz! In the next moment, the thunder slash blade let out a whistling sound and left Li Zongjiu's hand, flying to the side. Li Zongjiu, who had lost the thunder beheading blade, was surprised for a moment. However, he quickly adjusted himself and landed on the 6 bronze, blood-robed guard's head with his palm. Boom! Li Zongjiu's palm contained hidden power. When this power surged into the 6 bronze, blood-robed guard's body, his head did not suffer any damage. However, the area below his neck seemed to have been torn to pieces by countless barbed wires in the air. It was smashed to pieces. Hiss! Fuck! Fuck! The surrounding blood-robed guards gasped. As blood-robe guards, they had seen all kinds of bloody scenes. However, this was the first time they had seen someone killed like this. They were blood-robed guards, but they were also human beings. When they saw something that exceeded their limits, they would feel shocked and scared. Li Zongjiu lifted the 6 bronze, blood-robed guard's head with one hand and turned to look at a gray-robed, middle-aged man not far away. He was slowly putting the thunder beheading blade into a box. It was this fella who had taken the thunder beheading blade back. He should have come from the Radiant Thunder Workshop. Judging from his aura, he should be a blacksmith. When the blacksmith saw Li Zongjiu's gaze, he actually felt a little nervous. This thunder beheading blade originally belonged to the Radiant Thunder Workshop. I took it back in accordance with the rules of the underworld. You can solve your own problems. I just came to take back the thunder beheading blade. The middle-aged man wanted to forcefully explain. After all, the strongest 6 bronze, blood-robed guard had been killed. If he didn't leave now, he would probably be killed by Li Zongjiu. Who would have thought that this kid would actually be so strong? He had actually killed the 6 bronze, blood-robed guard. Now only the head was left. The outcome was really tragic. Hee, look at me. Do I look like the kind of person who is easy to talk to? Li Zongjiu smiled faintly. In the next moment, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes. The blood soul plane. All the blood-robed guards present were included. The blacksmith also wanted to escape, but there was no way for him to do so. His surroundings had already turned into a blood-red environment. At the same time, a terrifying and manic atmosphere filled the place. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the blood-red world. Then more screams were heard. One by one they fell to the ground. The surrounding scarlet color became more and more intense. Not good. The gray-robed, middle-aged man felt the aura around him. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that a figure had appeared in front of him. It was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed out and grabbed the gray-robed, middle-aged man's neck. He stared at the gray-robed, middle-aged man in front of him. The feeling of death is very good, isn't it? The corners of Li Zongjiu's mouth curled up. This time, these people from Qingyuan Villa had really provoked Li Zongjiu. They had actually dared to set up an ambush against him. The nature of this situation was different. Previously, Li Zongjiu had approached these people to try his luck and adjust his mood. However, these people had taken the initiative to come to him. This was a real provocation to Li Zongjiu. Since they wanted to become enemies with Li Zongjiu, they had to be prepared to be killed. He stretched out his hand and waved. In the surrounding blood-red space, several lines of blood immediately appeared and landed on the gray-robed, middle-aged man's body. Suddenly, the gray-robed, middle-aged man looked as if he had been pierced by countless blood arrows. They continuously connected the blood vessels all over his body and continuously transmitted the blood from his body. Chapter 5:29. Without a doubt, this process was extremely painful. It was as if every bone in their bodies had been pulled out. As their blood flowed out, their bodies shriveled up. They could feel the blood in their bodies disappearing and how terrifying Li Zongjiu was. As their blood flowed out, the surrounding aura of the blood spirit world became even more ferocious. None of the blood strike guards were able to break through the blood spirit world, and the power in their bodies was slowly draining away. They actually had no way of resisting it. This strange power seems to want to devour me. One of the guards shouted as he knelt on the ground. Now he was only left with this low growl. As the power of the blood spirit world continued to increase, it absorbed a lot of the aura of the blood spirit world. Eventually, the blood in his body was also forcefully sucked into the blood spirit world. Buzz! Uft! One of the guards spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was plastered to the ground as the blood in his body was frantically being absorbed. A pile of white bones appeared on the ground, but the bones were soon consumed. It was as if the blood spirit world was a huge stomach that was constantly digesting things that contained flesh and blood. There were so many blood strike guards present, but not a single one of them had been able to escape. In everyone's opinion, such a situation was impossible. Let's gather the remaining forces and kill our way out. A 5 bronze blood strike guard immediately called for the rest of the guards to gather around. There were still a dozen or so people left. At this moment, they were gathered together in a scattered manner. However, they still looked very miserable. All of their faces were pale. Gather your vital energy and blood into my body. I will use my bow and arrow to open a path. Although most of the blood strike guards hesitated when they heard this, now wasn't the time to be indecisive. After all, this was only a little bit of power left in their bodies. If they were to send it out, it would definitely speed up their deaths. They estimated that they wouldn't last more than a few minutes in the blood spirit world before dying. However, unity was their only hope right now. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone channeled their vital energy and blood into the 5 bronze blood strike guard's body, one by one. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from the blood-robed guard's body. Just as the aura of the 5 bronze blood-robed guards reached a terrifying state, evil smiles appeared on their faces, which were facing away from the crowd. Thank you for your support. I will go back and report your contributions. The 5th bronze blood-robed guard sneered and unexpectedly used his power to shake off the people in front of him. At the same time, he also flew into the distance. He was holding a black iron ball in his hand. Immediately, he threw the metal ball in his hand forward. Boom! This was a heaven-quaking thunder. The blood spirit world was forcefully torn apart because of the terrifying power contained in this heaven-quaking thunder. It was none other than the blood essence he had plundered from the blood strike guards. With a whooshing sound, the blood-robed guard's figure flew out. What? Damn it! Get me out of here! Why not? The blood-robed guards were already in danger. However, he did not expect that he would end up in such a state. It was obvious that another batch of leaks had been harvested from them. I don't want to die here. No. Let us go! Please let us go! Their professionalism was useless here. As long as they could give them a chance to live, they would do anything. And a miracle happened at this very moment. They could clearly feel the blood essence in their bodies stop flowing. At this moment, he was slowly recovering. If you don't want to die, then capture that kid first. Li Zongjio's figure had appeared in front of them without them noticing. Li Zongjio appeared like a god, easily controlling their fates. Some of them immediately knelt down. Please have mercy, sir. Let us go. Sir, please spare our lives. We had no choice. We didn't want to come. The blood strike guards were all clear-headed. They knew that they would die with a single slash. It would be fine if their heads were chopped off with a single slash, but using this thing to slowly strip the blood from their bodies was too frightening. Nobody wanted to experience this feeling of slowly losing their blood. Therefore, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. In comparison, kneeling down and begging for mercy was much easier. Whoever can kill the one who escaped, I'll let you live. If you want to escape, you can go ahead and escape. The corners of Li Zongjio's mouth curled up slightly. There was a reason why he was called the Evil Lord. Immediately, Li Zongjio opened up a hole in the blood spirit world and sent out all the people who had been cheated of their blood and chi energy. There were about 20 of them. The blood-robed guard, who had just escaped with great difficulty, was overjoyed when he rushed out of the blood spirit plane. It was as if he had been reborn. When he landed on the ground, he hurriedly took out a few elixirs from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. It was better to remain calm at such a crucial moment. Otherwise, how could he have thought of such a good idea? Just thinking about it made him feel that he was too smart. When he sensed that he had recovered some of his strength, the blood-robed guard didn't think about taking revenge. Given the current situation, it was better to escape as soon as possible. However, just as the blood-robed guard was about to leave, he felt a pair of eyes behind him. However, he felt that there were a few more pairs of eyes behind him. He couldn't help but look behind him. Immediately, he saw dozens of ferocious eyes staring at him. Weren't these people the ones he had cheated? How was this possible? How could Li Zongjiu release all these people so quickly? Li Zongjiu was too bold. This really shocked him. He couldn't believe it. Was Li Zongjiu a fool? Wasn't he afraid that these people would run away? Since you're all out, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. He definitely won't be able to catch you. The blood-robed guard continued to come up with rotten ideas. Unfortunately, he could have chosen to trust Li Zongjiu. However, it seemed that he couldn't continue to be cheated. Brothers, kill him. Chapter 530. These blood-strike guards were bloodthirsty by nature, so they had placed their trust in Luo Yinyang during such a critical moment. However, Luo Yinyang had actually used such a method to slap them in the face and completely obliterate what little trust they had left. Under these circumstances, Luo Yinyang would be able to enjoy the bloody massacre of these crazy bloodstrike guards if he had the chance. Kill! Kill! Their killing intent soared to the sky. None of the blood-robed guards chose to flee. Instead, they all charged forward. The blood-robed guard with 5 bronze ranks immediately took out his bow and shot out a few arrows. After killing a few people, the others closed in on them. When they got closer, the 5 bronze blood-strike guard unsheathed a dagger and chopped off several heads. He effortlessly chopped off the heads of a few people. Under the great shock of his elemental energy, it seemed as if he wanted to send the people around him flying. However, these bloodthirsty blood-strike guards didn't show any fear. They had already died once anyway. Even if they had to die this time, they would still capture the person before them. No matter what, they had to find a scapegoat. A frantic massacre was ongoing. Han Wuxiu, who was on the mountain in the distance, was clearly a little bewildered when he saw this scene. How could they have suddenly started killing each other? Could it be that these people in front of him had already been instigated by Li Zongjiu under such circumstances? Li Zongjiu was simply too resourceful. He actually possessed this kind of strength. Damn it! How could this be? Son of a bitch! Do we still want to kill our way out? Han Wuxiu started to hesitate when he saw that Li Zongjiu actually possessed such a strange method. After all, Li Zongjiu was extremely vicious and had many sinister methods. They hadn't brought many people with them this time. Although they were enough to protect themselves, they were still far from enough to kill Li Zongjiu. Furthermore, Han Wuxiu had yet to see what kind of injuries Li Zongjiu had sustained. Therefore, Han Wuxiu was already thinking of retreating. If he retreated now, he could wait until later and slowly find an opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu. Revenge wasn't something that could be rushed. Yes, this matter can't be rushed. Let's retreat for now. As Han Wuxiu was thinking this, he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. Suddenly, he saw Li Zongjiu's figure reappear in the distance. Furthermore, Han Wuxiu noticed that Li Zongjiu was looking at him. What? He saw me. Han Wuxiu's heart skipped a beat. At such a far distance, Han Wuxiu didn't even use his elemental energy. Instead, he used something called a telescope, which could help people see things 10 miles away. In the end, when he saw Li Zongjiu's gaze, Han Wuxiu was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Retreat. Return to the city. If Li Zongjiu killed all those people, Han Wuxiu would be next. Although he wasn't sure if Li Zongjiu really saw him, Han Wuxiu had a bad feeling about it. He immediately waved his hand and prepared to leave with his subordinates. However, when he turned around, he felt a ray of moonlight shining down from the sky. When he landed on the ground, Han Wuxiu couldn't help but take a look at the ground. A majestic figure appeared on the ground. What is this? Just as this question arose, an incomparably terrifying power was suddenly released and descended from the sky. It was accompanied by the howl of a wild wolf. Roar! The howling moon wolf king roared and descended from the sky. Its claws landed on the ground and directly grabbed Han Wuxiu, who was in front of it, and sent him flying. Bang! Han Wuxiu was lying on the ground, unable to move. The armor on his body was already in tatters. Everyone in the Special Envoy Department was shocked when they saw this scene. However, in the next moment, the shadow of death loomed over their heads. Swoosh! The wolf's tail swept furiously and instantly sent the surrounding special envoys flying. One of them reacted quickly and was in a better position. He saw the opportunity and immediately pounced on the Howling Moon Wolf King. Then, the sharp sword in his hand slashed the Howling Moon Wolf King's waist. Originally, he thought that if he slashed down with his sword, he should be able to injure the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, the final result was also unexpected. The Howling Moon Wolf King's body was completely unharmed. On the other hand, the person who slashed the sword was directly hit by the terrifying rebounding force. Then his wrist was shaken until it was about to break. In the end, the sword in his hand flew out of his hand with a swoosh. Damn it! The person who slashed the sword fell to the ground and cursed. Then he saw the Howling Moon Wolf King's body turn around. Then the Howling Moon Wolf King bit the person's head off. Only the lower half of the person's body was left on the ground, spurting blood like a fountain. Damn it! Han Wuxiu, who had just regained his senses, could not help but curse when he saw the bloody scene. Immediately, his figure dashed downwards at lightning speed. The subordinates that he had brought along were all killed by the Howling Moon Wolf King in less than half a minute. How could he be so unlucky to be ambushed by a king-level origin beast? Han Wuxiu looked back as he ran. Coincidentally, the Howling Moon Wolf King raised its head and directly threw the last person into its mouth. After chewing, it slowly swallowed. In fact, one could even faintly see an eyeball pop out from the gap between its teeth. Han Wuxiu happened to see this cruel scene. In addition to the severe injuries he had suffered, his legs went numb. He staggered and directly rolled forward. Plop! When he rolled to the bottom of the slope, he saw a figure standing in front of him. Save me! Save me! Han Wuxiu saw that the person who came was a middle-aged man. If he appeared at this place at this time, he must have someone to rely on. It seemed like he had found his savior this time. Han Wuxiu hurriedly pulled the middle-aged man's sleeve and said, Don't worry. You won't die so quickly." When Ying Hu saw Han Wuxiu, the corners of his mouth curled up. Ying Hu had been in Royal City for so many years. How could he not know Han Wuxiu's name? Therefore, when he saw this high and mighty person asking him for help, Ying Hu felt a special kind of joy in his heart. In the past, if he saw these people, he would tuck his tail and take a detour. Chapter 531. At the foot of the Heavenly Horn Mountain. The 5th grade blood-robe guard was worthy of being called the King of Assassins. To be able to reach the position of 5th bronze, he was not bragging for nothing. Although his body was covered in blood and wounds, he had killed all of his former subordinates. At this moment, he was still alive, sitting on the ground. Looking at the scene of corpses and bones, he finally felt relieved. However, he looked at Li Zongjiu, who was walking over. The 5th bronze blood-robed guard had already given up on the idea of leaving alive. Over the years, he had seen all kinds of people. Now that he saw Li Zongjiu's appearance, he knew that he would not be able to survive today. Everyone had become playthings in Li Zongjiu's hands, and Li Zongjiu was able to toy with them easily. Such an enemy was too terrifying. "You. Who are you?" The 5th bronze blood-robed guard looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him and asked with difficulty. However, when he heard Li Zongjiu's answer, he could no longer hold on. His neck tilted and he died. After struggling for so long, he could finally have a good rest. Looking at the last person who had breathed his last, he looked back at the corpses around him. Li Zongjiu was quite satisfied with such an outcome. At the very least, a great show of this level was playing out in front of him. This made Li Zongjiu feel much better. The lightning blade scabbard was also opened. When the lightning slash blade was taken out, Li Zongjio discovered that the power of the lightning/blade seemed to have increased. This made Li Zongjio suspicious. Could it be that the lightning blade scabbard had the effect of charging the lightning/blade? That's right. Usually, the thunder-slaying blade was stored in the thunder-sealing blade scabbard. The creation of the wind and thunder scabbard was extraordinary. The craftsmanship required to forge it was not inferior to that of the thunder-slashing blade. Originally, the blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop came here to take back the thunder beheading saber. If there was any damage to the thunder beheading saber, it only needed to be placed in the thunder beheading saber case to recover. Therefore, they brought the thunder-slashing saber with them. However, they didn't expect that not only did they fail to retrieve the thunder-slashing saber, but the thunder-sealing saber case was also taken away by the other party. Not only that, they even lost their lives for nothing. How could they accept such an outcome? When the Bright Lightning Craftsman Workshop heard the news, they would definitely go crazy. Whoosh whoosh! One man and one wolf landed in front of Li Zongjio. Shadow Fox landed on the ground and looked at Li Zongjio, then at the many corpses at his feet. Judging by their attire, they were all Bloodstrike guards. Young master, this indescribable shock was written all over Inghu's face. There were so many corpses, and the one closest to them was actually a 5th bronze blood-robed guard. 5 bronze rank. That was quite powerful. When Shadow Fox saw the insignia of the 5th bronze blood-robed guard, his eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cold air. My God, young master, where are the people I asked you to capture? Li Zongjio waved his hand disdainfully. So what if he killed these Bloodstrike guards? He had killed a lot of people. The Howling Moonwolf King immediately stepped forward and swung his tail, throwing a figure to the ground. Han Wuxiu was badly beaten. He rolled a few times and finally stopped in front of Li Zongjio. He raised his head and looked at Li Zongjio with his dying breath. He couldn't believe it. That terrifying Wolf King was actually Li Zongjio's man. Following Li Zongjio's orders was simply too shocking for Han Wuxiu. So you're the one behind this. I told you to stay away from me. Why didn't you listen? Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear, isn't it? Li Zongjio squatted in front of Han Wuxiu and patted his face. Han Wuxiu felt powerless. He couldn't resist Li Zongjio at all. Let me go! At this moment, Han Wuxiu was fully aware of the situation. Making an enemy of Li Zongjio wouldn't end well. Li Zongjio wasn't a human. He was a demon. No one knew how much power this demon had. Just the strength it had displayed now was enough to crush him. In Han Wuxiu's eyes, it was as if he had fallen into an abyss of despair. Have a taste of being eaten alive by a wild beast, Li Zongjio said with a faint smile. Then Li Zongjio smashed Han Wuxiu's dantian and broke his 4 limbs. Ah, don't leave me here. No. Han Wuxiu shouted. The smell of fresh blood filled the air. As long as one was in the forest, there would definitely be meta-beasts or wild beasts. There was no doubt about that. Normally, they couldn't be seen because they were hiding. Wild beasts weren't stupid. They wouldn't rush out at the slightest movement and be killed. Only when the surroundings returned to normal would they sneak out. Only then would he quietly poke his head out. Let's go. Li Zongjio waved his hand. There was no need to clean up the scene. He immediately left with Han Wuxiu and the wolf. When the Bloodstrike guards appeared, Li Zongjio knew that something was wrong. There had to be someone colluding with them to achieve such a level of success. Moreover, Han Wuxiu was very confident. He even dared to spy on him from afar. This was too much and too arrogant. Therefore, Li Zongjio didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the Howling Moon Wolf King in the city. It didn't matter whether the Shadow Fox came or not. After all, the Howling Moon Wolf King alone was enough. The smell of blood in the Heavenly Horn Mountain soared into the sky. It almost spread to a radius of 10 miles. If a meta-beast had a sensitive nose, it would be able to smell it clearly from a dozen miles away. Then it would rush over. Han Wuxiu, who was lying on the ground, regained some of his strength, but now his 4 limbs were all broken. However, as the commander of the Special Envoy Department, he naturally had a way to survive. He still had a chance to survive in such a desperate situation. The pain from his limbs made Han Wuxiu break out in cold sweat. He could even feel the wild beast staring at his body, ready to eat him. Suddenly, Han Wuxiu saw something on the ground. It was the signal flare that they used to call for help. As long as he bit the thing at the tail, he would be able to release the signal. Therefore, Han Wuxiu finally managed to twist his body to the front of the signal flare with all his might. The signal flare seemed to have been placed there on purpose. In Han Wuxiu's opinion, the heavens wanted him to survive. When Han Wuxiu bit down on the signal flare, he realized that it was empty. How could this be? Han Wuxiu was heartbroken. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Finally, a sharp-toothed rat could not resist the temptation of the flesh and blood in front of it. It immediately rushed out and bit Han Wuxiu's stomach. Crunch! Fresh blood, mixed with the internal organs, gushed out. Han Wuxiu's face finally revealed a look of despair. That's right. The signal flare, which was useless at this moment, had been thrown there on purpose by Li Zongjiu. When you were filled with hope, you suddenly realized that it was just an abnormal despair. At this moment, your heart would be in so much pain. Chapter 532. At this moment, the sacred flame royal city was in an uproar. First of all, in the Supreme Tower, Lang Aotian and Prince Xianming had been waiting in the Supreme Tower for half an hour. Prince Xianming had wanted to arrive a little later to show his strength, but he felt that it would be too stingy. Hence, he decided to show up on time. Li Zongjiu would definitely be touched if he knew about it. It was such a great honor. Being able to meet a prince was the most glorious thing for a commoner like him. However, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu did not take Prince Xianming seriously at all. It was only after half an hour that Prince Xianming confirmed that Li Zongjiu had actually dared to reject him. Not only that, but Prince Xianming also found out that his other brothers had also sent invitations to Li Zongjiu, but they had all been ignored. Ignoring a prince was akin to courting death. However, ignoring so many princes made him a hero in many people's eyes. However, this news could not be made known to too many people. If the whole city knew about it, wouldn't it make these princes lose all face? Li Zongjiu, what a great guy. I'd like to see how long you can jump around. Prince Xianming had never expected that Li Zongjiu would actually dare to ignore him. This was simply a great humiliation. However, the more this was the case, the more Prince Xianming thought highly of Li Zongjiu. Of course, he did not want to recruit Li Zongjiu. Instead, he wanted to confront Li Zongjiu head-on and completely trample on Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu was trampled on, they would be very happy. Very happy. Incomparably excited. Prince Xianming's character was like this. No one could be more powerful than him. Everyone had to submit to him. Lung Aotian was naturally punished as well. It would probably be difficult for him to regain his previous trust in a short period of time. This was because Lung Aotian had not settled the matter properly and had instead humiliated his master. Lung Aotian was already considered merciful for not killing Lung Aotian right away. It was impossible to imagine how arrogant and despotic these powerful people would be just by thinking about it with one's brain. Lung Aotian was now considered to be in the cold palace, but there were still so many people that he had to rescue. If he used his family's power, there was no way he could gather so much money. That was a total of 1 billion purple yuan. If he could get it so easily, he wouldn't have to work so hard to cultivate. If he had so much money, he would have used it to buy medicinal pills to improve his strength. If there's really no other way, I can only ask for peace. Lung Aotian could not allow so many of his brothers to be trapped in the dungeon and be tortured. Therefore, he had to think of a way to rescue them as soon as possible. Since Chen Shui and Li Zongjiu are from the same hometown, they should at least give each other some face. It seems like I have to find Chen Shui and ask her to negotiate with Li Zongjiu. There shouldn't be any problems. Although it was very shameful to ask for help from a woman, he had already asked Chen Shui once. If he did it again, it would not be a big problem. Now that Li Zongjiu had provoked so many princes at once, he would probably have a hard time in the future. Therefore, he thought that it would be faster. At the very least, he had to rescue those people first. Bo Yu Casino. Although the students of the Blazing Sword Union were under house arrest, the people of Bo Yu Casino would not make things too difficult for them as long as they admitted defeat. Moreover, this was mainly aimed at those who were more arrogant. The harder one's mouth was, the more arrogant one would be, and the more one would suffer. In the end, one would become more and more afraid of being arrogant. One would understand that there was nothing one could do here. Gradually, these people learned to be more obedient. Then, Bo Yu Casino gave these people a good meal. In a dungeon, 2 bowls of rice were placed on the ground. When Wan Zhong saw it, he immediately took the 2 bowls of rice in his hands. At this time, the other prisoner was in a semi-conscious state. When he saw the bowl of rice in Wan Zhong's hands, he immediately became alert. However, he did not have any extra strength. He could only shout softly in Wan Zhong's direction, hoping that Wan Zhong would quickly send the rice to him. When Wan Zhong saw the bowl of rice in his hands, he smiled. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He walked to the corner, holding the 2 bowls of rice in his hands. Then he quietly looked at his companion, who was struggling to crawl to him. However, in the end, he directly fainted. "Don't worry, Chao Lin. When I get out, I will avenge you." Wan Zhong's eyes flashed with cold light. Chao Lin's eyes began to lose focus. He just wanted to eat a mouthful of sweet food to replenish his energy and eliminate his pain. However, he did not expect that Wan Zhong would be so cruel. He held the bowl of rice in his hands, but did not give him a mouthful. Chao Lin finally fainted on the ground. Wan Zhong's eyes flickered slightly. "Chao Lin, you will not die in vain." Now that a student of Chao Wu Pavilion died in the territory of Bo Yu Casino, let's see how many heads Bo Yu Casino has to chop off. Chao Wu Pavilion was the key martial arts academy supported by the Xinyan dynasty. Every year, a large number of elites were trained and would enter the important institutions of the dynasty. Therefore, the Xinyan dynasty attached great importance to Chao Wu Pavilion. Today, if they knew that a young student of Chao Wu Pavilion was poisoned by the evil forces of Jianghu, they would be punished. In addition to the crime of imprisoning them, Li Zongjiu would basically be waiting for his whole family to be executed. Now, there was only Wan Zhong and Chao Lin in the cell. There was no one else. After getting out, of course, he could say whatever he wanted. He helped Chao Lin up, and at the same time, put the bowl of rice in front of him, pretending that Chao Lin had already received the rice, but did not have time to eat it and finally died of illness. Wan Zhong himself pretended to sleep. When he woke up, he found out about this. Everything was ready. He was just waiting for the right time. It would be best if it was not Wan Zhong who found out, but the people of Bo Yu Casino who found out that someone had died in the dungeon. At that time, they would be begging for forgiveness. Chapter 533. Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Huang, he felt restless. He did not know what the final outcome would be. He did not know what had happened on the Skyhorn Mountain. However, he could not just rush out like that. Not to mention Li Zongjiu, if Han Wuxiu saw him, he would be doomed. He would definitely fall into Han Wuxiu's hands. Although he had helped Han Wuxiu this time, if he was caught, he would definitely be threatened by Han Wuxiu. Huang. He also had a trick up his sleeve. The box he sent to Li Zongjiu did not contain the demon camel flower. In this way, when Li Zongjiu was caught, Han Wuxiu would not be able to find the demon camel flower from Li Zongjiu. In the end, Han Wuxiu would not be able to find the demon camel flower. Once Li Zongjiu was dead, he would get rid of the demon camel flower. There would be no trace left. Even if Han Wuxiu came to find him again, there would be nothing to be afraid of. Could it be that he was afraid of you? Whatever he did, he had to pay attention to evidence. If there was no evidence, it would not be so easy to wrongly accuse the chief of Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. In the worst-case scenario, Li Zongjie would still be alive, and Han Wuxiu and the others would all be dead. Under such circumstances, Li Zongjie would definitely hold a grudge against him. At that time, he would only need to hand over the demon camel flower, and he would most likely be able to keep his life. In this way, he would also be able to increase his chances of survival to the maximum. Otherwise, he would die no matter what. The tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open, causing Huang He, who was in a daze, to be startled awake. "Who is it?" "Boss, it's me." A skinny young man walked in. Although he was skinny, his running skills were top-notch. "Blackie, how is it? What's the situation on the Sky Horn Mountain?" He was naturally worried, so he sent Blackie to investigate, hoping that he could be mentally prepared as soon as possible. Blackie was also very impressive. In the blink of an eye, he had returned. "Boss, my God, that place is too scary. I estimate that at least 50 or 60 people died there. I also saw the body of Commander Han Wuxiu." After Blackie came in, he finally managed to restrain the shock on his face. When he saw the terrifying scene on the mountain, he was scared out of his wits. He couldn't believe it, especially when he saw Han Wuxiu's corpse. "What? Han Wuxiu is dead? How is that possible? Do you have any evidence?" He was shocked when he heard that. No wonder he had a bad premonition tonight. Now it seemed that this premonition was about to come true. "Hey, when I got there, most of the corpses had already been eaten. I found this." As he spoke, Blackie took out a waste token in his hand. It was picked up beside the corpse. When he saw the waste token, he was certain that the dead person was Han Wuxiu. This waste token was Han Wuxiu's identity token. It was something that he would never leave his body. As an official, he had to wear it at all times. Even when he was taking a bath, he had to wear it around his neck. Now that this waste token was here, it meant that Han Wuxiu was dead. "Oh no, oh no! How could he be dead? What should we do now? We're in big trouble." A trace of fear appeared in Huang He's eyes. Previously, he thought that even if Li Zongjie was not dead, he would have fled in a hurry. He might not even return to the sacred flame, Royal City. But now Han Wuxiu was dead. Not only that, it seemed that the people that Han Wuxiu brought were all dead. So many envoys died in one night. The people in the Special Envoy Department were probably going crazy. And the person who did all this was undoubtedly Li Zongjie. Oh no, I didn't expect Li Zongjie to be such a powerful person. He immediately slapped his thigh. No one would have thought that a mere Li Zongjie would have the ability to command the Special Envoy Department. He was actually able to kill the Special Envoy Department despite being ambushed by so many special envoys. The Special Envoy Department was simply a disgrace. In all the original plans, as long as something happened to Li Zongjie, he would be safe and sound. Even if Li Zongjie was still alive, he would wait for an opportunity to send this hot potato out and take the rest of the money. For Huang He, it would be the best of both worlds. But now he couldn't believe that everything was reversed. The one who died was Han Wuxiu, and the one who survived was Li Zongjie. "Boss, are you okay?" Seeing that Chief Huang, he seemed a little anxious. Blackie was also a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Chief Huang reveal such an expression and attitude. It really surprised Blackie. "You can go back first. There's nothing for you to do here." He waved his hand and let Blackie leave first. He also rummaged through the boxes and cabinets to pack up his things. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, he had a bad feeling about it. If this continued, it was very likely that he would die here, even if this was the headquarters of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. But how could a person who could kill the commander of the Special Envoy Department not come to such a place? Even the headquarters of the 1,000-taste herb hall must exist in name to him. I have to leave the sacred Flame Royal City as soon as possible. His keen intuition over the years was also guiding Huang He to the right path. Without a doubt, Huang He's choice was right. But in terms of time, it was too late. Just as Huang He was packing up his things, he felt the door being pushed open. The candles in the room were instantly extinguished. Whoosh! Whoosh! As darkness appeared, Huang He's body froze in an instant. A faint murderous aura could be felt. Huang He only felt that his breathing was frozen and he couldn't move. How could this be? Chief Huang, are you going on a trip? Li Zongjiu's voice sounded from behind Huang He. Huang He's heart suddenly thumped. Sure enough, he came to find him. Huang He knew that Li Zongjiu would come, but he didn't expect Li Zongjiu to come so quickly. At the very least, there were many experts in the 1,000-taste herb hall. But even though Li Zongjiu was already standing in front of him, there was still no movement from the outside world. No one noticed that Li Zongjiu was approaching. Young Master Li, let me explain. Huang He squeezed out a bitter smile. At this moment, he could only put up a final struggle. If he died without putting up a struggle, it would be too regretful. Chapter 534. Where's the thing I want? Li Zongjiu didn't come all the way here just to listen to your explanation. Explanations aren't necessary. If he cared about you, he wouldn't need your explanation. As for Li Zongjiu, he didn't care about Huang He's life at all. So, no matter how much you explain, it's useless. You're going to die anyway. I didn't want to do this. If young Master Li doesn't let me go, I won't hand over the thing. Han Wuxiu forced me to do this. Huang He said resolutely. At this moment, he had to make things clear. If he couldn't, he would make Li Zongjiu suffer even if he had to die. How could anyone sacrifice themselves for the sake of others? If Li Zongjiu insisted on killing him, he wouldn't let Li Zongjiu off either. Fine, hand over the thing and I'll spare your life. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Huang He almost couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. What? You're telling the truth. Huang He was shocked. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was such a kind person? Impossible. Thinking about the fate of Han Wuxiu and the others, how could Li Zongjiu be a kind person? Everyone was killed. Li Zongjiu's method was so cruel and vicious. He was definitely not a kind person. Of course, I killed so many people for the sake of obtaining the demonic abbot flower. I didn't kill people for the sake of killing people. If you were to give me the demonic abbot flower, there would be no need for me to kill so many people. Li Zongjiu said very naturally. What he said sounded very reasonable. Huang He's thoughts were also colliding rapidly. Maybe Li Zongjiu was forced to do this because he had no other choice? Thinking about it, it did make sense. Maybe. As long as Li Zongjiu handed over the thing, this matter would be over. If that was the case, then this matter could be considered to have come to a perfect end. With such an opportunity, this matter would definitely be resolved. For a moment, he actually believed Li Zongjiu. After thinking about it again and again, he was afraid that there might be some changes. Since Li Zongjiu was willing to give it a try, it wouldn't be a problem. Then, he took out the thing that he kept with him. The box in his hand felt heavy. When Li Zongjiu took out the box, he could feel the hidden power inside. It must be the demon camel flower. The demon camel flower is in this box. However, one must wear the special glove in order to be able to pick it up. Although the demonic abbot flower has been severed, and its power is not as strong as before, if one carelessly touches it, one's soul will still be damaged. Huang He explained. Li Zongjiu naturally knew about the demon camel flower's ability to devour souls. In fact, there was a terrifying power in the demon camel flower. This power could destroy one's soul defense and directly seize one's soul power. If you know how to resist this power, then it will be useless against you. Therefore, the The way to destroy the demon camel flower back then was to gather a group of powerful spiritual masters to destroy the demon camel flowers. This was the most correct way. Li Zongjio opened the box and reached out to take the demon camel flower in his hand. On the surface, it looked like a withered Ganoderma. In addition, its color was extremely dark. At a glance, it gave off a profound feeling. Immediately, one could tell that it was not an ordinary thing. However, Li Zongjio's expression did not change much. When he saw the demon camel flower, he remained calm. Seeing Li Zongjio directly grab the demon camel flower, he was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful!" However, nothing unexpected happened to Li Zongjio. He just held the demon camel flower in his hand and looked at Huang. "This flower of yours is fake," Li Zongjio said indifferently. "Fake? How is that possible?" After hearing this, Huang He's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't believe that the demonic snail flower in his hand was fake. He had personally appraised this flower, so it couldn't be fake. After all, this flower was very valuable. Such an item couldn't be easily fooled. How is it not possible? If you want to prove that it is real, then you have to touch it. Li Zongjio placed the demon camel flower on the table. "You have to pick it up and prove that it is real." Hearing Li Zongjio's words, He finally understood. Li Zongjio meant that he had to use his life to prove that the demon camel flower was real. Wasn't that the same as asking him to die? You want me to die?" He understood what Li Zongjio meant. He stared at Li Zongjio in disbelief. He had originally thought that they had come to an agreement. He had never imagined that Li Zongjio would still want him to die there. Everyone had a temper. If Li Zongjio wanted him to die, did that mean he had to die? I didn't say that. As long as you can prove that this is the demon camel flower I want, I will leave immediately. If you can't prove it, then I won't leave. I might even kill you." Li Zongjio smiled faintly. There was a mocking look in his eyes. Li Zongjio did not care about what Huang he had encountered in the past. That was why he had made this choice. First of all, Huang he had set up a trap when he had given him the item. If Luo Yunyang had not been strong enough, he would have been killed by the Bloodstrike guards. Secondly, the item in the box was actually a fake. No matter how good Li Zongjio's temper was, he wouldn't be able to continue tolerating this. Since Huang he liked to play with schemes, tricks, and intelligence, then he would have to put on a good show in front of Li Zongjio. "You don't force me. If worst comes to worst, we will fight to the death." Huang he pointed at Li Zongjio and bellowed. Huang he had been forced to make this choice. If he had to compare his own life with Li Zongjio's, then his own life would have been more precious. Every year, countless people would die helplessly, all because of some trivial matters. Even some very promising young people would not have a good ending when they encountered such things. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this person would be crippled and disappear from Monarch City. In front of Huang He, Li Zongjio was just an unlucky young man. Therefore, he didn't care about Li Zongjio's life or death. He would only be safe if Li Zongjio died. "I'm forcing you," Li Zongjio said. Then he grabbed the demon camel flower in his hand and appeared in front of Huang He in a flash. Huang he turned pale with fright when he saw this. However, it was too late. Li Zongjio used the demon camel flower in his hand like a dagger and stabbed it into Huang He's neck. SSS. In an instant, Huang he felt as if his body and soul were rapidly shrinking at this moment. His body's functions were constricted. Then he felt his spiritual power pouring into the demonic camel flower. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Finally, with a swoosh, he was devoured by the demon camel flower in his hand. His eyeballs lost their color. Then, Huang He's body fell to the ground with a plop. Although the wound on his neck was fatal, his soul was empty. However, a body without a soul was nothing more than an empty shell. Not many people would be able to detect such a situation during an autopsy. What a pity. If you had reported Han Wuxiu to me from the beginning, I wouldn't have minded sending you to a meteoric rise. However, you can only go to heaven now. Li Zongjiu walked out of Huang He's office and gently closed the door. It was as if no one had been there. Chapter 535. After obtaining the demon camel flower, Li Zongjiu immediately chose to enter the 5 Elements Yuan building to refine the elixir. However, the situation of the 5 Elements Yuan Tower seemed to be a little special today. Li Zongjiu sat by the side and waited. The number of rooms that were opened was relatively small. Therefore, Li Zongjiu decided to wait for a while. After all, the royal blood demon camel pill was not easy to refine. Refining a high-grade elixir was a little stressful for Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu's current strength was equivalent to the peak of the origin ancestor realm. As for level, 5 high-grade medicinal pills that could only be concocted by Pill King realm experts. For example, the South Heaven Elixir King used a high-grade elixir to stand out in a competition between alchemists. He established his current status as an Elixir King. It was not that there were 5 people in the world who could surpass the South Heaven Elixir King. It was just that the South Heaven Elixir King was more dazzling at that time. Not to mention the underworld, there were at least 2 alchemists in the imperial family who were more skilled than the South Heaven Elixir King. The mysterious master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was also more skilled than the South Heaven Elixir King. This level of cultivation was not something that could be touched so easily. It was just that these people couldn't be like some young people and participate in this kind of killing competition. They were already past the age of that. There were also many people waiting with them. Seeing these people's movements, each of them looked full of confidence, and some of them had a worried look on their faces. Li Zongjiu closed his eyes and waited for a while. Suddenly, he heard the sound of heavy armor moving outside the Yuan building. There were also rumbling sounds coming from the ground. It seemed like a large army was moving. What's going on outside? It seems like the city guards. Why would the city guards come here? Is there a wanted criminal here? Immediately, these people began to discuss amongst themselves. While they were talking, they had completely surrounded the 5 Elements Yuan house. Seeing this scene, everyone present started to panic. What's going on? They surrounded the 5 Elements Yuan building. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. As the name implied, the city guards were naturally responsible for maintaining the security of the city. Generally, they were best at catching thieves and fugitives. Of course, if there was a large-scale case, the city guards would pay attention to it, and their efficiency would be very high. The people inside, listen up. I am the Vice Battalion Commander of the City Guards, 3rd Battalion, Tusk Battalion, Lu Pei. All of them walked out with their hands on their heads and squatted on the ground. If you don't surrender after 100 breaths, then don't blame me for giving the order to charge in. Even the person in charge of the 5 Elemental Yuan house went forward to negotiate, but he was unable to do anything and was directly detained at the side. When the people in the 5 Elements Yuan Tower saw this scene, they were somewhat flabbergasted. They were somewhat unable to react. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that some of the bad things they had done before had been reported? However, most of them were magnanimous in their hearts. Moreover, they were frightened by the ferocious aura of the city guards. The swords and spears in their hands were all real weapons. Those who came to the 5 Elements Yuan building to cultivate were basically people of the underworld who didn't have a good place to go. If their family had the means, they would choose to specially build a training room in their home and set up some Yuan rune arrays. This effect should not be a problem. However, for those with limited means, they could only choose to come to the 5 Elements Yuan building at such a crucial time to undergo the most crucial process of breaking through. Don't be impulsive. We are out. We are innocent. Many of them raised their hands and walked out. From their point of view, it was obviously not a wise choice to directly clash with the government or even the dynasty's army. Therefore, raising their hands and surrendering could be said to be the wisest choice. We're not going out. These people don't have a search warrant. Could it be that they are looking down on our human rights? We are all people with status. Some of the people who had some status in the city rose up one after another. If their subordinates knew about this, wouldn't they lose face? Therefore, they chose to resist at such a time. Someone even rushed out and confronted the deputy battalion commander named Liu Pei. He wanted to expose his identity and interrogate him. However, he was immediately arrested by Liu Pei and his men and handcuffed on the spot. It didn't matter how high one's status was. It was all to no avail. "How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you handcuff me?" However, that person didn't make a sound because his mouth was directly covered and he couldn't speak at all. All of you, listen up. Today, we are going to capture the wanted criminal who killed the Imperial Martial Pavilion students. He is extremely dangerous. If anyone dares to resist, kill him without mercy. Liu Pei roared. The soldiers immediately stomped the spears and shields in their hands on the ground. Waves of air were released in unison. Boom! Murderous aura surged. After this commotion, the few people in the room, who were originally more stubborn, began to tidy up their clothes one after another. Don't do anything. We're coming out. A few people who were more reputable raised their hands together and walked out as if surrendering. When they walked out, it was difficult to hide the embarrassment on their faces. Take them all, Liu Pei directly ordered. Immediately, the soldiers stepped forward and detained the last few people. After they were placed on the ground, they were directly handcuffed with the chains. Then, they were directly put in headgear. After this group of people was taken away, they were all locked up in prison wagons. Liu Pei's eyes revealed a trace of fierceness and decisiveness. He was a person who didn't like trouble. He liked to be straightforward in everything. If someone broke the law, he would directly take them down. If the crime was serious, he would directly execute them on the spot. How could there be such a trivial matter? So what if he killed the wrong person? Since he was killed, he deserved it. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, when Liu Pei did things, he was particular about efficiency. There is still one person inside. Team 1, go and take him out. Yes, sir. Immediately, a team of people rushed into the Five Elements Yuan house. Li Zongjio, who was meditating, looked at the people at the door at this moment. His eyes flickered with a cold light. However, he didn't start a massacre. His figure quietly blended into the darkness. He disappeared. Chapter 536. The group of soldiers rushed in and searched for a long time, but they could not find Li Zongjio's figure. Thus, these people wandered around and were about to go out. With a loud bang, the door was tightly shut. The captain of the first squad was shocked when he saw this. Liu Pei, who was guarding outside, saw this and immediately gave the order. Attack! Stop pretending to be mysterious. I want to see if you really have 3 heads and 6 arms. Liu Pei growled. The soldiers under his command also rushed forward. When most of the people around him had left, only a group of guards was left beside Liu Pei. Suddenly, Liu Pei seemed to see a figure walking towards him, but he could only see it vaguely. Not good. Liu Pei's intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. He immediately drew the sword at his waist, but then he saw another figure on his horse. You're courting death. He slashed his sword at the figure. That person also stretched out his finger and casually clashed with the sword. Clang! Liu Pei's sword broke with a sound. In the next moment, Li Zongjio's finger pressed against Liu Pei's forehead. He only needed to use a little force, and Liu Pei's head would explode. Although Liu Pei was surprised by Li Zongjio's strength and age, he still felt like a man who did not fear death. He raised his head and pressed it against Li Zongjio's finger. Good skill. Since I've been defeated, you can kill me or cut me up as you wish. Don't worry, my brothers will avenge me. Until Li Zongjio's figure appeared. Only then did the guards beside Liu Pei react. Someone had actually taken Deputy Battalion Commander Liu Pei hostage in front of them, and it was done so directly. "Who are you?" Li Zongjio asked. Although he did not know what had happened, his intuition told him that these people were here for him. If he did not have this keen insight, Li Zongjio would not have been able to survive until now. City Guards, Black Fang Battalion. Liu Pei gritted his teeth and said, if Li Zongjio wanted to insult his banner, then even if he risked losing his head, he would definitely bite off a piece of meat from Li Zongjio's body. As a soldier, his banner could not be insulted. Who sent you to deal with me? Li Zongjio continued to ask. He originally thought that Liu Pei was a subordinate of some prince and wanted to directly send people to capture him. So he casually came up with a groundless accusation. If that was the case, Li Zongjio would definitely not let these people go. At that moment, the only thing he knew was that Liu Pei seemed to be just following orders. That meant that there was someone else behind Liu Pei. What did you say? I'm following military orders. Liu Pei roared. Li Zongjio was too lazy to ask. He directly stepped on Liu Pei's body and pressed Liu Pei onto the horse's back. If you dare to chase after me, then wait to collect your deputy battalion commander's corpse. Li Zongjio roared angrily and immediately urged his horse towards the Broad Delight Casino. Obviously, something had happened in the Broad Delight Casino because the Marshall Tide Pavilion students were imprisoned in the Broad Delight Casino. From the looks of it, one of them was dead. How could a person die so easily? Therefore, Li Zongjio must know that someone was secretly causing trouble. No matter who it was, as long as they touched Li Zongjio, he would definitely drag them out. No matter who supported him, it would be useless. Along the way, Li Zongjio held Liu Pei hostage and rushed to the front of the Broad Delight Casino. The soldiers behind did not dare to chase after them directly, but only followed from a distance. If their commander was killed, then they would definitely be held accountable. At this time, whoever ran in the front would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt and be punished. Therefore, they chose to proceed in this way, but they would definitely not lose sight of Liu Pei. Quick, keep up. A large number of city guards were also running wildly in the city. The Sacred Flame Imperial City was bustling with noise and excitement tonight. Some of the higher-ups were also watching with great interest. The 9th Prince Xianming was on a tall building, and beside him were the two sisters Bing Shuang and Bing Shuang. From this direction, they could see the Broad Delight Casino. What a pity. Since I can't use you, then I can only sacrifice you. Although it's a pity, who asked you to kill someone? Such a good excuse. How can I let it go so easily? Prince Xianming smiled faintly. In the distance, Li Zongjio urged his horse to gallop. However, at this moment, the entrance of the Broad Delight Casino was already sealed. The battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion personally led a team to seal the place, and even detain Tai and the others. Moreover, he also received an order to prepare to execute them on the street. Tai and the others did not expect that this matter would be blown out of proportion. Moreover, the news seemed to spread like wildfire, and in an instant it reached the ears of a certain big shot, who then took this opportunity to make things difficult for them. He directly mobilized the people of the Ministry of Justice. After the verification process was completed, he directly arrested them. The whole process only took half an hour, and they did not even have time to report to Li Zongjio. The other party clearly wanted to cut the Gordian knot with a swift knife. Haha, you lowly things dare to arrest me? If I don't make your heads fall to the ground, I'm not called Wanzhong. Wanzhong's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, they were also in the protected area. Even if they were rescued, they would not have to pay a single cent. Now, not only the Broad Delight Casino, Li Zongjio, who was behind the scenes, would be arrested soon. He would be executed on the spot. In the Sacred Flame Royal City, was there anyone who could go against the royal authority? Therefore, Wanzhong already had victory in his grasp at this moment. He even had the feeling that he could play everyone in front of him in the palm of his hand. Within the cordons set up by the soldiers, there was a stretcher on the ground covered with a white cloth. The one who died was Chow Lin. The death of his companion made the people of the Blazing Sword Alliance even more furious. These people in front of them were so vicious. They definitely wanted to close down the Broad Delight Casino and seal it up completely. Among the crowd, Jean Buffon's resentment towards the Broad Delight Casino was particularly deep. Originally as a Heaven's Pride, he would have a bright future ahead of him. It was fine for him to be proud and arrogant. However, he was humiliated by Li Zongjiu time and time again. As a future star, how could he endure such humiliation? He must turn these people into ashes one by one in order to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Chow Lin's death can eliminate the hatred in my heart. Chow Lin, I still have to thank you. Tai Fai and the others were detained and forced to kneel on the ground. In front of the army and the government, they had no power to resist and no right to speak, unless they were strong enough to be the enemy of the Xingyan dynasty. Heavy shackles trapped them on the ground. Tai Fai's eyes were gloomy. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This situation was really unbearable for him. A second ago he was high and mighty, but in the next second he was reduced to a prisoner on death row. There was no way to reverse the situation. You bastards, my child is only 17 years old. How could you do this? How could you be so vicious? Mr. and Mrs. Chow were also sobbing on the side. They wished they could faint on the ground. The couple came from the outer city and worked hard all the way until now. They could be considered to have a small family business. Now that their son was also successful, they felt gratified and happy. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, they would have to send their son away? In their agitation, they even rushed up and grabbed Tai Fai, wanting to punch and kick him. They knelt in front of Chow Lin, who was covered by a white cloth, crying and shouting. They could not believe what had happened. Inhumane, lawless. Come, immediately behead these people. The commander of the Tusk Battalion, Wang Ding, ordered. Just as he was about to give the order to behead, he saw an object flying towards him from the sky. Chapter 537. A figure suddenly flew down from the sky. Seeing this thing rushing over, the people around Wang Ding immediately became alert. Shoot that thing down! Wang Ding's guards immediately roared. However, those with sharp eyes immediately saw that the thing flying towards them was none other than their deputy battalion commander, Liu Pei. Don't shoot, it's the deputy battalion commander. It's the deputy battalion commander. The guard captain hurriedly roared. However, it was too late for someone to retract his arrow. Fortunately, when the arrow was released, it was shot directly to the side. Bang! Oh my God, who the hell shot my butt? Liu Pei howled in pain in midair. As he fell, he was caught by the soldiers. However, after Liu Pei landed on the ground, he reacted and immediately shouted at Wang Ding. Battalion commander, be careful! As his voice faded, Battalion Commander Wang Ding felt a chill on his back. It was as if something cold and bone-piercing was placed on his neck. Wang Ding immediately knew that someone was holding him hostage. Immediately he gave a disdainful smile. This place was right under the emperor's nose. Could it be that someone had the guts to hold him, the battalion commander of the city guards, hostage in Royal City? Given the nature of the situation, it was tantamount to a rebellion. Rebellion! 9 generations of the clan would be implicated. Kid, you're really bold. You actually dare to rebel in front of everyone. Wang Ding coldly shouted. Li Zongjiu, who was behind him, was unmoved. He looked at the situation around him, then looked at Tai Fai, who was kneeling on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell on the white cloth on the stretcher. He frowned slightly as he smelled something unusual. Sir, without distinguishing between right and wrong, you sealed up my casino and even wanted to behead my men. Who gave you the right to deceive everyone and cover the sky with one hand? Li Zongjiu used the knife in his hand to knock the helmet on Wang Ding's head and said indifferently, "This helmet was an item on the head and could not be touched." At this moment, Li Zongjiu actually knocked it in front of his subordinates. He was really too arrogant. "How dare you?" Wang Ding suddenly shouted angrily and turned around on his horse. He wanted to confront Li Zongjiu face to face. He had to do it in front of Li Zongjiu, or at least use his eyes to deter Li Zongjiu. As an army, it was very shameful to be held hostage like this. But just as Wang Ding turned around, he saw Li Zongjiu's foot coming towards him. Bang! Wang Ding's figure fell from the horse's back. In the next second, Li Zongjiu landed in front of Wang Ding. The long blade in his hand was pressed against Wang Ding's neck. This kick was not a light one. "Take it." Li Zongjiu threw out the Imperial Alchemist token. Wang Ding caught it with both hands and recognized the token. The symbol on it was equivalent to Li Zongjiu's rank as a standard 4th grade alchemist in the imperial court. Just the rank of primary rank 4 was already above Wang Ding's. However, Li Zongjiu's position did not have real power, but his status was there. If there was something that offended him, it would be quite serious. If he really wanted to fuss over it, the punishment would also be quite severe. Wang Ding was the battalion commander of the City Guard's Black Fang Battalion. His rank was equivalent to a deputy 5th rank. There was a full 3 ranks between him and Li Zongjiu. If he was punished, it would be over. Suddenly, Wang Ding seemed to realize that something was wrong. Generally speaking, such a high-ranking official would have someone to take care of him. If something happened, it would be arranged. Today's matter came suddenly. He suddenly received an order. However, he did not know who gave the order, so he directly brought people over. Wang Ding, who had sharp intuition, roughly knew that this should be a cleansing operation to kill with a borrowed knife. The purpose was to get rid of the other party. Therefore, once the evidence was conclusive, there was no need to ask for the reason. When he saw Li Zongjiu's identity token, he was immediately dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? "You tell me what's going on." Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. A wave of energy directly broke the shackles on Taifai's body. With a clang, Taifai regained his freedom. At first, Taifai also thought that his head would fall to the ground. However, he never expected that Li Zongjiu would arrive at such a crucial moment and directly take down the other party's general. How domineering. "Young master, this afternoon, we discovered that someone had fainted in the dungeon. We invited a doctor to examine him and found that he was already dead. The doctor's diagnosis was that his illness had acted up, but the appraisers they invited all agreed that he had been beaten to death." Taifai stood up and said, at this moment, a life was really involved. The person was in the territory of the Broad Joy Casino, so no one could escape. Even now, the Imperial Martial Pavilion had not been alerted. If the people of the Imperial Martial Pavilion came, it would not be so simple. Perhaps the outcome would be even more brutal. Although the Imperial Martial Pavilion did not have law enforcement authority, if the experts of the Imperial Martial Pavilion rushed into the Broad Joy Casino and killed everyone, in the end, who would Emperor Xingyan stand on? There was no doubt about it. Oh, his illness flared up, but he wants to kill everyone in the Broad Joy Casino? Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of cold light. He squatted in front of Wang Ding. "Dozens of lives, you have the final say?" Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Wang Ding's heart could not help but exclaim. At this moment, when he saw Li Zongjiu and the token in his hand, Wang Ding had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that someone wanted to borrow Li Zongjiu's knife to kill him, Wang Ding? Just based on Li Zongjiu's identity, Wang Ding would definitely not be able to touch him. If by any chance that the knife fell down just now, Li Zongjiu would definitely remember Wang Ding. Then, the matter would naturally be simple. If Li Zongjiu did not kill Wang Ding, then Wang Ding would really be lucky. "Lift the white cloth," Li Zongjiu said. Among the crowd, after seeing Li Zongjiu appear, Wan Zhong seemed to have taken control of the situation. He was actually able to seize the initiative under the heavy guard of so many people. This was a doomed situation. Could it be that Li Zongjio wanted to fight a comeback? No matter what, they could not follow Li Zongjio's rhythm. Uncle, Auntie, he is the culprit. Brother Chao was killed by him. Wan Zhong stood out and shouted, pointing at Li Zongjio. When the Chao couple, who were about to faint from crying, heard that their son's enemy had appeared, they forcibly stood up from the brink of fainting. Their eyes released a ferocious glint as they stared at Li Zongjio. You murderer! Mother Chao screamed and rushed towards Li Zongjio. However, before Mother Chao could get close to Li Zongjio, she was stopped by the soldiers Wang Ding signaled. First of all, Li Zongjio had been a dangerous person for a long time. Moreover, now that Li Zongjio's identity was here, it would not be easy to directly execute Li Zongjio and convict him of the crime. Therefore, it was better to see the changes in front of him first. Fortunately, the knife did not cut down. Otherwise, he would be finished. Li Zongjio glanced at the grief-stricken Mother Chao. Her hair was messy, revealing a trace of paleness. Obviously, she had suffered a great blow. However, relatively speaking, Li Zongjio was more interested in the person who had just spoken. When Li Zongjio turned around and stared at Wan Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. Although Wan Zhong was a little scared, he did not think that Li Zongjio would dare make a move in front of so many people. If that was the case, the Imperial Martial Pavilion would definitely step in and arrest Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio, you have already killed a student of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Do you want to keep all of us here? I think you want to make an enemy out of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Jean Bouffon was not afraid of Li Zongjio. They even wished they could skin Li Zongjio alive and pull out his tendons. At this moment, they stepped forward bravely and stood together with Wan Zhong. Chapter 538. Both of them wanted to kill Li Zongjio. Only then would they be able to wash away the humiliation they had to bear. Li Zongjio glanced at Wan Zhong and knew that there was something wrong with him. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he dashed toward Wan Zhong. You're courting death. Are you trying to kill someone in broad daylight? Jean Bouffon immediately gave a loud shout and immediately circulated his essence force and charged towards Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio did not even look at Jean Bouffon as he sent out a palm strike. The shock wave that was transmitted through the air instantly sent Jean Bouffon flying. Bang! From within the crowd, Jean Bouffon's figure shot out explosively, directly smashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop. His body was already riddled with old injuries. In addition to the fact that he had been imprisoned for the past few days, he simply did not have enough food or warm clothes. His physical strength had not recovered yet. It was normal for him to be sent flying in an instant. You are so arrogant. How dare you defy the law? Wan Zhong immediately shouted. Clearly, he was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Li Zongjio would actually dare to attack. In the next moment, Wan Zhong finally experienced Li Zongjio's power. He was directly grabbed by Li Zongjio's hand and violently flung to the back. Bang! Wan Zhong's body fell to the ground with his face down. Coincidentally, he fell in front of the white cloth. You're the one who killed him, right? Li Zongjio pointed at the corpse and said indifferently. When Wan Zhong heard this, he was shocked. He did not expect that Li Zongjio would be able to guess it. However, his face was filled with mockery as he looked at Li Zongjio and sneered. Li Zongjio, do you think you can get away with this? Chao Lin and I are not blood brothers, but we are closer than blood brothers. How could I kill him? If it wasn't for your inhumane beatings, my brother would not have died in that dark dungeon. Not only did you illegally detain him, but you also abused your authority. Today I will kill you here. If the city guards do not dare to touch you, my Imperial Martial Pavilion will not let you off. Wan Zhong roared at Li Zongjio. Slap! Li Zongjio slapped Wan Zhong's face, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. You sure talk a lot of crap. What I'm asking is, did you kill this person? Li Zongjio continued to ask. In Wan Zhong's eyes Li Zongjio's cold eyes seemed to have seen through everything. How could Li Zongjio know? No, he definitely doesn't know. He must be trying to trick me, Wan Zhong thought in his heart. He even temporarily forgot about the revenge of being slapped in the face. If people knew that he was the one who killed Chao Lin, he would end up in a miserable state. Not only would the Chao family not let him off, but his own family would not let him off either. The Imperial Martial Pavilion and the city's judicial system would not let Wan Zhong off. Such a vile act would definitely result in him being killed. At that time, Wan Zhong was destined to be the target of everyone's criticism. Chao Lin was already dead anyway. Dead men tell no tales. There was more than one person in the world who knew about this, and that was Wan Zhong. As long as Wan Zhong did not say anything, what could Li Zongjio do? If you want to condemn someone, you can always accuse them. You can also twist the truth. Li Zongjio, don't be too arrogant. You will get your retribution sooner or later. Slap. Li Zongjio gave Wan Zhong another slap. Wan Zhong's mouth was bleeding. Battalion commander, this, Wang Ding and Liu Pei stood to the side, watching the farce unfold before their eyes. At this moment, Wang Ding also came to a realization. With Li Zongjio's strength and the token in his hand, it was impossible to kill Li Zongjio with a mere matter of this level. Therefore, their goal of coming here was to force Li Zongjio to take action. Either that or someone deliberately wanted to test Li Zongjio's ability. Either that or someone wanted to use Li Zongjio's saber to kill him. Now that Wang Ding had seen through the second scenario, he was not in a hurry. He would wait and see. Let's wait and see what tricks they can play. This Li Zongjio is not someone we can touch. As he spoke, Wang Ding handed the identity token in his hand to Liu Pei. Although Liu Pei's but was hit by an arrow, it was almost healed. There was still a trace of blood on his hand as he took the token. Hiss! This is a rank 4 badge. It was no wonder that Li Zongjio did not have any scruples along the way. With such an identity here, what was there to be afraid of? He could kill people in minutes. With Li Zongjio's status, even if Li Zongjio killed Liu Pei on the spot, nothing would happen. After all, Liu Pei had ordered the arrest of a 4th-rank official of the imperial court without investigating the matter clearly. This was truly an act of insubordination. Moreover, there was no absolute evidence here. The procedure of the trial officials was more complicated. Usually, they would be sent to one of the 3 judicial halls to be judged one by one. During the process, if one could make connections one by one, then even if one was guilty, he would be acquitted in the end. The former head of the judicial hall was Yi Lantian, who was killed by Li Zongjio. It could be seen how brave Li Zongjio was at that time. He actually dared to kill the head of the judicial hall. Think about it, Li Zongjio could even do such a thing. Why would he be afraid of the Cook's army unit? It's fine if you don't want to say it. Since you don't want to say it, I'll let him say it. Li Zongjio threw Wan Zhong to the side. Although the students of the Imperial Martial Pavilion were angry, they did not step forward. After this incident, they learned a principle which was not to stand out. Li Zongjio had no problem beating people up in broad daylight. If they rushed forward, they would only be beaten up. However, the person Li Zongjio was pointing at was Chao Lin and not anyone else. Wan Zhong was stunned when he saw this. Then, he laughed out loud with his mouth full of blood. "Ha! Li Zongjio, are you stupid because of your guilty conscience? Chao Lin is already dead. Do you still have the ability to make a dead person speak? No matter what, you won't be able to escape death today." Wan Zhong said coldly. If he didn't kill Li Zongjio, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Xinyan dynasty anymore. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't dare to touch the students of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. However, Li Zongjio was different. He was a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. His status was not inferior to Wan Zhong's. Wait a moment. You can laugh. Tai-Fi, find a table and lift this person up. Tai-Fi, who was standing at the side, didn't know what to do. After hearing Wan Zhong's order, he immediately rushed into the casino and carried a gambling table out. With a bang, he placed the gambling table on the ground. At the same time, he helped Li Zongjio to place the person on the stretcher on the table. When the white cloth was pulled off, what was revealed was a deathly pale face. Chapter 539. Once again they saw their deceased child. The grief-stricken Chao couple immediately let out an anguished wail. They nearly fainted from crying. When Lu Pei saw this scene, he wanted to step forward to stop it. Wasn't Li Zongjio intentionally destroying the corpse? If something was found on the corpse, wouldn't it be terrible? If the corpse was destroyed, it would definitely make their work more difficult. Therefore, when Li Zongjio did such a thing, Lu Pei was extremely worried. Let him go. Don't forget he is this. On the other hand, Wang Ding's eyes were like torches. With a glance, he could tell that Li Zongjio was not a simple person. Since the other party did this, then there must be a reason. If he did not have any real ability, then how could he be worthy of the Imperial Alchemist's qualification? Lu Pei also saw the Imperial Alchemist token in Wang Ding's hand and immediately nodded his head in his heart. That was indeed the case. Li Zongjio took out a set of silver needles and shot them back and forth on Chao Lin's body. Soon, Chao Lin's body was covered with silver needles. He pierced the silver needles bit by bit. Some of the silver needles were thick, while others were thin. When Li Zongjio slowly pierced the long silver needle in his hand into Chao Lin's eyelids, it seemed to have directly pierced through Chao Lin's eyeballs. When everyone saw this scene, they instantly felt their scalps go numb. If Chao Lin was still alive, how painful would that be? They didn't expect Li Zongjio to be so cruel. Even when Chao Lin was in such a state, he still wasn't willing to let Chao Lin go. Li Zongjio, Chao Lin is already dead. You actually want to let Chao Lin die with grievances. You really don't put my Imperial Martial Pavilion in your eyes. Today, if my Imperial Martial Pavilion members were to be manipulated by you, Li Zongjio, how could we face our teacher in the future? As long as you are from the Martial Tide Pavilion, stand out and defend the dignity of the Martial Tide Pavilion's disciples. Wan Zhong suddenly shouted, although he did not know what Li Zongjio was doing now. However, if Li Zongjio was allowed to continue, there would inevitably be some changes. Although he clearly knew that this was impossible, if Chao Lin was really allowed to come back to life, or even have a terminal lucidity, it would be a great threat to Wan Zhong. At the same time, Li Zongjio's actions had definitely crossed the bottom line of these people. Clearly, Li Zongjio had not considered the importance of the dead. Just this alone was enough to touch the bottom line of an ordinary person. As expected, those people from the Imperial Martial Pavilion could no longer stand still. Li Zongjio, stop. Quickly stop. Otherwise, my Martial Dawn Pavilion will definitely not rest until you die. Let go of Chao Lin's body. If you have any problems, just come at me. Brothers, let's fight it out with him. When Tai Fai saw that the people from the Martial Dawn Pavilion seemed to be acting strangely, he instantly stepped forward. He blocked in front of Li Zongjio. Boom! The aura within his body was released. Moreover, this aura also contained an extremely terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura also gradually boiled. Such a strong murderous aura instantly suppressed the group of brats in front of him. At the end of the day, these people were just a group of embryos that had yet to undergo baptism. If they wanted to become a true warrior or assassin, they had to accumulate enough blood in their hands in order to succeed. All of you, shut up. There's definitely something fishy about this. That kid's death was definitely caused by someone else. If anyone dares to interfere, that person will be the mastermind, Tai Fai said in a deep voice. His pair of eyes were like a creeping leopard. His original identity as a prisoner seemed to have entered a state where he was automatically released. Wang Ding and the others by the side were also quietly observing the changes. Wang Ding was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what exactly was going on. After all, the current situation was still under his control. Tai Fai's words also caused the restlessness in the hearts of the crowd to stop. Each of them had already witnessed the strength of the Martial Dawn Pavilion in the Broad Delight Casino. Therefore, they did not dare to be too arrogant now. Facing Tai-Fi, they were more or less a little terrified. What happened here? Li Zongjio was currently executing the needle technique. He continuously swung the silver needle in his hand back and forth on Qiao Lin's body. After inserting the needle, he pulled it out again. Although the layman did not understand what Li Zongjio was doing, the scene was still very lively. However, this technique was a little dazzling, and it made one feel incomparably absent-minded. Lung Ao Tian walked in. When he heard that something had happened to the people of the Blazing Sword Alliance in the Broad Delight Casino, he immediately rushed over. Alliance Chief, you are here. Alliance Chief, that person killed Qiao Lin. Alliance Chief, Qiao Lin is dead. As the Alliance Chief of the Blazing Sword Alliance, when Lung Ao Tian appeared, these people felt a sense of security. It was as if they had found their backbone. Beside Lung Ao Tian, there was a girl, Yi Tianxue. Senior's sister, Tianxue. Sister, Tianxue. Even Lung Ao Tian was extremely respectful to Yi Tianxue. Naturally, these people would also respect Yi Tianxue. Moreover, Yi Tianxue's reputation was slightly above Lung Ao Tian's. Although it could be said that there was not much difference in strength, Yi Tianxue was a standard beauty, so her reputation was naturally much higher than Lung Outyan's. Yi Tianxue faintly greeted. They were all isolated by the soldiers. However, they could see that Li Zongjio was executing the needle technique. Dead. Qiao Lin is dead. Who did it? Lung Ao Tian was extremely shocked when he heard this. However, his eyes quickly became ferocious. No matter how one put it, Qiao Lin was a member of his subordinates. Now that he had been killed by someone in this place, as the chief of the alliance, he would naturally not let the murderer off so easily. Lung Ao Tian wanted to rush in, but he was stopped by the soldiers. Do you know who I am? Get out of my way. Lung Ao Tian directly sent out a wave of yuan energy, sending the people in front of him flying. When he walked out, his body was filled with murderous aura. Li Zongjio, today either you die or I die. Lung Ao Tian unsheathed his long sword and suddenly stabbed towards Li Zongjio. The sword light was so fast that even Tai-Fi could not block it, just as the sword was about to kill Tai-Fi. However, a sword light flew over and landed in front of Lung Ao Tian, forcing him to retreat. The two swords crossed in the sky and exploded with a sharp sound. Tianxue, what are you doing? Are you trying to protect him? Lung Ao Tian's figure landed on the ground. When he saw the sword, he knew who had stopped him. He was extremely shocked and furious on the spot. He even thought that Yi Tianxue was worried about Li Zongjio. After all, the two of them were from the same hometown. If Yi Tianxue could not bear to kill Li Zongjio, then Lung Ao Tian would definitely not be soft-hearted if Yi Tianxue stood in front of him. Although a confidant was important, a brother was equally important. Chapter 540. Take a good look before you act. Yi Tianxue put away the long sword in his hand. Lung Ao Tian seemed to have been blinded by anger and hatred. Ordinary people would not understand what Li Zongjio was doing. But could it be that Lung Ao Tian could not see it? Lung Ao Tian looked in the direction of Li Zongjio when he heard Yi Tianxue's words. It was in Li Zongjio's hands. Qiao Lin's originally cold aura was gradually recovering at this moment. It was as if Qiao Lin's aura, which was about to dissipate, had become a faintly discernible straight line. When this straight line grew stronger and stronger, it would be the time to revive Qiao Lin's aura. The silver needles in Li Zongjio's hands were like embroidery needles, constantly mending the places where the aura leaked out. The process was obviously very complicated. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, this was simply an impossible thing. This, after taking a closer look, Lung Ao Tian's heart was filled with shock. What resurrection! What miraculous hands! It was not as shocking as seeing Li Zongjio slowly recovering Chao Lin's aura. Li Zongjio was saving Chao Lin's life. Although Lung Aotian could not believe it, he saw it clearly. Fortunately, Yi Tianxue had stopped him at the crucial moment. Otherwise, it would have been a huge mistake. In fact, what Lung Aotian did not know was that Yi Tianxue had saved Lung Aotian's life. Although saving Chao Lin's life was a relatively important matter, Li Zongjio could not be unprepared for the situation around him. Therefore, he had to be prepared. If Lung Aotian had attacked just now, the vast flying knife would have instantly taken his life. This was Li Zongjio's confidence. He was good at saving people, but he was even better at killing people. Wan Zhong's heart felt bad. He couldn't see the situation with his cultivation, but he could clearly feel that Li Zongjio seemed to be about to succeed. No one would dare to believe that Li Zongjio could succeed. If Chao Lin really woke up, wouldn't that mean that he would reveal his own matters? No, he could not let Li Zongjio succeed. Who knew what Li Zongjio could do? He had to stop Li Zongjio. Wind, thunder breaking pearl. Wan Zhong held a wind and thunder shattering pearl in his hand. This thunderstorm bead was a yuan item developed by the 7-star fire room. It only required a trace of yuan energy to create a violent storm within a radius of 10 meters. Within this 10-meter radius, all yuan energy would fall into a state of chaos. Therefore, he decided to wait until the critical moment to throw out the wind thunder destruction bead. It would definitely destroy everything in front of him, and he would be safe. To kill a person who had already died once, it would be an easy task. That was obviously an easier task. It would be best if he could bury Li Zongjio in it as well. Boss, what is this kid doing? Lu Pei's strength was not as good as Wang Ding's. At this moment, Wang Ding was also staring ahead intently, as if he was witnessing a miracle. Shut up! Wang Ding was obviously very focused and did not allow anyone to disturb him. When he saw half of it, Wang Ding was obviously exhausted. At this moment, he rubbed his eyes and admitted defeat. No, it's too strong. It's too strong. With my strength, just observing it for a while is already exhausting. If that kid were to use it, how much energy would he consume? This young man's realm is far above mine. He's worthy of being an alchemist bestowed by the emperor. Wang Ding's heart was filled with awe. Those who could survive in King City basically had some skills. Wang Ding was not stupid. After staying in the city guard for so long, he was only a small battalion commander. There were only so many people under him. Every time he was sent out, it was a thankless job. If there were no other variables, his life would probably come to an end. In addition, he did not have any strong background. On this basis, he might be directly taken down by others. Therefore, Wang Ding was clear in his heart that he had to find another way out. When he saw Li Zongjio's strength, Wang Ding already had a plan in his heart. As long as such a person did not die, he would definitely be a great figure in the future. It moved as toes moved. Everyone observed for a long time. Some people were able to understand the essence of it, but some people felt as if they were watching a boring show. Suddenly, Lu Pei exclaimed. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that Chao Lin's toes trembled. Seeing the situation, he hurriedly shouted out. Hearing those words, everyone looked over. Sure enough, Chao Lin's toes trembled. Immediately, all of them felt astonished and shocked. It really moved. Even the dead had been brought back to life. How is this possible? Wan Zhong didn't dare to believe it. Li Zongjio must have done some strange magic on Chao Lin's body. How could someone come back from the dead? Such a thing, and under the witness of so many pairs of eyes, how could it be possible? Seeing Chao Lin's feet tremble. Soon, Chao Lin's aura was connected by Li Zongjio. Yi Tianxue's gaze stopped on Li Zongjio. It was really unbelievable. Even if it was something that had really happened in front of him, it would still take him half a day to recover from it. Originally, Yi Tianxue had thought that he would be the hope of Luoxia City. If he returned to the city in the future, he would be able to lead Luoxia City to glory. However, when he came out, he realized that the water in this world was too deep. Although the strength of a Sky Origin ancestor was almost the top expert in Luoxia City, even a Sky Origin general was enough to stir up a storm. However, within the Sacred Flame Royal City, the Sky Origin ancestor realm was nothing. As long as one was an ordinary person, they would basically be at the Sky Origin ancestor realm. If one wanted to become stronger, the sky of the Luoxia City would become wider. Therefore, he had to be more powerful. It was impossible for Yi Tianshui to do it alone. It was extremely difficult to bring the entire Luoxia City to this extent. Li Zongjiu was also a citizen of Luoxia City. He would probably be very willing to go back and build Luoxia City together. Therefore, Yi Tianshui secretly made up his mind. No matter how big the storm in Royal City was, he would protect Luoxia City. He had to protect Li Zongjiu, who was the hope of Luoxia City. If he already had such strength now, how powerful would he be after breaking through in the future? I am not dead. Finally, Chao Lin opened his eyes. He seemed to be in disbelief that he could still open his eyes and see the world in front of him so clearly. His nose was filled with the fresh air around him. It made Chao Lin feel like he was greedily enjoying it. He's awake. Amazing. Everyone at the scene was shocked. When they saw Chao Lin sit up, his pale face gradually regained its color. Chao Lin's parents were simply stunned by the scene before them. Oh my God, he really came back to life. While everyone was cheering excitedly, Tai-Fai suddenly heard a thud coming from the ground. Young master, be careful. Tai-Fai saw a metal ball rolling towards them. Tempest Bead Breaker. Lung Outyan immediately waved the long sword in his hand. Yi Tianshui's reaction was also very fast. He directly swept his sword towards the Tempest Bead Breaker. However, his speed was still a little slow. Get down! Wang Ding roared. The surrounding soldiers also quickly blocked in front of Wang Ding with their iron shields. This protective measure in such a dangerous situation had been practiced countless times. Therefore, it was very flexible. All of you go to hell! Wan Zhong's figure retreated. His eyes were shining with a cold light. He did not care how many people died as long as he was alive. It had nothing to do with him if these people died. He simply did not care. Boom! Chapter 541. Terrifying Yuan power instantly exploded. Tai-Fai did not escape. Instead, he released his Yuan power in an attempt to protect Li Zongjiu, who was behind him. Tai-Fai decided to let Tai-Fai endure the power in front of him. However, the violent explosion that he had imagined did not occur. All the power also stopped at this moment. If the wind lightning bead were to explode, the metal pieces around it would spread out in all directions. However, the wind lightning bead in front of him was not damaged at all. Originally, the wind lightning bead was about to explode. However, the tyrannical power directly suppressed the destructive power of the wind lightning bead. It was as if a person's ultimate move was forcefully shoved back. Such a method would be incomparably shocking to anyone. It didn't explode. How is this possible? Yi Tianshui and Lung Ao Tian's swords also fell to the side and did not cause any effect. In fact, they subconsciously wanted to resist the power of the energy after the explosion. However, they did not expect that it would be blocked by a mysterious power. The source of this mysterious power was none other than Lin Feng. It was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu pressed down with one hand and directly suppressed the strength of the wind lightning bead. This caused the latter to be unable to unleash even the slightest bit of anger. Tell me, who was it that killed you? Li Zongjiu grabbed Chao Lin and lifted him up. When Chao Lin was caught, he woke up and realized that he was still alive. He immediately looked in the direction of Wan Zhong with an incomparably hateful gaze. Wan Zhong, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Chao Lin's furious roar had also released all of his anger and resentment. He could not wait to take the life of the person in front of him. Wan Zhong, who was stopped by Chao Lin, also panicked at this moment. His legs instantly went soft. However, he still rolled and crawled as he ran into the distance. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. How can you be alive? How is this possible? Wan Zhong roared again and again. At this moment, only by escaping himself would he have a chance to survive. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to death by these people. Immediately, Wan Zhong also quickly fled into the distance. Catch him, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Wang Ding and the rest did not even need to act. Tai Fai's figure flashed and chased after Wan Zhong. Boom! Wan Zhong pushed through the crowd, but before he could run a few steps, he was directly captured by Tai Fai. Wan Zhong threw it in front of Li Zongjio. Everyone looked at Wan Zhong, who was in front of them. It seemed as though everyone present had been fooled by Wan Zhong. They couldn't wait to tear Wan Zhong's bones apart. Wan Zhong himself was also quite scared. Don't kill me, don't kill me. After that, Chao Lin also testified to Wan Zhong face to face and described the entire process. Lung Aotian and the rest did not expect Wan Zhong to be so vicious. You brat! So you are the main culprit. Take him down. Wang Ding immediately ordered when he saw the situation. The soldiers under him immediately rushed forward, but were stopped by Lung Aotian. Sir, please wait. Lung Aotian blocked in front of Wan Zhong. Although Wan Zhong had committed the crime of murder, and the target of the murder was his own junior brother from the same sect, the nature of this action was rather vile. However, Wan Zhong was still a disciple of their martial world pavilion. If he were to be executed outside, it would be the martial world pavilion that would lose face. Thus, it wasn't anything dazzling. No matter what, Wan Zhong's actions are indeed suspected of murder. However, Wan Zhong and Chao Lin are both disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. I hope that Sir can be lenient and let our Imperial Martial Pavilion handle this matter. Lung Aotian said. Wang Ding heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Although the evidence was conclusive, and even the dead man had spoken, there was naturally no way to escape. However, Wan Zhong was still a disciple of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. If he beheaded all the disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, it would be very impressive. On the surface, it looked like a very impressive act. However, if there were any problems in the future, it would be hard to say. Therefore, if this hot potato could be transferred out, it would naturally be a very good thing. However, he could not agree too early. Otherwise, people would think that he was a coward. Therefore, on the surface, he had to be a little cold. Yes, the Imperial Martial Pavilion is also a place of national treasure. In addition, there are many suspicious points in this case. Let's bring him back first and make a decision after the matter is investigated clearly. However, Wan Zhong's identity as a suspect must be confirmed at this moment. The interrogation will be carried out in 3 days. Wang Ding was also smart. With a few words, he settled this matter. Not only did he not lose face, but he also handled this matter very well. Wan Zhong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that he still had a way out and did not have to die on the spot. However, just as Wan Zhong heaved a sigh of relief, a hand suddenly grabbed Wan Zhong. With a bang, Wan Zhong was directly placed on the table where he was just now. You came to my territory to kill someone and framed me? You want to take him away without even asking anything. What do you think this place is? All of them had thought of it, but they had neglected Li Zongjio. With Li Zongjio's strength, it was impossible for him to let this matter pass so easily. Today, there must be an explanation. I saved a person. Naturally, I have to kill a person. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Wan Zhong, who was lying on the table, was like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He did not expect that one day he would lie on the chopping board and be at the mercy of others. Li Zongjio, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Do you know the consequences of killing Wan Zhong? Before Lung Aotian could finish his words, he saw Li Zongjio directly shoot several flying needles into Wan Zhong's body. Suddenly, Wan Zhong's body stiffened on the spot. He fell to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, there was no other way. Wan Zhong lay on the table and felt that his aura was flowing out little by little, like a deflated balloon. No matter what he did, there was no way to stop his aura from disappearing. The only thing that could be seen was his eyes. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He did not want to die. However, it was a pity that he had schemed against Li Zongjio. He casually threw Wan Zhong's cold body on the ground. Wan Zhong's death could be said to be a very cruel way, because during the process his death perception was magnified by dozens of times and the speed was also slowed down by dozens of times. Therefore, he could clearly feel the process of his death. How did Li Zongjio know? In his previous life, Li Zongjio had also tried this needle technique. Li Zongjio himself could clearly feel the feeling of death, so much so that he almost could not wake up. Therefore, since Li Zongjio had personally experienced it, he naturally wanted these people to have a taste of it. You killed Wan Zhong. Lung Aotian was shocked when he saw this scene. This Li Zongjio was a little too fearless. He killed people just like that. Do I need your permission to kill people? Li Zongjio's eyes made Lung Aotian feel real fear. This was not a gaze that a person of his age should have. It was so sharp that it made it difficult for others to look at him. This person killed people. I have already cleaned him up for you. Now you can release my people. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Until now, only Taifai had been released. The 6-headed butchers and the others were still tied up on the ground. However, the people watching over them were slightly loosened. Wang Ding's brain was not enough. You spent so much effort to save him, but now you've killed another person. Do you think you can call it even just like that? Regardless of whether Wan Zhong killed people or not, Li Zongjio himself did not have the authority to enforce the law. Wang Ding glanced at Li Zongjio and then looked at the people around him. Today, these big shots deliberately came to make things difficult for him. However, Wang Ding still had to settle this matter. Imperial alchemist Li Zongjio assist this official in killing the murderer Wan Zhong. Once this case is over, bring Wan Zhong's body back. Since Wan Zhong was dead, there was no point in saying anything. Therefore, Wang Ding might as well do Li Zongjio a favor and give him credit. Of course, he also kept an eye out. If there was any blame in the future, it would be Li Zongjio who did it. It would not have much to do with him. Chapter 542. Even Lung Aotian and Yi Tianshui couldn't do anything about Wang Ding's decisiveness. After all, Wang Ding had given him face in the beginning. Now that he was dead, Wang Ding had to report back to him. However, it also confirmed that Wan Zhong had killed someone. In that case, there would be a storm in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. The subordinates also released Li Zongjio's men one after another. As for the imprisonment, it was naturally left unsettled. It was likely that this matter would be over and no one would pursue it. However, there was one person who wouldn't let this matter go so easily. The 9th Prince is backing you, right? Li Zongjio walked in front of Lung Aotian and said plainly. Lung Aotian was taken aback when he heard that. What was Li Zongjio up to again? Nothing good happened in the hands of Li Zongjio. 1 billion purple yuan. Get your 9th Prince to prepare it. I'll come and get it when I'm free. Li Zongjio said plainly. It sounded like he was going to find trouble with the 9th Prince. Li Zongjio, what are you thinking? You can't say such things so casually. Yi Tianshui immediately stepped forward to persuade Li Zongjio when he heard what he said. Going against the 9th Prince was definitely an unwise action. It was no different from courting death. How could ordinary people challenge the authority of the royal family? They only needed to say a word and move their fingers to take your life. I've already made an exception by letting you people go today. Yi Tianshui, your grandfather asked me to take care of you. But it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want in front of me. If you want to live, you'll have to practice your skills first. Li Zongjiu looked at Yi Tianxue and said plainly. Obviously, Li Zongjiu wasn't very satisfied with Yi Tianxue's performance. He wasn't strong enough, but he still had to poke his nose into other people's business. She heard Li Zongjiu scolding her instead. Yi Tianxue was so angry that he wanted to fight with Li Zongjiu. However, she still forcefully endured it because, from the beginning, Li Zongjiu's strength was indeed above hers. However, this did not mean that Li Zongjiu could act recklessly. Also, your imperial sword art sucks, Li Zongjiu said. Judging from Li Zongjiu's tone, he seemed to have some understanding of Yi Tianxue's sword-wielding art. However, Yi Tianxue wasn't convinced. You are stronger than me, but that doesn't mean that your sword manipulation technique is better than mine. Yi Tianxue had been studying the imperial sword manipulation technique for several years. He had poured all his talent and energy into it. However, Li Zongjiu said that it didn't seem to be much, and it was even in a very bad state. How could he tolerate this? He wanted to argue with Li Zongjiu, but Lung Outyen stopped him. Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't something they could compare to. He didn't take the invitations of the princes seriously at all. He even killed a disciple of the Imperial Martial Pavilion in front of the city guards. In front of hundreds of people, he brought a dead person back to life. Such a battle record was simply unbelievable. Young master, please wait. Please accept our respect. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and led Taifai and the others back. However, such a thing had happened in such a short period of time. Of course, they had to reorganize. Otherwise, who would dare to come to the Buick Casino if things kept happening? The ones who stopped Li Zongjiu with a Chow couple. The change in the outcome was also very shocking. At first, they thought that Li Zongjiu was the murderer. However, they didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would use such a miraculous method to revive Chow Lin, who had been dead for a long time, in front of everyone. The two elders even pulled Chow Lin to kneel in front of Li Zongjiu. They did this to express their gratitude. What's the use of kneeling? Come to my casino after graduation. Li Zongjiu glanced at them. If kneeling could save a life, many people would be willing to kneel for a long time. Therefore, this was simply a useless action. They might as well come to his casino to work. If Brother Li doesn't mind, I will return to the casino after graduation and repay Brother Li for saving my life. Chow Lin said, when a person was gradually pulled back from the edge of death, it was a magical feeling. It was hard to describe what it was like. However, there was no doubt that he would have an extreme trust in Li Zongjiu. It was this kind of trust that made Chow Lin so loyal to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and dispersed the people around. It was a good night, but these people forced so many things to happen. They really knew how to cause trouble. What's more, the Great Delight Casino's tough approach today shocked everyone. Li Zongjiu's strength was also rumored to be amazing. Originally, the Buick Casino was already on the verge of death. If it had been a little later, all of their heads would have fallen. However, Li Zongjiu appeared and turned the tide. In the end, he even killed a student of the martial arts pavilion. Fortunately, Wanzhong had died in Li Zongjiu's hands. If he had been brought back, Li Zongjiu would not have been able to kill him. If he had been brought back, he would have known that Wanzhong had secretly harmed his fellow disciples. Wanzhong's cultivation would have been destroyed. Then he would be trapped in the withered leaf forest for 20 to 30 years and enjoy this lonely torture. Dying like this would be too easy for him. The Buick Casino was able to escape death this time, thanks to Li Zongjiu's extraordinary medical skills. Some people naturally didn't believe it, but many people present saw it with their own eyes. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's medical skills were recorded by many people. Even many of the city's influential people had heard of Li Zongjiu's name. They wanted to ask Li Zongjiu to come for a consultation. However, no one knew when this news had spread in the market. If Li Zongjiu were to treat a patient, he would need to pay at least 10 billion purple yuan for the consultation fee. This was only the most basic consultation fee. The amount of money that would be spent on the follow-up treatment was immeasurable. Qi family. When Qi Yanran heard about Li Zongjiu's deeds, she, who was painstakingly cultivating, couldn't help but smile charmingly, as expected of Li Zongjiu. However, such a flamboyant character would definitely bring him a big disaster. There were even rumors outside that Li Zongjiu was preparing to find trouble with the ninth prince. As for what kind of trouble, no one knew for the time being. Everyone's opinions were also different. The news about Li Zongjiu in the city had also spread for a long time. The master of this news was currently in the 5 Elements Yuan house, refining his own level 5 advanced elixir, although it was only a small realm higher than the level 5 intermediate elixir. However, if he wanted to achieve it, it would be more difficult than reaching the level 5 intermediate elixir. Even Li Zongjiu had to borrow the power of his origin spirit to be able to refine this elixir. The majestic white dragon origin spirit wrapped around Li Zongjiu's body, constantly injecting power into the Azura cauldron in front of him through his palms. Boom! A demonic flame rose from the Azura cauldron, melting the devil camel flower bit by bit. The King Blood Demon Lotus elixir naturally requires the blood of a beast king. There was a small transparent bottle in Li Zongjiu's hand. It wasn't an easy task for ordinary people to find the blood of a king-level meta-beast. This was because once the blood was exposed, the meta-chi would quickly disappear. Li Zongjiu had a howling moon wolf king under his command. It could be said that he could get as much blood as he wanted. He poured the howling moon wolf king's blood into the cauldron. The Azura cauldron also began the slow refining process. Li Zongjiu sat cross-legged. The refining process was slow because his current cultivation was not enough, so it was impossible to speed it up. Instead, it would cause his origin energy to be consumed quickly, leading to the failure of refining the elixir later. Hey, I didn't expect that there would be a few mid-grade origin stones in Han Wuxiu's storage ring. With nothing to do, Li Zongjiu rummaged through Han Wuxiu's storage ring and found the mid-grade primordial stones. Although there were not many of them, they were not something that could be bought with money. One had to reach a certain level of cultivation before one could come into contact with the primordial stones. For example, Wuxue Elixir Sect was really lucky to find so many origin stones. In addition, Li Zongjiu did not care at all, so he gave the origin stones to these people. With the primordial stones in hand, the success rate of the refinement would be greatly increased. Originally, I only had an 80% chance of success, but now I have a 90% chance. Chapter 543. Using the Vitality Stone to replenish one's Yuan power was naturally very effective. At the same time, the Vitality Stone would constantly pour Yuan power into one's body, cleansing one's meridians to a certain extent. Although Li Zongjiu's cultivation level was high, his body was still the same as before. In Li Zongjiu's previous life, during the process of cultivation, he had refined countless pills and tempered himself countless times. That was how he had achieved what he had today. Although Li Zongjiu's cultivation level was high, it was still very difficult for him to reach that level if his body's quality did not keep up. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had cultivated the ancient golden tyrant body technique. In the process, his body's quality had also improved. Just as Li Zongjiu was concentrating on refining elixirs, the Special Envoy Department finally found the bodies of Han Wuxiu and the others. Unfortunately, Han Wuxiu's body was already deformed. In the past few days, they had also caught a man who had been holding a Special Envoy's waste token and swindling others. This man was Blackie, whom Huang he had been looking for. Unfortunately, Blackie found Huang dead on the spot the next day. Blackie also had other people's waste tokens in his hands that day. He did not hand them over directly because the waste tokens themselves were not cheap. If they were to be sold in the black market, they might be able to fetch a good price. It just so happened that they were a little short of money these few days, so they were prepared to go to a trustworthy trading house in the black market to sell the item. However, they did not expect that they would be immediately captured by a large group of special envoys the moment they saw the light of day. They were finally sent here. Tell me, how did you get this item? A cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Dozens of special envoys had been killed without leaving behind a complete corpse. A large number of Bloodstrike guards' corpses were also found at the scene. It was unclear what had happened, and no one knew what had happened. If Qingyuan Manor was also involved, wouldn't it be even more of a headache for them? After capturing Blackie, Su Yan had countless ways to deal with him. He asked Blackie to speak. My lord, please spare my life. This is... I picked it up. Xiao He was almost scared to death by the lineup in front of him. However, Blackie's experience also told him that he could never admit that he had stolen this item. If he did, he would definitely die. Very good. Gue Tu-san, I'll leave him to you. Make him tell me everything he knows. Yes, sir. A stooped old man walked out from the darkness. Soon after, the old man spread out the cowhide in his hands on the table. Among the cowhide, there were some small and exquisite knives. On the knives, there were some strange marks. Obviously, these knives were not used for cooking. Gue Tu-san's name resounded like thunder in the ears of those in this line of work. This was because the name Gue Tu-san basically represented death. Gue Tu-san used to be a sculptor. He liked to carve things like human bodies, but later on, his style suddenly changed. He liked to carve on human bones, and it was the kind that had blood on it. Blackie could feel the cold blade slowly flowing across his skin. He also felt his body suddenly tense up. Don't kill me. I'll speak. Blackie was nothing more than a loafer. Even some of the more vicious people in the underworld would be afraid of his aura and strength. Not to mention a terrifying general like Gue Tu-san. He was simply the representative of the death god. After Blackie explained everything, Gue Tu-san used his own methods. Gue Tu-san also used his own means. After all, there was no other way to guarantee that what Little Black said was true. In the end, Blackie died little by little in pain. His end was really tragic. However, no one pitied Blackie. Su Yan sorted out the information in front of him. It's this kid again, Li Zongjio. Su Yan still remembered that he was invited to the Yi mansion by Yi Lantian. Among the names he submitted, Li Zongjio was on the list. Although the situation at that time was not good for Li Zongjio at all. But who would have thought that Li Zongjio would do so many earth-shattering things later on? Not only did he offend Yi Lantian in public, but he also offended Sima Xingyan. Later on, it was said that he also humiliated Han Wuxiu in public. Twice. The first time, Su Yan was also present. At that time, he only thought that Li Zongjio and Han Wuxiu were both young and impetuous, so there was a small fight between them. It was not a big deal. And now, Han Wuxiu obviously had something on him. So he lured Huang He to make a move and planned to kill Li Zongjio. But in the end, he did not know why. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, was safe and sound. But Han Wuxiu was dead. Not only that, but the Bloodstrike guards were also dead. There are many suspicious points in this. 3. But according to Su Yan's understanding of Han Wuxiu, it was obvious that Han Wuxiu had secretly colluded with the people of Qingyuan Mountain Villa to use the power of Qingyuan Mountain Villa to get rid of Li Zongjio. But what he did not expect was that Li Zongjio was too strong. Not only was he unharmed, but he also killed his opponent without leaving a single trace. He went for wool and came home shorn. This was the most tragic outcome. Su Yan had already gone through the entire process in his mind. He clearly knew what kind of role Han Wuxiu played in this. However, he didn't know how to write this report. If we could find Li Zongjio's demon camel flower, we would definitely be able to convict Li Zongjio. But now it seems that there is no chance. Even Huang He is dead. The dead tell no tales. Su Yan let out a long sigh. Anyone related to this matter had been killed by Li Zongjio. On this point, Li Zongjio was very decisive in doing things. It was unbelievable. Not only did he want to take revenge, but he also wanted to eliminate all of them. To be able to do this so flawlessly, there must be someone guiding him from behind. Or this kid looks young, but is actually a real veteran. Su Yan thought to himself, since Han Wuxiu's incident had been investigated to this point, Li Zongjio would have to announce it to the public. However, if Li Zongjio's suspicions were to be revealed, he would definitely become Li Zongjio's enemy. Recently, this young man had been in the limelight. His position in the city was very stable. Therefore, Su Yan had to think about it carefully. After all, it was just a job. Moreover, Han Wuxiu was not related to him at all. If he really angered Li Zongjio because of such an insignificant person, it was obviously not a wise thing to do. Then, he might not be able to please either side. Looks like this matter has to be suppressed. Qingyuan Manor is also involved. I'm afraid things are not that simple. Su Yan thought to himself. While Su Yan was collecting the corpses, he had also discovered that the Blood Strike guards who had participated in this bloody battle were not weak. There was even a 6-copper Blood Strike guard who was a Yuan monarch powerhouse. He was someone who could kill a Yuan monarch powerhouse. That person had to be a Yuan monarch powerhouse. This meant that the faction behind Li Zongjio also had the power to kill a Yuan monarch powerhouse. Su Yan himself had not reached that level yet. If something had happened to this Yuan monarch powerhouse, some special forces would have to be mobilized. They might even have to work together to suppress the situation. This was not a simple matter. A ruffian at the Yuan monarch level was a huge threat. There was also a special department in the dynasty to deal with such people. The Special Envoy Department was mainly responsible for some of the most basic public security issues. Su Yan did not want to put himself in danger. Therefore, he had also concealed everything about Li Zongjio. He only said that there was a mysterious force involved, and the reason for the outbreak was the appearance of suspected stolen goods. However, if he wanted to find out more information, he would have to ask Qingyuan Manor. Chapter 544. Qingyuan Manor. They didn't have the ability to do so now, so they could only stand aside and let the matter hang. However, the death of Han Wuxiu and the others was announced to the public that they had died in the line of duty. In the process, an extremely important case was solved and Han Wuxiu and the others were portrayed as heroes. Concealing the truth was one of the methods they were extremely adept at. In a room of the 5 elements, Yuan House. In the house beside him, there was also a slight change. Even though the house had been strengthened by a formation, one could still clearly feel the power that was spreading out from it. Everyone was shocked to the core. Buzz! Li Zongjio gently opened the Azura cauldron in his hand, brushed away the layer of defensive barrier on the surface, and extracted the power inside bit by bit. Finally, the white mist formed into an elixir in his palm. Originally, it was just a cloud of medicinal mist. At this moment, what appeared in Li Zongjio's hand was an elixir. This was a type of elixir that was about to reach the level and realm of a grade 6 elixir. Once an elixir reached the 6th grade, it would no longer appear in the form of a solid elixir, but a kind of power that was born from nothingness. With a flick of the finger, the elixir in his hand could merge into the air. It would completely disappear. It was a kind of vaporized shape. Therefore, a 6th grade elixir was very precious because they could form a kind of space by themselves. When you entered their space, you wouldn't even be able to find their existence. Therefore, even in some ruins, a 6th grade elixir was something that could only be found by chance. If you were fated with it, the 6th grade elixir might automatically appear in front of you. If it doesn't approve of you, then even if you turn the entire space upside down, you won't be able to find it. That was why it was so rare. The elixir in Li Zongjio's hand had not reached that level, but its strength was not weak. Moreover, when the elixir was formed, it formed the effect of the elixir. Therefore, it was inevitable that people would be surprised. Li Zongjio himself was very surprised. When he opened the elixir, he was also slightly surprised. It seems that my alchemy skills have improved. Even Li Zongjiu himself felt that it was inconceivable. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu's alchemy level had already reached the pinnacle. However, when he displayed it today, he felt that he was even closer to the true pinnacle of alchemy than in his previous life. It seemed like it was because of the Genius Pavilion. It was possible that his alchemy level had also improved imperceptibly during that process. The two of them complemented each other. The effect of this Genius Pavilion is indeed not weak. It seems that I have to go and take a look often if I have the chance. Even Li Zongjiu wanted to pry into the secrets behind the Genius Tower. Just what exactly existed at the highest level? He must uncover it. Now, let me see the effects of this royal blood demon Buddha Dan. Li Zongjiu kept the Azura cauldron. He sat down cross-legged and took out the royal blood demon Buddha pill. He put it into his mouth. When his body's condition was adjusted to its peak and his aura gradually became active, he swallowed the elixir. Gulp! The royal blood demon Buddha pill immediately flowed into Li Zongjiu's body. This was a very powerful elixir. Even a Yuan King elite would have to be prepared if they wanted to consume it. Otherwise, the elixir would definitely break through their bodies. The effect of a high-grade grade 5 elixir was no joke. In addition, this elixir was personally refined by Li Zongjiu, so its effect was slightly better than that refined by ordinary people. Not only that, but when Li Zongjiu used the white dragon origin spirit to protect his body, the elixir's effect was immediately stimulated. Boom! The power of the elixir was immediately released in his body. It was as if that terrifying power had surged into every corner of his body. Boom! The berserk power poured into his body, causing Li Zongjiu to feel suffocated. The boundless power was like a rubber ball that suddenly poured in a large amount of gas. If this continued, Li Zongjiu's body would very likely explode on the spot. Ancient golden tyrant body art. White God Fu, blood spirit realm. Li Zongjiu immediately used the 3 great cultivation techniques. Because the energy was too abundant, he had to use this technique while exhausting this large amount of energy to a certain extent. Only then could he stabilize his body's condition. Outside the 5 elements Yuan building, immediately, several loud rumbling noises were heard. Frightening energies immediately gushed out from the various rooms of the 5 elements Yuan house. Some of the people who were still training were immediately woken up by this. Boom! Boom! What's going on? Why is the aura of the 5 elements Yuan building going berserk? When some experts appeared, they would often cause the energy of the 5 elements Yuan building to become chaotic. In this way, it would affect the people on the other floors. At that time, if any fatal problems occurred, the 5 elements Yuan building would not be able to bear the consequences. What happened? What's the situation now? When the person in charge of the 5 elemental Yuan tower appeared, he began to interrogate them. When he found out that the aura was coming from a sovereign training room, he immediately gave the order to strengthen the formation of the sovereign training room by 10 times. Although the price of strengthening the array was extremely high, the 5 elements Yuan building's priority was to stabilize the situation. However, the most important thing for the 5 elements Yuan house was to stabilize this chaotic situation. Otherwise, it would be terrible if the people in the other training rooms died one after another. In the future, the 5 elements Yuan building might even close down. Once the formation was reinforced, the other rooms would be less affected as well. However, everyone immediately investigated the situation of Li Zongjiu's room. What exactly was going on? Why were there so many situations? Could it be that someone had purposely come to cause trouble? After the information was brought out, only a name was displayed. Li Zongjiu. The person in charge of the 5 elements Yuan building frowned when he saw the name list in his hand. Before this, he really did not know who Li Zongjiu was. Could it be that he was an expert that suddenly appeared? However, When his subordinate handed over the information of Li Zongjiu to him, the person in charge clearly knew that Li Zongjiu was actually such an incredible person. Not simple. Li Zongjiu took 5 days to refine the elixir. In these 5 days, many things had happened as well. The most obvious change that everyone paid attention to was the change in the upper echelons of the Seven Stars Fire Room. Some time ago, the Saber Axe Pavilion's treasury was attacked by a mysterious person. Even the pavilion master was directly beheaded. As a result, the Saber Axe Pavilion itself was immediately divided into 2 factions. One faction controlled the secret of the giant saber's forging technique, while the other controlled the secret of the giant axe's forging technique. Both sides had different opinions. Moreover, the people of the giant axe pavilion advocated revenge, so they attacked the upper echelons of the Seven Stars Fire Room again and again like crazy. On the other hand, the giant saber pavilion continued to maintain a small facade of the Saber Axe Pavilion and continued to do business. It seemed that they wanted to make money peacefully. However, the new executive steward of the Seven Stars Fire Room, who was also a disciple of the Song family, had fallen into a river due to drunkenness when he went out to seek pleasure. He drowned. Everyone knew that it must be the people of the giant axe pavilion who took action. After a period of time, the Seven Stars Fire Room entered a state of preparation for war. In the end, there was no suitable candidate, so they had no choice but to invite Song Jiu back. It was only the death of a few management members, but it directly became chaotic. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could take on such a big responsibility. In the end, they could only push Song Jiu out to deal with the current situation. As a result, Song Jiu only took office for 2 days and reached a consensus with the giant saber pavilion. They joined forces to eliminate the people of the giant axe pavilion and snatch the forging technique of the giant axe pavilion. The giant saber pavilion was actually under Song Jiu's wing. In the end, it became a new saber axe pavilion, but it was under Song Jiu's name. This matter seemed very simple and direct. However, to achieve such a result, it was unknown how much effort Song Jiu had spent and how many methods she had used. After Song Jiu took office, not only did she easily solve the problem, but she also directly strengthened the strength of the Seven Stars Fire Room. As for how she did it, the people of the Song family did not care. After all, the business world was like a battlefield. It was a war to begin with. One did not look at the process, only the result. The people who died were worthless. Now, Song Jiu had once again become the executive manager of the Seven Stars Fire Room. She held the power and at the same time cleaned up a few competitors. This was a very beautiful move. It was hard to believe that this woman was actually so powerful. Signoring Hu. This set of raging dragon capturing flames was used by young master Li last time. Because there was some wear and tear, our Seven Stars Fire Room has repaired it. Please pass it on. Xiao held the big metal box in her hands. During this period of time, if it were not for Yinghu's help, the young lady's plan would not have been so easily realized. Okay, no problem. Yinghu took the raging dragon capturing flames. Miss Xiao Zhao, is there anything else? Seeing that Xiao Zhao was still standing at the door and had not left, Yinghu could not help but ask. Senior Yinghu, the young lady said that if Senior Yinghu does not mind, the Seven Stars Fire Room is willing to take care of everything for Senior Yinghu. Chapter 545. Xiao Zhao said, Shadow Fox's strength hovered around that of a 9th-grade Yuan ancestor. In addition, his assassination techniques were already at the pinnacle of perfection. Sometimes, even Yuan monarch powerhouses would be able to avoid his assassination. The pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion had been assassinated by Shadow Fox. Normally, this kind of job would require a very high fee if he were to do it. However, Li Zongjiu had given the order before, so he could only act for free and kill the person. However, as a reward, the Shadow Fox could take as much as he wanted from the treasury. He only needed to leave behind the forging secret manual. In fact, The giant saber pavilion's secret manual happened to be in Song Jiu's hands. That was why she had been able to subdue the giant saber pavilion so easily. In addition, the blacksmith himself had suffered a lot of injuries during the struggle. He urgently needed an infusion of power. That was why he had joined Song Jiu. If he had not done so, the saber axe pavilion would have ceased to exist. In comparison, it was clear that this method was more appropriate. Originally, the giant saber pavilion, which had split off from the giant saber pavilion, had been able to contend with the 7-star flame room. However, the giant saber pavilion had changed sides too quickly. The people's hearts were not united. Even if someone wanted to, it was already too late. 100 low-grade yuan stones. Just listening to it would make all cultivators drool endlessly. Song Jiu had clearly seen the potential of Shadow Fox by offering such a high price. Not only that, but there was also the Howling Moon Wolf King by Shadow Fox's side. This was probably what Song Jiu coveted. A Yuan monarch-level Yuan beast would naturally be a great help. Now, it seemed like the Howling Moon Wolf King was following Shadow Fox. Therefore, as long as he could bring the Shadow Fox over, he would be able to bring the Howling Moon Wolf King over as well. This was definitely a deal that would definitely be profitable without any losses. Shadow Fox smiled faintly when he heard this. That little girl's taste was not bad. In fact, this was a very generous treatment. If Shadow Fox had not met Li Zongjiu, he would have jumped on Li Zongjiu's coattails without hesitation. But things were different now. In the past, he had no fixed abode. If he could obtain the support of these large factions, he could just casually move in. Every year, he could just muddle along and wait for death. Perhaps when he was young, he would have advocated freedom. But once you get older, everything will be different. Everything was for the sake of stability. Now that he was at Li Zongjiu's place, he could eat, drink, and play. When he was free, he could plant flowers, fish, and so on. When there was a problem, he could go out and deal with it casually. There was no need for him to show up at all. For example, if he helped the 7-star fire room kill someone, in the end, it would not be traced back to him, Shadow Fox. It was very safe. Where else could he find such a good job? Only Li Zongjiu would have such a good job. Usually, when he cultivated beside the Howling Moon Wolf King, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased at a rapid rate. The reason Song Jiu wanted to poach him with a huge sum of money was probably because she had her eyes on the Howling Moon Wolf King. But he did not expect that the Howling Moon Wolf King was actually Li Zongjiu's meta beast. Although it did not belong to him, the thought of having a meta king level meta beast by his side made Shadow Fox rather proud. He was the kind that carried the wind with him when he walked. Furthermore, Shadow Fox knew that the Howling Moon Wolf King would bite off his head without hesitation if he had any rebellious thoughts in his heart. This fellow would not be so courteous. Miss Xiao Zhao, go back and tell your young mistress that this old man thanks her for her kindness. However, this old man does not have much ability. I am already very satisfied to be able to live a stable life here. Please go back. One could analyze the pros and cons of this, even if they used their toes. If it was not for Li Zongjiu's help, Song Jiu would not have the strength and status she had today. Therefore, in comparison, Li Zongjiu's potential was obviously greater. At the same time, if he could soar again, he wouldn't mind at all. There was some surprise in Xiao Zhao's eyes when she heard this. Recently, the young miss had also recruited some experts. However, the conditions and rewards that she had promised were not even half of what this Ing, who elder, had offered. Therefore, when these people heard that there were yuan stones, all of them rushed over like ducks. They could not wait to work for the young mistress as soon as possible. However, the number of true experts was still relatively small. Shadow Fox was actually unmoved when he heard that there were 100 metastones. Clearly, Shadow Fox's self-control and cultivation level were very high. It was not something that they could imagine. Sorry to disturb you. I will pass on your words truthfully, Xiao Zhao said. Before coming here, Song Jiu had told her that Inghu wouldn't agree. so she wasn't too surprised. She was just a little surprised. TSK, TSK, 100 low-grade metastones. Did I do something stupid? That's 1,200 low-grade metastones in a year. Thinking of this, Shadow Fox smacked his lips. He looked at the Howling Moon Wolf King, who had stuck his head out beside him, and withdrew his tempted gaze. If he was not afraid of being killed by the Howling Moon Wolf King's claws, he would have agreed long ago. 3,000 miles away from the sacred Flame Royal City, there was a flame, slanting mountain. From time to time, the mountain pass would spew out a fire mist that resembled the roar of a fire dragon. At the same time, it would be accompanied by a terrifyingly hot magma that would roll out from it. Ordinary people would not dare to approach this flame, slanting mountain. However, there was a small town at the foot of this flame, slanting mountain. The town was built halfway up the mountain. There weren't many people in this town, but every single one of them was an incomparably strong man. Every day, they would be topless because the temperature here was too high. They would often carry an iron hammer on their waists. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of the town. There were a few words engraved on the tablet. Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. This was the headquarters of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. Every day, a large number of excellent weapons would be transported out of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. The forging and storage production of weapons basically depended on the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. It was an exclusive weapon factory of the Qingyuan Villa. Whenever a new weapon was developed, it would be sent to the Qingyuan Villa as soon as possible. It was the armory of the Qingyuan Villa. A large number of people were hidden in the mountain peaks that seemed to be bare. When they learned that a top blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop had gone out to search for the Thunder/Blade and unfortunately died, they immediately tightened the protection of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. It was too dangerous, so they had no choice but to take it seriously. On a mountain peak, several blood-robed guards were sitting in front of a table. There were 3 of them. All 3 of them were 6 bronze, blood-robed guards. Ever since Li Zongjiu had killed these 6 bronze, blood-robed guards, the defensive power of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop had increased by 30%. I heard that the 3rd brother died outside Sacred Flame City. Could he have been killed by the experts of Sacred Flame City? There were not many 6 bronze, blood-robed guards. The 3 of them happened to be the sworn brothers of the 6 bronze, blood-robed guard who had died. As Yuan monarchs, they naturally had more freedom than ordinary blood-robed guards. For example, they had 4 days off every month. During these 4 days, they could do whatever they wanted. If there were no urgent orders, they did not even have to return to report. Moreover, it also allowed them to relax a lot in terms of their behavior. They could drink and chat freely. As long as they did not betray the Qingyuan Villa, they were basically equivalent to retired high-ranking generals. The Sacred Flame Royal City was a forbidden area for the blood-robed guards. There were still many targets of the blood-robed guards who hid in the Sacred Flame Royal City all day long. If they attacked the Sacred Flame Royal City in the future, they would definitely catch these bastards and give them a good beating. Chapter 546. That's not necessarily true. I heard that 3rd brother died in the hands of a young man. A man who looked relatively calm said. He was holding a cup of tea in his hand. The other 2 men were shocked when they heard this. A young man? Could it be that he was a descendant of some dynasty's general? Was he a brave warrior? Otherwise, how could he have killed 3rd brother? It should be known that 3rd brother's blood python technique was not considered weak among the 4 of them. It could be considered outstanding among the grade 6 blood strike guards. They did not expect that he would lose his life in vain. Yes, a young man. I heard about it from Old Wu. I don't know about the situation, but it's possible that he was intercepted by someone else. The calm man said, The Sacred Flame Royal City is really a forbidden place for us. It seems like we have lost a lot of people during this period of time. Even Qin Zhang Hen died in the city. Tell me, isn't it quite dangerous inside? For a long time, Qing Yuan Manor had not dared to touch the sacred flame royal city. However, they had been rather active recently. Their actions outside the sacred flame royal city were just some insignificant actions. If they truly wanted to become the mainstay of the continent and touch the core of the sacred flame empire, they would have to set up their forces in the sacred flame royal city. Not only Qin Zhonghen and the others, but even Mang Yu also died in the vicinity of royal city. Although Mang Yu wasn't a real relative of the royal family, he was still considered a relative of the royal family, so he shouldn't have died so miserably. It's a pity that the Manor Lord has been wandering the world recently. The Deputy Manor Lord has spent most of his time in the underworld competition. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to catch the person behind all this. The few of them chatted as time passed. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke spewed out from the crater of the volcano. At the same time, a terrifying thunderbolt descended from the sky. A figure seemed to emerge from the smoke. When the figure landed on the ground, a powerful aura spread out. Boom! That terrifying power spread out in all directions like a tide. This person had long yellow hair, broad shoulders, and a stocky build. Just the power of lightning surrounding his body was enough to make people fear him and respect him as if he was a god. Thunder District Master. The workshop owner has come out of seclusion. When the 3 blood-robed guards saw the yellow-haired man appear, they immediately withdrew their casual expressions and became extremely solemn as they spoke, respectfully. My bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop has lost a top-level blacksmith. Instead of catching the murderer, you're hiding in my workshop. Do you want to wait for death? As he spoke, Lei Gong also took a step forward. The aura on his body also whizzed out with a boom. The 3 of them were forced back dozens of steps. In the face of such an imposing aura, they had no strength to resist at all. The strength of the owner of the bright Lightning Craftsman Workshop was too powerful, especially the sword in the master's hand. Congratulations to Workshop Master for forging a heaven-destroying divine weapon. Yes, congratulations to Workshop Master for successfully forging a divine weapon. The 3 of them congratulated Lei Gong repeatedly. It was obvious that Lei Gong was very dissatisfied with the death of one of his top-notch blacksmiths. Such a powerful person had actually died just like that. The Bloodstrike Guard had acted as a sharp blade, yet it hadn't done anything. Lei Gong was naturally disappointed. However, when it came to the divine weapon, Lei Gong was very proud of himself. He immediately laughed out loud, as if he had forgotten about the previous matter. Haha! My thunder-crushing sword can cut the heavens and destroy the earth. It can also split the mountains and seas. Who can compete with the raging thunder? Lei Gong was obviously very satisfied with the sword in his hand. However, the sword was broad, thick, and sharp. It was not easy to control it. However, although my sword has reached the great completion, it still lacks the last step, which is to temper it. I heard that in the Blackwater Forest, there is a 10,000-year-old, filthy, evil spring. Send someone to help me find its location. I want to cut this evil spring and temper my thunder-crushing sword. Lei Gong said, looking for something. Naturally, that was not a problem. Qingyuan Villa's subordinates were spread all over the country. It was not a big problem for them to find out the location of the Blackwater Forest. Don't worry, Workshop Master Lei. We will definitely find this filthy evil spring within 3 days. Well, get out of here. My bright thunder workshop does not need your protection. Lei Gong waved his hand casually. The bright thunder craftsman workshop was an important place in Qingyuan Manor. Lei Gong had joined Qingyuan Manor because of its rich resources. Lei Gong was someone who was on equal footing with the master of the Qingyuan Villa. Naturally, he did not need the protection of the people in front of him, nor did he need to give them any face. Letting them leave on their own was already being courteous. If he was displeased, he could directly throw them out and they wouldn't dare to do anything. The three experts looked at each other and then left the bright, lightning craftsman workshop with their people. After the three of them left, Lei Gong looked at the thunder-crushing sword in his hand and stroked its body. Given the state of the thunder-crushing sword, if it cooperates with the Thunder Slayer saber, it will definitely dominate the weaponry chart. Since you trash can't find the Thunder Slayer saber, I will go there personally. Lei Gong, the workshop master of the Bright Thunder Workshop, was ready to go to Sacred Flame Royal City personally. With his strength, he could go anywhere in the world. At the same time, he also found a sword box and stored the bursting thunder sword inside. He did not make any other arrangements and directly embarked on the journey to find the Thunder Slayer saber. These two weapons could be said to be Lei Gong's proudest work. Until now, they were still outside. If that trash hadn't come to beg for mercy and ask to lend them to him, Lei Gong wouldn't have bothered with them. In the end, who knew that this trash couldn't even protect a weapon and even lost his life? It was really humiliating to the extreme. At this moment, he had to go there personally to find them. Lei Gong set off like a thunderbolt. At this moment, Li Zongjio in the city. In the 5 Elements, Yuan Tower, Li Zongjio had almost completely refined the Royal Blood Demon Buddha elixir. His mind power had finally broken through the cocoon at the last moment and rushed into the Yuan monarch level. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the White Dragon Origin Spirit had made a qualitative leap. The enhancement that the vast flying saber had given him previously was pitifully weak now. However, he believed that the effect would be pretty good if he used it to fight against an enemy. The White Dragon Origin Spirit seems to have grown a lot, but the Golden Dragon Origin Spirit and the Blood Dragon Origin Spirit have not changed much. Li Zongjio felt the changes in his body. The power in his body seemed to be urgently in need of a battle. Immediately, Li Zongjio's mind power spread out. Like a swarm of locusts, everything on the land outside the Sacred Flame Royal City was captured clearly. At the same time, it also woke up many powerhouses who were in deep slumber. These powerhouses were all shocked. Their eyes revealed an ominous glint. It seemed like another powerhouse had been born. Furthermore, the mind power of this powerhouse was actually very domineering. This was also considered the first greeting. Although Li Zongjio's mind power had only just broken through to the monarch level, the power he displayed was like a proud king. He did not look like a beginner. Instead, he smoothly released his power to a peak level. I have finally recovered some power, Li Zongjio thought to himself. However, he suddenly caught sight of a figure through his mind capture. Oh, there is actually a big gift delivered to my doorstep. When Li Zongjio saw this figure, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Then his mind power separated the space in front of him, and he appeared out of thin air outside the 5 Elements Yuan Tower. Boom! Li Zongjio's figure only stayed for a second after appearing. Then he instantly disappeared from the sky above Sacred Flame Royal City. Chapter 547. Lei Gong's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning. However, as he approached the Sacred Flame Royal City, he reduced his speed slightly. This was because Lei Gong could sense that a figure was charging towards him. It's the aura of the thunder slash blade. The Thunderfall sword in Lei Gong's hand could sense the thunder slash blade. In fact, the thunder slash blade and the Thunderfall sword were made of the same type of ore. Therefore, when the two weapons were placed together, they would sense each other. Li Zongjio could also sense the thunder slash blade in his storage ring. It was actually emitting a slight fluctuation. Boom! The two figures met in the sky. Lei Gong stared at the man in the alchemist's robe in front of him. Li Zongjio did not have high standards for his clothing. Even now, he was still wearing the alchemist's robe of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. "You're the one who killed my men," Lei Gong said in a deep voice. From the aura that Li Zongjio released, it was obvious that he was not simple. Therefore, it was not strange that his men had died in the hands of Li Zongjio. Now that Lei Gong had personally appeared, not only did he want to take away the thunder/blade, but he also wanted to take away Li Zongjiu's life. However, Li Zongjiu's age was slightly younger than Lei Gong had imagined. Lei Gong, it's been a long time. Unexpectedly, Li Zongjiu said something that Lei Gong did not understand. Li Zongjiu's words clearly meant that he had met Lei Gong before. However, Lei Gong did not remember seeing Li Zongjiu before. Looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed like he had a deep grudge against him. Could it be that he was the son of his enemy? However, if he wanted to calculate, he really could not remember which family he belonged to. It seems like you have a deep grudge against me. Hand over my thunder/blade, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lei Gong said proudly. Li Zongjiu's powerful aura had indeed surprised Lei Gong. Moreover, he was able to stand in the air at such a young age. This was a very profound realm. However, youth was a weakness. Even if one's cultivation was strong, there was no guarantee that one would succeed. In terms of combat experience, he was definitely lacking. Killing such a young man was as easy as flipping one's hand. All right, how about this? You give me your thunder-bursting sword, and I'll leave you an intact corpse. How about it? Li Zongjiu said with a smile. The expression on Lei Gong's face instantly froze. There was even a look of disbelief. One had to know that this thunder-bursting sword was a divine weapon that he had just forged. There were not many people in this world who knew the name of the thunder-bursting sword. How did this Li Zongjiu know about it? He actually knew that the sword in his hand was called the thunder-crushing sword. It was truly shocking. In fact, it was an impossible thing to do. Lei Gong was shocked. How did you know about the thunder-crushing sword? Not only do I know about the thunder-crushing sword, but I also know when you will die. As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he took out the thunder-beheading blade and took the initiative to attack. There was no point in saying more. Lei Gong was also a valiant general of the Qingyuan villa. If he could kill Lei Gong today, it could be considered as teaching the Qingyuan villa a profound lesson. It would make the people of the Qingyuan villa feel the pain of losing a grandmaster blacksmith. It was obviously not easy to accept. Since the Qingyuan villa had already sent people to take the initiative to attack Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu naturally did not need to be polite. In his previous life, Qingyuan villa had caused him to be miserable. In this life, he would also let the Qingyuan villa slowly die in pain and helplessness. Li Zongjiu knew that Li Zongjiu, was powerful. Since he had encountered him in the past few days, he would start with Lei Gong. Shameless boasting. You want to use my blade to kill me? I think you're delusional. Lei Gong immediately let out a low roar as the thunder-crushing sword appeared in his hand. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his palm. Rumble. Under this loud sound, one could see the wind and lightning rapidly surging. Even the sky behind Lei Gong had changed color at this moment. In an instant, 10,000 bolts of lightning appeared. A broad wing seemed to have descended from the sky. On the wing, overbearing lightning flickered. Young man, it seems that you don't know what true power is. The true form of the wing was revealed. It was a thunderhawk that was close to 10 feet in size. Thunderhawk King, 5th rank Beast King. Having a 5th rank Beast King as one's own origin spirit was a relatively terrifying matter. At this moment, seeing it, it was immediately shocking. The noble aura of a Beast King also spread across the entire land. Some of the origin beasts at the foot of the mountain were also crawling in their own caves as they trembled. If their aura accidentally offended the Beast King, what awaited them would be an extremely terrifying thunderstorm. Following the appearance of the Thunderhawk, Li Zongjiu's aura was indeed slightly affected. His figure could not help but stop in midair. Even the thunder/blade in his hand had left his hand. The Thunderhawk was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Under the lightning, it seemed to have formed a magnetic field that was filled with suction force. Therefore, the thunder/blade in Li Zongjiu's hand was sucked over. Oh! Looking at the thunder slash blade that was being sucked over, Li Zongjie was clearly a little surprised by this strange power. It seemed that as long as it was an electrified or iron weapon, it would be sucked over by the Thunderhawk. In order to verify his experiment, Li Zongjie immediately took out 2 Thunderfire pearls. He threw them forward. Li Zongjie did not know where he had gotten these things. Anyway, he was sure that he had found them in the storage rings of these people. There was no way he could use them all. The things that these people used for self-defense became a pile of useless things in Li Zongjie's hands. However, Li Zongjie didn't throw it away. You see, in a situation like this, isn't it useful? Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 Thunderfire pearls rushed over. However, they did not get too close. Instead, the 2 lightning bolts struck them directly. Boom! Boom! When they got close to him, they were ignited and exploded. A cloud of smoke spread out. How dare you use a child's toy in front of me? You're displaying your slight skill in front of an expert. Obviously, Lei Gong was very unhappy. Li Zongjie was simply a fool. How could he use such a thing to hurt a Yuan king elite? Just as Lei Gong was thinking about this, he saw Li Zongjie rushing towards him. Whoosh! Li Zongjie's speed was incomparably fast, and he appeared in front of Lei Gong in an instant. However, his body was trapped by the power of lightning and thunder. Boom! Li Zongjie was also entangled. With my Thunder Eagle's magnetic field, no one can get close to me. Don't you know that? Immediately, Li Zongjie could not move at all. Lei Gong was not prepared to play around with Li Zongjie for too long. Immediately, his body's strength emitted a loud bang as it discovered the surrounding lightning light array. The thick thunderbolts instantly surged towards Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie was obviously here to die. The Thunder Eagle magnetic field formed by Lei Gong's own Yuan power was like a spider web that trapped Li Zongjie. The Thunder Eagle flapped its wings, and the crazy lightning bolts surged into Li Zongjie's body. Boom! At this moment, Li Zongjie's body was also emitting the same intense light. Trash! From Lei Gong's point of view, Li Zongjie should have been easily killed by his own power. There was no challenge at all. When Li Zongjie faced his attack, he was like a fool. He did not even have the slightest resistance. Therefore, Lei Gong was very disappointed. He came all the way here only to meet such a fool. It was really a waste of his mood. Is that all you've got? When the light dissipated, Li Zongjie, who was trapped by the lightning bolts, opened his eyes. The clothes on his body were a little tattered. However, Li Zongjie's body was not injured at all. It was as if the power just now had been completely digested by Li Zongjie. How is this possible? Chapter 548. Lei Gong's eyes were filled with shock. It was simply unbelievable that Luo Yunyang was able to withstand the powerful attack of his lightning power. However, Lei Gong quickly revealed a smile at the corner of his eyes. Hee, it's good that you are not dead. If you had died too early, I wouldn't have found it challenging at all. How could I be excited? Lei Gong said slowly. He had come all the way here. If he were to just go back after completing the mission, it would be too boring. Didn't you wield my Thunder Slayer blade before? Today, I'll show you the true power of my Thunder Slayer blade. Lei Gong shouted angrily as the Thunder Slayer blade and the Thunder Bursting Sword appeared in his hands. After the 2 great lightning-attributed divine weapons combined, a crazy power immediately surged out. Suddenly, a lightning lion jumped out of the thunder beheading blade. The lightning lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The lightning lion's chest was formed by the lightning power and looked extremely ferocious. At the same time, the power of the thunder-bursting sword was poured into the Thunder Eagle behind it. Buzz! The Thunder Eagle folded its wings and landed on the lightning lion. When Li Zongjie saw this, he finally understood why Lei Gong wanted to keep the Thunder/Saber instead of forging another one. It was because the Thunder Slayer blade contained a trace of Yuan spirit power. In this way, the Thunder Eagle and Thunder Lion would become Lei Gong's origin spirit, and he would be able to use all of them. Looks pretty good. Li Zongjio raised his eyelids. Lei Gong's strength continued to spread. Obviously, the constant release of Lei Gong's aura made everyone feel a strong pressure. Even Li Zongjio felt that his body seemed to be excited. After all, it had been a long time since his rebirth, and he had rarely met an opponent that could excite him, even though his mind power had broken through to the Yuan monarch level. At the same time, his Yuan spirit had reached the peak of the Yuan ancestor level. Even if he was facing Yuan monarchs, he would be able to kill them easily. When Li Zongjio encountered Lei Gong's strength made Li Zongjio feel his long-awaited battle blood burning. Li Zongjio's gaze sharpened. So what if he was a Yuan king? In Li Zongjio's eyes, he was just a piece of trash that could be killed with a flip of his hand. He was just an ant. It was just that his current realm had not yet recovered to that level, but the way he looked at him in the past would not change. So this is the feeling of having two great origin spirits. Lei Gong laughed heartily. This was Lei Gong's idea. He wanted to use this method to increase his strength. Since he couldn't increase his strength vertically, he would make a breakthrough horizontally, through the enhancement of the weapon's power, to increase one's own strength, or even the number of primordial spirits. This kind of idea was very rare. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the two primordial spirits. The thunderous lion and thunderous hawk pounced towards Li Zongjio. Roar! The thunderous lion roared angrily, and at the same time a lightning wave rushed out. Wong! Li Zongjio's body did not move because he was still bound by the chains in Lei Gong's thunder domain. Li Zongjio was not allowed to break free. Instead, he continued to be bound. The lightning ball suddenly fell on Li Zongjio's body. Immediately, thunder rumbled and trapped Li Zongjio within. Boom! Li Zongjio's body was immediately flooded by the terrifying lightning power. Even with Li Zongjio's strong willpower, it was difficult for him to resist this power. Li Zongjio immediately let out a low growl. His body was frantically circulating the ancient tyrannical golden body technique. He was constantly absorbing and digesting the power that was pouring into his body. It gave people an extremely shocking feeling. However, before the thunderous lion's attack landed, the thunderous hawk suddenly released a lightning clone from the white crane's body. With a boom, it suddenly fell on Li Zongjio's body. Li Zongjio once again endured a heavy lightning attack. This time, Li Zongjio almost fainted. Because the power was too great, Li Zongjio's body fell from the sky. He was struck out of the thunder domain by his own move. What kind of strength was that? Li Zongjio's body fell from the sky. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Lei Gong rode on the thunderous lion, and the thunderous hawk also flapped its wings and landed on Lei Gong's shoulder. The power of the two primordial spirits gushed out. My assumption was correct. The Tao of weapons is the true path to power. Lei Gong was not only a Yuan monarch elite, but he was also a top-notch weaponsmith on this continent. While he was obsessed with training his skills, what he wanted even more was to be able to reach a higher level in weapon forging. This kind of strength was the true path to the pinnacle. Only by constantly strengthening and forging this powerful weapon would he be able to make himself stronger. Now, he could exert the power of the two primordial spirits just by controlling two weapons. What would happen if he controlled 3 or even 4 weapons? How terrifying would that be? The lack of natural primordial spirits would gradually be made up for by his own weapons. This was the true path to strength. People could not help but be shocked. Li Zongjio fell from the sky like a pitiful worm that was charred black. You can't even block one of my moves. Haha, I'm afraid there aren't many people in this world who can block one of my moves. At the moment, Lei Gong was exuding a strong self-confidence that permeated the area. However, Lei Gong could also sense that many people in the direction of sacred Flame Royal City were also paying attention to this place, even though they had yet to appear. They knew that this was the workshop master of the bright lightning craftsman workshop. Now that Lei Gong had such great power and mastered this method, he only needed to spread it casually to bring about a great shock and influence. Even the structure of many places would change because of this. In the imperial palace, an old man in a grayish-black robe stood on the roof of a tall building, looking at the thunderbolt force that was condensing in the sky. At the moment, there was a trace of shock between his brows. What a strong willpower! Qing Yuan Villa, bright lightning craftsman workshop. A mere workshop master already has such strength. If the strength of Qing Yuan Villa is not restrained, it will be like a plague of locusts. The old man's eyes were filled with worry. The old man was obviously thinking about the disaster that would follow after such a thing happened. Looking at the recent happenings in the city, they were all related to this Qingyuan Villa. The matter that Li Zongjio had stirred up might be relatively big, but in reality, there were also many other things happening in other parts of the city. As these various matters continued to overlap, they actually became a protective screen for each other. For example, the Shi clan, one of the 4 great clans, actually changed dynasties and entered the auction and pawn industries on a large scale, snatching away many customers. And the one who supported them was Qin Yuan Villa. Chapter 549. Anyone could see the wild ambition of Qingyuan Manor. However, there was no need to worry about this wave of forces that had invaded the city. Those who were able to survive in Monarch City all had their own capabilities. If they were defeated so easily, they wouldn't have been able to survive for so long. Therefore, there was no need to worry. It was just a temporary wave. However, Lei Gong's appearance caused many people in the city to become nervous. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, on the top floor of the library, the old man was also standing in the cold wind. His body swayed as he looked at the scene in front of him. If I'm not wrong, the one who just went out was that kid. The old man in the library thought to himself. He used to be in Yuan Emperor powerhouse. Although his cultivation level had fallen, his senses were still there. When Li Zongjio rushed out, he instantly felt Li Zongjio's movements. At the same time, he was extremely surprised by Li Zongjio's strength. He was actually able to raise his strength to such a level. How long has it been? His mind power has actually broken through to the Yuan monarch realm. The old man was shocked. This was obviously a huge potential. Even though he knew that Li Zongjio's strength was not bad, he did not expect it to be to this extent. Then, the old man saw Li Zongjio being shot down from the sky. That outcome could only be described with the word miserable. Therefore, the old man frowned. Ouch! This time it's really tragic. Obviously, the old man was gloating. At the same time, he had no intention of helping Li Zongjio. Given the kid's strength and character, he would not put himself in danger so easily. Moreover, from the beginning until now, Li Zongjio had not attacked at all. It was as if he was an extremely perverted masochist. He actually stayed where he was and allowed his opponent to attack him. Such a person was really rare in the world. Could it be that he wanted to use this method to subdue his opponent? That would be too whimsical. Egret Manor. The Howling Moon Wolf King got up abruptly and roared in the direction of the lightning aura. Unlike his usual carefree image, his entire body was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. When others sensed it, they would not dare to approach. Brother, what's wrong? The Shadow Fox walked out and looked at the Howling Moon Wolf King in shock. He could not believe that the latter would appear in such a state. He had never seen the Howling Moon Wolf King behave in such a manner under normal circumstances. However, the Howling Moon Wolf King did not make any other moves. He still looked ferocious, baring its teeth, its claws dug deep into the ground. It was obvious that it had sensed the power of the other party. At the same time, it also sensed that its master seemed to be in danger. However, it had no way to help and could only wait in place. This was because Li Zongjio Strongwill had made the Howling Moon Wolf King wait in place, in the back mountain of the Qi family, in a manner that was like a sea of purple flowers. The girl was cultivating in the sea of flowers. Her aura was like that of a big tree. She embedded her roots into the ground and used this method to increase her strength. This was Qi Yanran's unique way of cultivation, and it was exactly this way. Just 2 days ago, Qi Yanran completed a breakthrough in the cultivation of her original spirit. In fact, at that time, Li Zongjio had already helped Qi Yanran to complete most of the difficult breakthroughs. Only the last step was left. As long as one was not very stupid and had low aptitude, they could easily break through the last obstacle. Qi Yanran deliberately delayed it for a few days and had a good understanding of it before making the final breakthrough. Qi Yanran did not even tell anyone about this secret. Even his father had never told him about it. Therefore, Qi Yanran also stabilized her condition. This was because if such a secret was revealed, it would definitely attract the attention of others. It was inevitable that the walls would have ears. Therefore, the best way to keep it a secret was to not tell a single person. A battle between Yuan King level experts. Qi Yanran opened her eyes and woke up from her cultivation. She did not know why, but there was a strange feeling in her body. It was this feeling that made Qi Yanran feel uneasy. Qi Yanran was quite amazed by the intense battle fluctuations that filled the air. Let's go and take a look. Qi Yanran immediately made up her mind. If she had the longevity tree with her, she would have a certain degree of security. That was why she dared to go and spy on them. Outside the city, a huge pit appeared where Li Zongjio's body landed. Li Zongjio, who was lying in the pit, seemed to have lost all signs of life. He could not move at all. His whole body was charred as if he was being roasted by charcoal. Even Li Zongjio himself was astonished. This power is not bad. I almost didn't make it. Li Zongjio opened his eyes. He thought to himself. At the same time, the power in his body was frantically condensing. It directly allowed Li Zongjio's damaged injuries to gradually recover. His whole body was also undergoing an intense transformation. However, Li Zongjio was unable to accumulate power now. Instead, in this extremely critical state, the only thing he could use was his mind power. Lei Gong felt that the scene below, which was originally deathly silent, was gradually emitting a terrifying power at this moment and was constantly rising. This surprised Lei Gong. "Oh, you're not dead yet. Did you eat an elixir? How can you be so strong?" Lei Gong's heart was clearly filled with astonishment and shock. However, he had been here for too long and must have attracted the attention of the people in the imperial city. Therefore, he had to kill Li Zongjio first. Then he could leave directly. Otherwise, staying here for a long time would definitely bring some unnecessary trouble. However, your days have come to an end. Lei Gong growled as the Thunderfall sword in his hand slashed down towards Li Zongjio. Boom! The terrifying power of the Thunderfall sword immediately swept towards Li Zongjio below. Just as the thunderous sword light was about to engulf Li Zongjio, suddenly, a powerful force appeared above Li Zongjio's head. It seemed that the appearance of a boundless tree directly helped Li Zongjio block this attack. Li Zongjio himself was slightly taken aback as well. He had not expected someone else to make a move. Looking at the swaying longevity tree that was enduring the power of thunder, Li Zongjio had a rough idea of who had arrived. He actually found a helper. Lei Gong looked down at the situation below. The appearance of the giant tree also surprised Lei Gong. He also felt an extraordinary and domineering power from the tree. However, the tree itself had not yet grown, so it did not pose a threat. I didn't expect that another one would come to die. Chapter 550. Who was Lei Gong? Even Qingyuan Villa had to spend a lot of money to poach him. With such strength and status, he was actually ignored by these two youngsters. The person who helped Li Zongjio block the attack was Qi Yanran. After this attack, Qi Yanran felt that her qi and blood were about to become chaotic. She almost fainted in an instant. Fortunately, the longevity tree was able to channel the terrifying power underground. She didn't directly explode and die. She even fainted, but Qi Yanran also knew that the person in front of her was powerful. "Who are you? You hurt my friend!" Qi Yanran shouted in a low voice. She was also preparing an origin tool in her hand. There seemed to be a terrifying power condensing on the origin tool, but it needed time. Lei Gong looked at the girl below. She actually dared to take the initiative to provoke him. He suddenly snorted. "Since you want to be a pair of lovebirds, I'll fulfill your wish." Without further ado, Lei Gong slashed down with the thunder-breaking sword in his hand. Boom! The Thunder Eagle released the terrifying power of thunder. Unexpectedly, Lei Gong was also a man of few words. "Water shield wall." Qi Yanran threw out a dark blue bead, which immediately flew out. With a swoosh, the bead in his hand suddenly met the bolt of lightning. Bang! A water curtain appeared above her head. When it spread out, it was instantly devoured by the terrifying lightning. When the lightning completely burned the wall of water, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Lei Gong lowered his head and saw that there was a cloud of thick fog below the ground. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had already disappeared. Disappeared? Do you think you can escape? Insignificant skill. Lei Gong suddenly snorted. Then a powerful force spread out, trying to find Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. But after searching around, there was no trace of them within a radius of 1,000 meters. Lei Gong immediately frowned. How dare these two Jianghu juniors act so arrogantly in front of him? To think that they would play such a trick of disappearing. How could they get past them? Go! The bursting thunder sword in Lei Gong's hand suddenly slipped out of his hand. With a boom, he landed on the ground. Boom! Immediately, he saw the terrifying thunderbolt power, which was like a flash flood and tsunami, exploding the ground below and turning it over. It was enough to see the power that constantly emerged from it. It was like a bulldozer that repeatedly turned the surrounding land over and over again. Rumble. Under such pressure, two figures were directly sent flying out from under the huge rock. Originally, Qi Yanran had used an earth origin tool that could help them conceal their aura. It was also quite effective in disguise. However, he couldn't avoid such a carpet bombing, so he was directly blasted away, revealing his true form. Moreover, Qi Yanran was also seriously injured by the explosion just now. A trace of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Ahem! There was a trace of horror in Qi Yanran's eyes, but more importantly, she was calm. This time, she had to admit that it was an extremely reckless act. But there was no other way. She had to do this. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have died on the spot. You brat, you always bring me big trouble every time. Until now, Li Zongjiu had not woken up. His body was still stiff, and she didn't know what kind of bad disease it was. If Qi Yanran wanted to escape by herself, she had a certain way to escape easily. However, Qi Yanran couldn't just leave by herself. In that case, Li Zongjiu would be dead. Li Zongjiu saved her once, so no matter what, she couldn't give up on Li Zongjiu. This was obviously an unwise choice. Even Qi Yanran herself didn't know why she rushed out. Originally, she had no relationship with Li Zongjiu. If it was some small trouble, she would naturally be happy to help Li Zongjiu solve these problems. But who knew that Li Zongjiu would encounter such a life and death crisis so often, now that she had taken action? Even if she said that she didn't know Li Zongjiu, it was impossible for her to leave directly. Therefore, Qi Yanran didn't plan to leave at all. Boom! Lei Gong's figure descended and pulled out the bursting thunder sword that was stuck in the ground. The surrounding soil had already become quite fragile. At the same time, there was a burnt smell. Some of the creatures that lived underground were directly burned to a crisp. Looking at your original spirit, it seems to be of the wood attribute. Just as well, I'm going to forge a wood attribute weapon for my next weapon. I'll take your original spirit back and use it as the weapon's spirit, Lei Gong said with a sneer. Qi Yanran's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Weapon, original spirit. The person in front of her actually used the original spirit of a human's original spirit to integrate into the weapon. She didn't expect that there would be such a vicious method in this world. Qi Yanran also knew that there were all kinds of people in this world. But Lei Gong's method was absolutely cruel, wantonly depriving others of their cultivation results. Such an act would, after all, arouse the public's anger. ZZ. The combination of the Thunder Eagle and Thunder Lion appeared again. Immediately, the surroundings were filled with a strong magnetic field. It seemed that an extremely powerful gravitational force had appeared and wanted to strip the original spirit from Qi Yanran's body. Damn it, this force. Qi Yanran felt that this force was so strong that it seemed to want to suck her out. Immediately, she let out a low shout and released all the power of the longevity tree to resist this force. In the process of resisting, the power of the longevity tree gradually erupted. Oh, it's actually a king-level original spirit. I really didn't expect that the sacred Flame Royal City is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even Lei Gong was surprised by Qi Yanran's potential. At such a young age, she directly obtained a level 5 original spirit. This was a very rare thing. However, Qi Yanran's talent also aroused the desire in Lei Gong's heart. Come, such a young king-level original spirit. You must have more potential in the future. Your original spirit, I want it. Lei Gong snorted coldly. The Thunder Eagle under his command suddenly flew out and leaped out in an instant. Boom! A bolt of lightning, like a terrifying ray of light, quickly flew to the front of Qi Yanran. Only by seriously injuring Qi Yanran, it would be easier to forcibly seize her original spirit. Therefore, the Thunder Eagle also directly crashed into Qi Yanran's chest. Qi Yanran parted a branch of the longevity tree. She wanted to block it, but Qi Yanran also knew that it was impossible. The branch of the longevity tree rolled. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Thunder Eagle was restrained by a force. Qi Yanran could even see the Thunder Eagle's eyes at a close distance in front of her. However, the Thunder Eagle seemed to be imprisoned. There was no way to move at all, and there was no power that could be released to hurt Qi Yanran. How could this be? Qi Yanran was shocked, but soon she understood why. When she was about to look back, she found a hand gently patting her shoulder. Although the strength was not strong, it gave Qi Yanran an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. When she looked back, she saw Li Zhongzhou's eyes seem to reveal a deep power. It was just a glance, but she could already feel that at this moment Li Zhongzhou had already arrived in an insolent and arrogant manner. It was as if a king hidden in the dark world had finally taken off his mask, walked out of the sacred palace, and descended to the world.